does it mean? What does it mean? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity. It's not just about animals.
Let the battle begin!
Time challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, mambo vipi? Welcome to yet another episode of Hard Chuckle, brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa, baby.
What does it mean? Does it mean? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity. What does it mean? What does it mean? It's about belief and seizing every opportunity.
Unataka Mungu gani mwingine? Kwambia ukasema nilisema unagoroka.
It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. Kwa while betting,
nasema sasa shughuli yangu rasmi.
What does it mean? What does it mean? It's about courage, belief. What does it mean? It's about courage, belief, and seizing every opportunity that comes your way. It's not just about
Let the battle begin!
time make some of our individual challenges and turn their whole beginning into
We're coming for the second leg to make sure that this win is representing
incredible and came out on turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Kabeberi Sevens 2025, and it is day 2 here at the RFUEA grounds. And in case you're wondering, this is the penultimate outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. My name is Oching Steven, and my sincere apologies for the late start. Just to take you into the game today, we are into the main cup quarterfinals, and these are the teams who are going through. KCB Rugby will be taking on Mwamba in the first quarterfinal, then Kabras Sugar will be taking on Catholic Monks, then Strathmore Leos versus Mombasa Sports Club, then Daystar Falcons versus Menengai Oilers. Just behind me right now, it's Embu RFC taking on Homeboy Cup quarterfinals, but day 2 is where they say it all matters. So down from 16 teams, it's all to 8 teams. And just to give you a recap of how things stand, it will be KCB Rugby versus Mwamba RFC. Will be coming straight on after this game, and then Kabras Sugar, a team who conceded none yesterday in day, will be facing Menengai Oilers. Remember, the race is on for the overall 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. As things stand, KCB are on top on 82 points, and Strathmore Leos are second on 80 points. So today, if KCB win their game against Mwamba and Strathmore Leos win their game against Mombasa Sports Club, so it will be KCB versus Strathmore Leos in the semi-finals. We are used to these two sides meeting in the main cup finals, but for today, we get a chance of them meeting early before the main cup final. And remember, that will be pivotal in who gets a chance and who gets in the driving seat of the overall 2025 SportPesa title. So the race for today, only one surprise package made it to the main cup quarterfinal, and that is Mombasa Sports Club, who pulled a huge upset in making their way to the Mombasa Sports Club. Earlier on, I was just talking to Kenya Sevens assistant coach Louis Kisia, who will not be needing an invite to go into the last outing in Dallas Sevens because they beat Nakuru in sudden death to go to the 9th place semi-final. So that means Nakuru will be needing an invite to get into Dallas Sevens next weekend. That will mark the last outing of the 2025 National SportPesa 7 Circuit. Just right about now, it's about time we get into the business end of the day, and KCB, RFC and Mwamba are in the tunnel. Remember, KCB right now are under the stewardship of former Kenya Sevens captain Andrew Amonde, and Mwamba are under the stewardship of decorated Kenya Sevens international Lavin Asego, arguably the greatest number 10 Kenya Sevens has ever had. So it will just be a matter of battles between Andrew Amonde and Lavin Asego, men who played together, just to see who will get the edge. Mwamba, this is the second time they're making it to the main cup quarterfinal, while KCB, these are seasoned guys, they made it to all the main cup quarterfinals this season. In fact, they've made it to all the main cup finals in the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. So with just 2 legs to go, it's just a matter of keeping the momentum and seeing whether these two sides can go all the way into the main cup final and seeing whether they can clinch the overall main cup title. Remember, in Kabeberi, KCB are the defending champions, and they've won it 3 times in a row, and they're seeking to win it to the 4th time. So right about now, I'll just be handing you over to the commentary to take you through KCB versus Mwamba for the first main cup quarterfinal.
All right, many thanks, Steve Oching, a pitchside presenter, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the RFA grounds, home of Kenya Harlequins, match day 2 of the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. We're coming to you live. Welcoming on board my co-commentator, Toeli Elijah. Karibu sana, Toeli. Welcome this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much, Walter. We've had a number of games. Yesterday we finished well. We had the matchups that have led to these particular quarterfinals. We've had the 4 first quarterfinals that involved the tournament in the Challenger Trophy. Now we're moving on to what happens. Of course, Mwamba RFC coming into this one. Only one quarterfinal appearance at Prinsloo, making the second quarterfinal appearance as they kick us off to perennial quarterfinalist KCB. And you see there Vincent Onyala quick off the blocks here, going in for KCB's first try within seconds of kickoff. Something that is very solid for KCB is that they are very good with restarts, and in this case containing that kickoff from Mwamba RFC. And before Mwamba FC could resettle in their defense, taking off to score their first try, Mwamba, of course, will look to hitting back in this one, Walter.
Yeah, you can see
there.
there.
In the quarters.
Definitely, Onyala took the chance fresh from kickoff. Starting off where they left yesterday, Vincent Onyala there scoring a popular try for the KCB faithful. This is Cup quarter-final time. Vincent Onyala there scores, celebrates. It's all about the brains, really.
And as we do so, another good kickoff from KCB, applying pressure on Mwamba. Mwamba not recovering in time to get themselves to reset. KCB with 2 quick fire tries there. As you wait for the replay, you will see that ball was raised high, bounced on by Samuel Asati. After Mwamba made a hash of that restart, goes all the way and attended to score a second try, and with a successful conversion from Festa Shiasi. KCB leading this one very early on, 14-0.
Yes, early days, they lead this one, really. KCB look like they've come for the business here. But however, you can see that they are testing them everywhere, really. Kickoff. KCB are rising up, they're getting that. And you know, KCB have one game to play. That is the final.
Yeah.
You look at their trajectory, they've not lost.
They've only lost in the final, yeah, twice.
Yeah, and when you see those finals, they've been ambushed. It's kickoff. They have to handle that. They have to sort out their kickoffs. They have to make sure that that ball, whenever it's up for a challenge, they come up and take that challenge. So it's important to see how they fare on, but they've come out of the blocks early. Mwamba haven't settled, and it's an opportunity here at least to pile on the pressure and score points. But Mwamba have something to say. They have the ball in hand now. Brian Mutugi attacks, fast receiver there. KCB well handling the threat, swung out wide. Impala with the passes hitting the mark. There goes an opportunity, and KCB have the scrum feed. These are the mistakes that offer KCB the foray into the Mwamba half.
Indeed, KCB just electing to pressurize Mwamba on defense, sprinting up on the defense line and getting into the attacking lines for Mwamba. And then, of course, once in there, any contact and they contest the ball aggressively on the deck there, causing that spill from Stephen Juma.
Well, Sati there will be feeding the scrum. An opportunity to attack both on the blind, on the open side. He goes down the blind. An intercept. An advantage there for Mwamba FC. Mwamba on the run. Eugene Ojiambo, and he loses the ball forward. What a mistake that one, Joely. He had the whole pitch racing him down. I mean, that was a chance gone begging for Mwamba.
Wow, a turnover there. They were under pressure as Asati did it off to the left and the shorter side there. But that confusion in communication between Asati and Floyd, the ball was spilled. Once spilled, Eugene was on hand, picked it, and he had the pace, he had their number, he was gone. Just one man to beat there in Emmanuel Opondo, who was coming across, but Eugene trusted his pace. As you can see there, going, he was gone. Then just the ball spills out of his hand. I don't know what happened.
Who shot that ball from the grasp of Eugene's hands? There has to be a sniper on the stands, but something is happening on the outside there. Floyd Waburi testing the defense, goes in. Nowhere to go. Tackle is complete. The referee is very, very loud, and the communication coming out very clearly. Samuel Asati, Vincent Onyala poses someone on the outside. That is Mike Wekesa, but the pass goes forward, and the referee Kevin Wambugu on hand to pick that one out. That is a forward pass. KCB let Mwamba off the hook.
Yeah, Onyala has been trying that pass the whole circuit, and each time, 3 out of 4 times it's been called forward. He always prefers that long pass to the man seated in the 5-meter channel, and I've seen 3 out of 4 just being called forward. But it's still with Mwamba finally getting themselves into KCB's 22. They will want to apply pressure here because rarely have they found themselves in this space. Tony Omondi carrying strongly there, the heart of KCB's defense, goes to deck. Is able to regain possession for Mwamba. Mwamba just going through the faces here, slowly building up, stretching KCB's defense. Strong carry there from Stephen, goes to deck. Quick recycling here. Brian Mutugi goes off, but Muhati and Wekesa are judged to be offside after that rack. Finally, Mwamba playing in the right area, very good in ball retention, and they elect to go for the scrum. As you see there in that replay, yeah, Brian Mutugi going in and Muhati offside in that particular phase.
Well, KCB guilty of giving away the possession back to Mwamba FC. Mwamba are good enough, they have the quality within their ranks to hurt KCB. 22 meters away from the try line, there goes an opportunity on the outside. Isolated, KCB will be hunting down that ball. The ball is out, referee communicates clearly to the players. It's an open contest there. The ball is open for everyone, and whoever who wants it, swung out wide. Onyala has Floyd on the outside. Waits.
These danger times.
It is danger times, but Mwamba know how to handle Floyd. Tony working really hard on defense. Offside is the call. Free play for KCB at 30 steps, but he is apprehended by Steven Sikuta. Good clearance there. Emmanuel Opondo has been asked to take the ball at the mark. Floyd sees nobody at home. There's no sweeper at home, and that is an opportunity for Floyd to go and hustle for that ball. Tackle is complete. He should release, and he released. Referee allows play to continue. Brian Mutugi retreats. He goes back to go forward. KCB hunting down for that possession. There is a rack that has been formed, but the contest is coming strongly from KCB. KCB not allowing the play, and an advantage being played, and that is an opportunity there for KCB. Try time, KCB.
Wow. KCB piling the pressure. Good choice there from Floyd. Just elected to use his boots to get behind Mwamba's defense. They have been pinned down in their 22 for the last 3 or so minutes. And no sweeper behind. It was a foot race. Once recovered, arriving players just supporting KCB in that rack made a mess of it. Mwamba unable to exit, applied pressure, and that ball came bobbling out. As you see there, Onyala just harassing Mwamba's players there. Then pick and go on a loose ball, and KCB strike back, surviving that onslaught from Mwamba earlier on. Closing this half strongly, Walter.
Yeah, Mwamba guilty of giving away possession. They gave away possession to KCB, and KCB will definitely hurt you once you give them that opportunity to get or to go into your own half. But the pressure is coming through at the breakdown. It's really hard to play against KCB. I've talked about how through the season they've been very, very good at breakdown time. They hustle that, they go. The contact area is where KCB are thriving, and that is where the big boys really separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, I mean, this first half we've seen a lot of contest in the racks. No team giving the other a clean rack, shoving and ensuring that it is a contest, and we've seen turnovers from both ends. But we look forward to the second half here. KCB leading this one at the break 21-0. Emmanuel Opondo looking to kick us off for the second half. Coming in, a bit of changes here by KCB. Brian Wahinya has been starting in that role, goes to the bench. Olukusi also for this tournament, just being replaced there by Wekesa. George Oro missing with an injury, the hamstring still a problem. So Babu Mahati loading in a match change to forwards.
Yeah, the hamstring hampering King George's progression there at KCB. Remember, he's just made his switch to KCB. That's a forward pass there. Mwamba guilty of giving away possession once again. They had an opportunity. They had KCB on the ropes, just center stuck midfield. I mean, it looks like KCB are just cruising to this cup semi because Mwamba are not executing, they're not taking their chances, and when you don't take your chances, there's no way you're winning a 7th game.
Yeah, we saw at the end, last 3 minutes of the first half, Mwamba really piled pressure on KCB, but KCB's defense was resolute. Just inside the 22, they emerged there without any points, and they were hit straight back by KCB. So KCB doing well just when they are without ball, and Mwamba not using their ball well enough.
Well, that's Onyala stepping into contact. Onyala strongly held. An attack, an overlap. 2v1. Smadi has Mike on the outside, steps back in. Wanted to offload, but the ball was held. A turnover. Referee allows play to continue. Fast man arriving, took the ball. Mwamba. Referee says that's a good contest. Steve Sikuta comes up with the ball. Mutugi has Tony. Tony has his outside man. Once again, KCB testing that rack area. Arriving quickly at the breakdown, covering the rack. Good tackle there, KCB repelling that foray into their half. Scooter, the pass doesn't meet the hands. Bad pass there by Mutugi. Cleaned up well by Eliakim. Eliakim goes straight into the man. Big tackle there. Austin Sikutu sent to the floor. Sikutu knows. Sikuta, I beg your pardon, knows what is happening. And this is a break for the try line. That is Brian Mutugi. The fans go wild here at the RFA grounds. Try time, Mwamba RFC.
Good face of play there from Mwamba. They're huffing and puffing there as you see Brian Mutugi, the try scorer, but he did enough to just cut back in and use the gap that was vacated by Austin Sikuta. Austin Sikuta was at the end of a big bang there from ball carrying Kichoi. Eliakim Kichoi just ran into him straight up, and that was the gap that was utilized by Brian Mutugi. As he came back, there was no inside tracking defenders. They were not there. Finally, Mwamba getting a break, getting themselves onto the scoreboard here with a conversion to come. Tony Omondi just waiting there to get it done. Seems like a few changes being made there. KCB, successful conversion there from Tony Omondi, and they have it 14 gap to work with here. Asati goes, leaves Brian. Wahenya comes in. As you see that step back, and Mutugi has enough pace to take on any wingers. And in this case, no one was getting him. Also, coming out, Bob Muhati for KCB, Elvis Olukusi coming in, and we get a restart here that is high, well retained by KCB. Manuel Opondo rising up there. As you see, Mwamba just looking to get themselves into this match. Tackler not rolling away there, getting penalized. Olukusi off, quick numbers out here. Strong ball carrier here coming in, but Eliakim Kichoi gets his defense into action there. KCB quickly shifting the ball to the right. Austin Sikutwa going there, coming back on a cut-in. Wekesa and offload in the tackle. Festus Shiasi going all the way. KCB to hit back after conceding. Festus Shiasi, quick fire tries here from both sides. And equally good KCB winning business here, really playing at a high tempo, offloading quickly, getting their resets from the racks very fast, keeping the tempo up. Mwamba barely able to scramble here to survive Walter.
Yeah, Mwamba to blame for most of what is happening to them there. Mike Wekesa there, noticing that he was going to deck, had no other option but to offload to the oncoming. Good line run there by Festus. He's supporting Mike Wekesa there, offloading the ball. Festus is running straight where he's needed. The ball is coming. Just KCB keeping men on their feet with opportunities scattered across the pitch. A very, very befitting way for Smadi to finish that one.
Yeah, and KCB restart as they go deep, apply pressure on Mwamba on those set piece areas. That has always been the contest in this game. The rack areas, not giving each other any breathing space, and in this case, KCB hustle Mwamba out of possession in that rack. It's a knock-on and a turnover. Now they have to restart by defending in their 22. Emmanuel Opondo still on the pitch, taking his chance here. KCB just loading their right towards the left side of the pitch, leaving a lot of space there for Festus, Austin Sukutu on the right, but they come to the left, shifting it here to Kesa. That's Osumbwa, who's just coming. Zola Osumbwa just coming in and straightening and going through the heart of Mwamba's defense, offloading in the tackle, something that has worked very well for KCB. Offloading in the tackles, no racks. They choose when to go down for the racks, but really identify the opportunities for offloads. 2 offloads there. Brian Wahinya running a good supporting line, going into for his first try in this game and converts his own try. And now surely KCB home and dry here, 35-7. Mwamba flirting to deceive here, but being found wanting in these offloads. See there's Olukusi to Opondo, Opondo to Wahinya. The scramble defense from Mwamba will not survive this phase of play as the hooter goes there. Wahinya restarting us, going just beyond the 10-meter line, bounces in and goes out. Walter, a lot of survival here for Mwamba. They get themselves a big score at the end of it all, 35-7. KCB, after keeping it very close in the first half, they match victors here, 35-7. Rebounding strongly, the bench coming in the second half and finishing this one strongly for them. The KCB and Mwamba, of course, go now to play for the 5th place semi-finals later on against the winner. Catholic Monks kicking us off for these second main cup quarterfinals and not getting the mandatory
10 meters.
Yes.
Toili, KCB into the cup semi. A chance now for Cabras at cup semi-final. If Cabras make it, should be a very, very interesting one.
Yeah, Cabras been up and down really in this circuit. This is their second semi-finals in this 5th leg. The first one was at Christie where they finished 3rd. I mean, sorry, in down at Driftwood where they finished 3rd. But they have been up and down, finding themselves challenging for the 8th finish during the Christie Sevens. So they really require some stability, but they're running out of legs to achieve that. But going by match day 1, Cabras really looked sharp. They looked well oiled, totally dismantling their opponents yesterday. That big win in the Rai Derby against Menengai Oilers to top their pool. That was a 28-0. So Cabras really looking good in form, great form.
Yes, Cabras looking strong in the luminous green there, stepping on the outside. Matthias Osimbo. Matthias is no stranger to the try line. He knows his way.
Dennis Mulinge guilty of trying to get themselves out of their territory through a kick, but Cabras making Catholic Monks pay for that infraction. The conversion not successful. Catholic Monks, of course, have better traction in this circuit compared to Cabras. Catholic Monks have only missed, as you see there, Matthias Osimbo just taking off after an offload from Jackson Siketa goes to score there. Catholic Monks had the semi-final appearance at Princelow where they finished 3rd. So they are not strangers to the semi-finals also. And they have been in all back slowly into the game.
Yes, they do. Catholic Monks, no strangers here. You can see that they are holding their own very well. Hassan Wambani recycles the ball. We have Nyamboki on the outside there. We have Okumu there stepping, going into straight contact. Can't put his knees to the floor. Hassan, first receiver. Second receiver, Mulinge. Mulinge has 2 men on the outside, but he's no stranger whatsoever. He's tackled high there. Brian Mutua, the culprit. He's the culprit. High tackle, then kicks away the ball. Lucky boy, that one.
Extremely lucky. Extremely lucky because the referee had just called it and all dropped to his feet there. As you see, Matthew Zosimbo hustling Wambani off the ball there. And then Brian Mutua coming in and kicking it just as the referee was blowing the whistle. So he gets away with that one. However, Catholic Monks with good territory here in Cabras 22. They have ball in hand. Nyamboki just parking to the right of that scrum. One man to the outside on their left with 15 meters to work with. That is Daniel Mulinge. But they come to their right. Nyamboki with ball in hand. Wambani just out supporting him. They reset there slowly. Cabras wary of the blind side and cover it. Mulinge shows and goes, takes the pseudo gap. Quick reset there and good one, 2-on-1, but slips, falls down. Catholic Monks still with ball in hand. They do well to retain that possession. Advantage for offside there called by the referee. Catholic Monks slowly applying pressure here. And they come back for their penalty advantage. Decision time for them here. Or goes for tap and go. 10 meters out, runs into strong Brian Mutua there. And they get rewarded for that contest. Bad option there, I will think. They should have just been patient, Walter. Gone for the scrum, reset, then continue applying pressure territory-wise here. But he ran there into Brian Mutua and found himself alone, isolated, first man in. Skater just turns it over.
That's a very dark place to be when you're isolated on the pitch, because your teammates are not there to save you. You also have to use that ball. You're off your feet. You're being hustled left, right, and center. I didn't think that line out was straight, but anyway, Tanga comes round. You have Siketa steps back. Cabras has quite a good field of steppers here. We have Siketa, Tanga, you have Ray Olindi on the pitch. That is William Mwanji, who races down to score. Cabras second.
Yeah, Cabras very clinical with ball in hand, weathering that storm from Catholic Monks in their 22. And then when they get out, when they get possession, Skater just identified the shorter side, stepped back and found Mwanji, who had remained in play, positioned himself well to receive that long floating pass. He has wheels to burn, went all the way to stretch Cabras' lead here with that missed conversion. 10-0. As you see there, Jackson Sketi just stepped back. They were not really aware of Mwanji's involvement, just positioned himself well. They go there to score.
Well, Cabras, as I was speaking before they landed that try, I was speaking about the quality of the players that they have. They have a generation of boys who are just coming through. You have the likes of Victor Otieno, Roy Maruti, Revon Ambale. You have, Jackson also. You have Mike Lukusi. It's a combination. Most of these boys have played together at high school level. There was a time actually Koyonzo High School had a combination of Siketa and Rayvon Ambale before he went to Butler, and you could see those boys, the quality, you know, the likes of Lucesi, who's now playing at KCB. I'm pretty sure he'd have relished an opportunity to play with his peers, but nonetheless, making that move to KCB, a very important move, a good move for the young man. The rest of the field here at Cabras, I mean, Cabras at the heart of the Western breadbasket in terms of rugby talent. You know, they had the forefront, and matches they've not performed really well in this circuit. I mean, the coach could I mean, look at the future and brighten up. I mean, there's something about there's a silver lining on that end.
Absolutely, Walter, and as you speak about that, Cabras really has had the most changes in their traveling squads. Really chopped and changed their teams, but this one looks like a very settled Cabra side. They are good with the ball in hand. They take their options. They have good runners, good steppers. They identify space and also communicate well in defense. Strong ball carriers here, as you see Mutua and Mwanji just manhandling Catholic Monks into the touchline, taking us into the halftime. Cabras leading this close one, 10-0. all to play for from Catholic Monks in the second half of the second quarterfinals of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Cabras looking to restart us for this second half. They are leading this one 10-0. The second main cup quarterfinals. Brian Tanga with ball in hand. Just looks to take it. Puts it high. Center of the pitch there. And they recover that. Good work from Jackson Siketi. But they are being hustled there by Catholic Monks who knock it on. Nyamboki just knocking it on when they had Cabras just reeling from that restart.
Yes, that's an opportunity there lost. It's a scrum to Cabras. Catholic Monks still in this. It's a 10-0 lead. It's been a tight affair. You would have expected Catholic Monks to really buckle under pressure, but they've been able, I mean, they're still in it. 10-0, those are 2 tries. 1 try converted, 1 not. So, I mean, it's all to play. They just need to cancel out those mistakes. You see those mistakes like giving away possession now to Cabras. Ray steps. Ray is a bad customer. That one shifted. Mwangi has 3 guys running alongside him on the outside channel. William Mwangi strong enough to take that one. Try time, Cabras.
Very nice play there from Cabras. Aggressive restart there. Raven Ambale identifying the gap, getting into it, show and go. And Catholic Monks defenders bought that dummy. Then as he went to deck, unleashed a good 10-meter pass to Mwangi, who took the gap, going all the way to score for Cabras. His second try of this game, 3rd for Cabras, and now they have a 14-point buffer in this one. Catholic Monks have to work hard for this one. Catholic Monks now ringing in the changes. As you see that floating pass to Mwangi, even as he was going to deck, Raven Ambale going all the way to score there. William Mwangi. Duke Monda is off for Catholic Monks. On comes Philip Walukana. A few changes there being made by Catholic Monks as they try to get themselves back into this one. But the restarts not looking good there from Nyamboki. Went airborne to contest, and 2 Catholic Monk players just get themselves into a spot of bother there. Hope it's not serious, but we'll just wait to see what happened there, because it was a contesting that was airborne. A lot of things happening very quickly there, but once we get the replay, we'll be able to identify what caused Nyamboki to remain on the floor there. And there you have it, Nyamboki with ball in hand. There was Kevin Wekesa, who's also coming, just going for it too. Nothing much in it.
Yeah. There is no contact. I've looked at it on the screen. Just right now. It's a knock on for inside.
Yeah, Kyoko, the referee,
I've overheard Kyoko say, I have seen that
on the screen.
big
Yeah, he's using
So
the
what is
screen.
holding us back from using our big screen pitch side as that TMO referral? Because sevens are using it. And
Yeah.
is that try or no try?
I think
Or
the referees are using it. We've seen them using it
for
now.
sighting, right?
Yeah.
But we should be able to now progress if we are to develop further as a sporting product. The local 7 series should be able to incorporate such things like a TV match official for small infringements such as those.
Yeah, this one was going to lead to a yellow card, probably even red if Wekesa had interfered with the jumper there. But lucky for him, Brian Kyoko, the center referee, had a view and sight of that from the TV screens there. And therefore, they get to restart. Samuel Owino has come in from Nyamboki as Catholic monks now try to get themselves back into these games. 3 minutes and some more seconds to play. They do have an opportunity. It's a lot of time, but they need the ball. Raven stepping back into traffic there as Mulinge shepherded him back. And Cabras just applying pressure at tap and go. No going 10, and referee calls it back. Catholic monks need the ball if they are to work themselves back into this game. And they need the territory, but Cabras doing all the right things. See that replay. Dennis Mulinge just and Wambani working together to push Raven back into traffic, as we say. So Raven Ambale and Brian Tanga off your screens there, taking a break after a lot of good work in the first half.
Yeah, they've played their part. Time now for the rest of the field. That is why they carry 13 players. 12 match day, 13 player replacement for any injuries that might arise over the next or couple of days that you play in a sevens tournament. Cabras, they are looking to attack at ease. Roy Maruti feeding the scrum. He has an open side to work with. Goes the second line of attack. Lukusi steps, goes looking for Biden higher, runs straight into the man. He's a strong runner in contact. Biden, Mwanji to Wekesa. Exchange passes on the outside channels there, going in strongly, and that should be a try for Biden higher on the far side. Try time, Cabras.
Cabras swinging the ball left to right, going for switch passes, and over-chasing defenders from Catholic monks, left exposed, run out of numbers on the other side, but strong carry there from Biden Hayo at the 5-meter channel, goes in for another try, stretching their lead to 20 with that missed conversion from Michael Lukusi. Cabras really doing all the right things here, as you see that offload, then that shove, just pumping his feet past Philip Walukana and goes all the way to score there, stretching and scoring. Cabras have really looked solid, really looked good. They have been doing all the right things at the breakdown with ball in hand, and they have been Catholic, who are perennial quarterfinalists in their own half. Shifting the ball out wide to William Mwanji, a strong ball carrier runs into Mulinge. Mulinge tries to go for a counteract there. Cabra survive that encounter and swing it all the way to the right, getting in the 15-meter channel here. Wekesa with a front pass that just bobbles into touch, missed his man Victor Otieno there.
I thought it went forward there, but the referee allows play to continue. There Wekesa couldn't pass in motion. Some of the very many things that our internationals really should be doing with ease. However, I mean, you look at the skill levels, and also I've noticed that the height of the tackle in our local 7 series has to be
it's quite high. It's quite high. I think also comes with conditioning and players just feeling they are strong enough in contact areas, but technique is always important. You have to go for the lower limbs, stop the ball carrier there. And also, of course, when you go high, you have the opportunity to interrupt the passage of play, even as Wambani goes over. Mbani Osundwa goes over, finally getting themselves onto the scoreboard. Catholic Monks, it's been hard work for them, but they close this half strongly. They finish out this match as time is not on their side here. Missed conversion. Catholic Monks with just one kickoff remaining here. They're just trying to put some respect onto that scoreboard. They can get themselves onto double digits. As you see there, just went into the space between the two tacklers. Nice low body position and scores. Quick tap and go by Mbani Osundwa. Coming in late, really, Catholic Monks, but that is down to great play from Cabras. They have applied themselves well in these quarterfinals, and Catholic Monks just butchering that restart. Cabras straight from the bench there. Victor Otieno wanting to keep ball in hand, going for more points, probably just working out the attacking options here. William Mwanji always loves the physical, always loves the contact. And now it's a maul. Cabras just trying to get themselves out of that maul, but they were already in it by the time the referee called it. This should be the end of it, and Brian Kioko, the center referee, brings a halt to the proceedings of this second quarterfinal. Cabras emerging victorious in this one, 25 marching into their second semi-finals in the 2025 SportPesa circuit. Catholic Monks will have to contend with a 5th place playoff as we move on to the next quarterfinals between Strathmore Leos and Mombasa Sports Club. Third main cup quarterfinals here. Mombasa Sports Club getting a taste of the quarterfinals for the first time in the 2025 SportPesa circuit, National Sevens circuit here. Strathmore Leos, of course, have been regulars here, and they look to set us off. Arnold Muita with a kickoff, and they get pushed into their 22. Referees penalizes Stanislas Shikoli for going off it as he was pushing and shoving Nashon Mwangemi into his own 22. Mombasa Sports Club electing to go for a scrum down there. As you see, Shikoli with ball in hand then goes off it. Gets a penalty against him for that. Kelvin Cheke, ball in hand, just puts it in. Referee asks Strathmore to remain 5 out. Then Mombasa going to their right, going to their left there, cuts back in. That ball wasn't expected. Kelvin Cheke just knocks it on. Referee calls for an advantage there, but they're losing territory, losing ground there. Barnabas Owor, early days here, comes against Hannington Mbaka and his twin there, Newton Malenya, those two working in tandem, pushing Barnabas Owor back. Had an eventful day yesterday. Strathmore Leos finishing top of their pool. Mombasa Sports Club, with that win over Nakuru, gave them a good advantage to finish second in their pool. Darting down to the right there, offloading to Victor Mola. Goes in for the first try for Strathmore Leos. Looking very businesslike here, Strathmore Leos. Arnold Muita just looking at the options there off that scrum down. Quickly darts off, attacks Victor Moller's opponent there, and it was a 2v1. Still had a lot of work to do, Victor, though. Shrugged off the defender and goes in. That conversion not successful from Arnold Muta. He's adept, very good kicker. Got majority of his kicks in Embu Sevens. As you see, they are in, out, and leaves his man Collins Amayo dead there. Too much pace. Fingertip stuff there. Scores a couple of tries already against his name in these Kabeberi Sevens. Restart that goes high and is recovered by Mombasa RFC, but Strathmore Leos arrived quickly to hold him up there, making it a maul. It was unplayable. Mombasa RFC couldn't get the ball out in time. So it becomes a turnover, scrum down in favor of Strathmore Leos just outside Mombasa's 22. Mombasa not enjoying any territory here. That territorial pressure, they are feeling it as Elton Amalembe offloads to Mola. Mola steps back in, looks for options, and goes back out. Gets into the gap there. Good recycling, fast recycling there from Strathmore Leos. Carrying it strongly between two players. Shemokola goes over, too strong for the Mombasa players. Gets into the gap, fends off one, the inside defender, and then gets himself over for his first try in this match. Second for Strathmore Leos, stretching their lead here. Strathmore Leos going about it well, putting pressure on Mombasa whenever they have ball. Mombasa not having enough skill to just quickly shift the ball out wide, get themselves out of their red zone. And that territorial pressure causes Mombasa to just turn over possession to Leos. Leos now are able to attack, as you see there. Kola just tucks in the ball and unleashes a fend there. Hannington Baka went high there and got fended. Now they have a lot to work with, a lot to work for here. Mombasa just, this game just drifting away from them in this first half. Over 2 minutes remaining. Arnold Muta restarts as well. Mombasa finally have ball, 2v1 here. Going for the loop pass, which just gives Nigel Maisa enough time to recover. Hannington Baka carries it strongly back in, gets tackled, not rolling away in that tackle. Mombasa finally getting into Strathmore Leos' half. Goes Malenya, swings the ball out wide to the 15. So that looping pass by Nation Mwangemi goes into touch. Mombasa not helping themselves with ball in hand. Ball went into touch. Referee gives Leos the opportunity to decide whether they go for the line out or the scrum down. Lineouts are normally a bit over 50-50, harder to retain possession there, so they go for the scrum down. Good feed there. Nigel Amaitsa going at the heart of, just strolling really into that space, but he has long strides and he needs fast face ball. Nigel Amaitsa, fast receiver from Arnold Muta on that scrum, and that takes off right into the heart of Mombasa Sports Club defense. No hand laid on him, goes all the way to score that try. Really easy there from Strathmore Leos. As you see there, just dummies, and the inside defender, Nation Mwangemi, that was his man. Let him lose into their defense lines and he goes all the way to score. Celebration to boot. Again, also guilty of stretching themselves there on the defense, shooting up and giving Maitsa that gap to work with. Yeah, game restarted there. Strathmore Leos recovered their kickoff. Hooter sounded for the first half, so any break in play here could result in the halftime break. Strathmore Leos very comfortable with a 17-0 lead. Mwita shifts the ball out left. Shikoli to Shemokola, who goes into contact, looking to reset there. They can finish strongly with their fourth try here. Shikoli now carries it, looks for support, and then coming in strongly, Newton Malenya on his rear end hacks the ball out of Shikoli's hands, goes into a knock-on and taking us into the break. Leo's business-like, confident, giving Mombasa Sports Club no space. We go into this halftime break 17-0 in favor of Strathmore Leos. Mombasa Sports Club kicking us off for the second half, a game in which they are trailing 17-0, and they're not doing themselves any favors. They have not had ball possession. They have been in their own half for the better part of that first half, and Strathmore Leos not really getting into second gear, just doing the basics right, probably with an eye on that semi-final. Get ball shifted out wide to Shemokola here, strong ball carrier, but meets his match in these twins of Newton Malenya. And Hannington Baka survives that contest and swings the ball back out wide. Mola stepping back in again, using his pace, just trouble Mombasa Sports Club defense. Arnold Mwita show and go. He has enough pace to leave Newton Malenya struggling there. They were short of numbers there, really. Newton Malenya had to cut back in, had to step back into that space, peeling off that contact area. Arnold Mwita, two balls in hand, two hands in the ball in both hands, and it goes all the way, show and go. Heroes picking up from where they stopped in the first half. Conversion is good, and they stretch their lead here handsomely, comfortably. Nice dive there. One of the playmakers here together, Nigel Amaitsa, who just ensure that Strathmore Leos are singing in tune, in harmony, whenever they have ball in hand. Samuel Wafula coming in is another strong ball carrier, and really, as you see there, it's taken 3 of Mombasa Sports Club players to put him into touch, gathering all of around 10 meters. He's a strong ball carrier. You can always trust on him to retain possession in contact. Goes in, pumps his feet there, 1 against 3, and then Mola comes in to support him, relishes contact. Coming in on a hard line, steps back into traffic there, but they have enough pick and go there from Barnabas Owor. Goes in to score another try for Strathmore Leos. And now he attempts a conversion. He's also good in those ones, successful at that. Finally, with Strathmore Leos, he's been a loyal servant for them. 31-0. And Mombasa Sports Club finding the going tough in their first quarter-final appearance in this year's circuit. See, they're just trying to hang on Barnabas and Nation Mwangemi. Yeah, that was a proper mismatch. Wita raises it high. This time they go short at the 10-meter mark, but Barnabas Owor just knocks it on. This point for Mombasa Sports Club, it's an issue of trying to see how best they can get something working in their attack, because they do have the 5th place to play for, and they'll want to test themselves against a good defense here in Strathmore Leos, as Leos also make changes, and in comes number 23 jersey Russell Momanyi. The few times that he gets himself onto the pitch, put his hand up for starting the next semi-finals. Aggressive defense, pushes his man back there. Mombasa Sports Club losing territory here. Floating pass that just drifts forward from Nation. Story of the day for Mombasa, really, whenever they have possession, not making good use of it. As you see, that pass started well off his left hand, but just drifts forward, and Kim Kuloba could not take off. The bench emptied here. Also coming in, Brian Mwendwa for Arnold Mwita. Chip behind Mombasa's defense, but that ball runs into touch. Outruns both players in defense and attack. And Mombasa still have a lot of work to do here to defend this 5-meter lineout. Again, those are very tricky to defend. Collins Maina trying to chase that one down, but even with the space, couldn't get to it. Mombasa just losing that one to Strathmore Leos. Some good adjustment at the touch there to keep the ball alive for Strathmore Leos. Collins Maina with ball in hand, looks at his man and shrugs off. Tackle, 2 tackles there, goes in and scores. Just makes things really, polishes his boot there. Nice celebrations there. That's a lot of confidence from Collins Maina, because his man was right there with him, but just checked him out. So the whites in his eyes and took him on, shrugged off that challenge. And another one in the try box. 36-0, such a huge margin for a quarter-final. Mombasa Sports Club have found one team in this fixture. That conversion was successful. As you see there, he just sized his man, looked at him, took him on, and Samuel Mutua just couldn't get himself to lock those knees. And that celebration there, checking out to see where the mud is on his feet. Yeah, players, selection of celebrations whenever they score. Mombasa recovering that ball, that short restart from getting a break here. Line break for Nation Mwangemi, does he have the pace to go all the way? He's reeled in and tackled quite hard by Jet and brought to deck there. Mombasa Sports Club with one of the rare visits into Leo's 22. Nation had just got it right, cut slice through Leo's defense and was looking to go all the way there, as you see on your replay. But he couldn't survive that tackle. He was brought down, and arriving players, his supporting players, went off it straight away. And this one ends 36-0. Light work here for Strathmore Leos as they march into the semi-finals. And Mombasa RFC will have to go for the 5th place finals. As we move on to the next match, the last cup quarterfinals between Daystar Falcons and Mengai Oilers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now time for the Falcons to take on the Oilers. It's an opportunity. Here, long-wristed Eddie Wambugu. Tapped backwards to Duncan Olile. But two gentlemen on the floor there, grimacing in pain. That is Agonda. The medics will be on hand. Game continues. He's back on his feet, probably checking to see what the damage is. Oilers with Kipchirchir, the ball is recycled. A welcome return to Crispin Shitundo, Amason Yinko and company who are making their way back to the Oilers side. Some of the experienced gentlemen of the game. They've served the Oilers for quite a while. Shitundo there, John Okoth. The referee has to stop time there. The medics and Arnold Ogonda on the way there, just blocking that passing channel. Arnold here needs some assessment pitch side. That's a substitution there, medical substitution. Early days for the Falcons. The game stops as we await the direction from the referee. Now this is one of the hardest quarterfinal games among us, the four, Toili, because looking at the results that have been posted, the others have been quite an easy run. I mean, looking at the results here, we have KCB who beat Mwamba 35-7, Kabra Sugar dispatching Catholic Monks, another not really tough game, but it was a hard one. At least for Kabras, 20 points there. They conceded eventually the first points they've considered this weekend. As Abukuse runs that a line and a switch play there, Kipchirchir. Kipchirchir is also one of those boys who's made. There he goes, Patrick Odongo against Dennis Abukuse. That's a fight to relish. Patrick knows the guy on the other side, and Patrick knows he has the wheels to catch down Dennis Abukuse. John Okoth here, 1v1 versus Wambugu. Wambugu goes high. That was the tackle height I was talking about. We rarely go lower, and that is something that needs to be looked at. John Okoth taps to his brother to Kipchirchir. Kipchirchir has two German on the outside, and that's a knock-on. What a let-off. Dennis Abukuse, the pass was hanging low, but the referee was playing an advantage. A reprieve there for the Menengai Oilers. Tapped quickly, John Okoth. Try time.
Yeah, frenetic pace here at the beginning of this game. As you see that knock-on by Samuel Abukuse, that pass from Kipchirchir just going short. Nonetheless, Menengai Oilers come back and tap and go quickly. John Okoth going over. Initially, we had seen Abukuse just breaking through the ranks there, the defensive ranks of Daystar Falcons, but got his mate in Patrick Odongo chasing him down. That was the first foray for Oilers into Daystar Falcons half. However, that was fantastic play from Daystar, recovering on that one. About 10 meters out, under that pressure, tap and go, quick restarts. They were not going to survive that one.
Yeah, 5 meters out. Patrick Odongo receiving a bit of treatment there. He's back on the pitch. Oilers will be restarting. Philip Okeo looking to host it. They require 10 meters. The challenge is for both sides to take it. Well taken in the air there. A break, a line break there for the Daystar Falcons. Falcons know their way to the try line. Numbers to burn on the outside. Oilers asked to leave it. Quick pass there needed by Keragori. Keragori goes back, switches to Duncan Olile. Duncan Olile loses the ball backwards as adjudged by the referee. An opportunity, there's an overlap on the outside there. Mukwachi has Patrick Odongo and it's goodbye. Try time, Daystar Falcons.
Yeah, Mukwachi there just showing Bildad a wave. You can't see me, you see me or not. This one is shaping out to be a tighter quarterfinals compared to the other three. The other three really were blowout at the end of the day for the teams that topped their pools yesterday. But this one is a close one. Daystar Falcons trying to get themselves into the semi-finals. It will be their first appearance there. Oilers, on the other hand, will be made to work for this one. That's conversion not going through the posts there. Tight one, this one, 2 points separating the two teams.
Yes, it is a tight one.
As we see there, Eddie just putting the ball into space there. Mukwachi has enough pace in that celebration before he scores. Bildad is not amused with that one, I'm sure. But they have another 10 minutes or so to size themselves up. That restart off your screen. Daystar Falcons applying pressure on Oilers and turning over that possession.
Well, there, caught a glimpse of the referee stepping on the foot of Duncan Olile. Duncan is back on the park there, parking the scrum. Keragori has Eddie, Agonda and Patrick lacking on the outside.
Yeah, that's a lethal back line.
Yes, it is. They do miss the services of Chris Oguya. Would have loved to see a combination of Chris and Patrick Odongo. That's sheer pace. That's actually doping, if you ask me. They lose the ball, and that is a lost opportunity to the Daystar Falcons, but they regather. Once again, Keragori has people on the outside. Amukwachi will be going back against the grain, looking for those tired shoulders, those tired legs through the middle part. Once again, Elvis comes round. Moses has a long pass. He meets the young man on the outside there, wearing the number 4, Emmanuel Maraka. Keragori, referee playing an advantage for a knock-on. Elvis goes into contact. Philip makes the contact. The tackle is complete. Maraka, once again, Eddie. Eddie kicks back. No one at home. The bounce. Where's the bounce? The ball is good. Into the basket of the Falcons. Try time. Is it? Try time, Eddie Wambugu.
Eddie Wambugu. Heads up rugby. Lifted his head up, so there was no sweeper right behind the Oilers defense. And an inquest there amongst Oilers defenders on who was supposed to. Ideally, the wingers should be covering that space, but Eddie saw no one there, put the ball behind them. I don't think he had many options really. They were outnumbered in attack also because they had 4 men from that rack that they came from right there before that pass. There was a rack where they had committed too many men. So Eddie lifting his head up, saw no space, no sweeper. He had only 2 men outside against 3 defenders. Right choice, well executed, and they get themselves into the lead here of this match.
They're in the lead. Stundo looking to take his charges forward. He's come back. His team needs him to stand up now. His experience of Nkavoli. Bildad Ogeta has had a silent morning this morning. Bildad takes the team forward. Gallops. It's up meters. Ekarich disappears. Falcons have to defend. 2 bumpers. Builder Dogeta doing the hard work. And that creates space on the outside. John Okoth has one man, Crispin Shitundo. Shitundo cuts back in, isolated. An opportunity once again for the Menengai Oilers to recycle the play. Shitundo takes 2 Falcons defenders to bring him down. John Okoth, Bildad needs to pass it to the outside man, takes contact, isolated. Where is the ball? The ball is available for the Menengai Oilers. Philip Okeo to Abukuse. Abukuse, that's lights out. Try time. Menengai Oilers.
Yeah, Oilers masters of possession here. Came all the way from their own half, going east to west, then punching up the middle, recycling well, then giving out the ball out wide after drawing in the defenders. The Easter Falcons really stretched for numbers there by the time it was getting to Abukuse. Just as matter of strolling into the try box. Very interesting match we have here, very tough. Both teams really can make it to the semi-finals. As we get into the halftime, this one in favor of Oilers, 14-12. See that replay there? Numbers to burn out wide. The Easter Falcons were thoroughly stretched there. We get into the half, Oilers leading 14-12 in these last quarterfinals of the main cup. Yeah, the kickers off for the second half of these closely contested quarterfinals between Daystar Falcons and Oilers. Oilers leading the break 14-12 with that late Abukuse try. Patrick Odongo has been quiet in this one, doing more of the defensive duties than attacking. He goes into the heart of Oilers defense there and succeeds to just retain possession. Falcons looking for that offload, fantastic ball right at the heart of that defense, chasing him down. Will he get him before he gets to the try line? A foot race here, loses the ball in contact there, just 5 meters short of the try line.
That's a good defense. That's some good defensive effort there by one man, Alvin Cavoli. Duncan Olile there had made a break there. Good offload by Moses Karagori on the inside. Alvin Cavoli, a winger by nature, knows Duncan is heavier and had to race him down. An unfortunate knock on there, but well, it's 5 meters out of the Menengai Oilers try line. Not a bad place to defend from.
Yeah, Duncan Olile after that run signs off from the game, takes a break. As you see him at the farthest end of the pitch there. Oilers have to work themselves out of this red zone. Philip Okeo with ball in hand delays that pass, but good carry there from Abukuse and a good rack there from Oilers. Hustled, that this one will be a dangerous times for Oilers here. They might get penalized if they interfere with this one because it's a turnover, successful one from Daystar Falcons. Clinton Amkwachi with ball in hand. What does he do here? Numbers out wide. This should be a corner flag try. Steps back in, good step, over chasing defenders. Daniel Kipchirchir and Builder Dogeta guilty of that, as Arnold Ogonda steps back in and goes all the way to hit back. Seesaw of a match, this one. You score, we score. 17-14 with a conversion to come. This one will go all the way down to the wire. Both teams trying to get themselves into the semi-finals. Conversion is successful. Daystar stretch their leads further by another extra 2 points. A 5 points difference now. As you see, Arnold realizing that Chilchi just committed himself, coming in as the supporting inside defender. Should have not stayed behind Builder. Should have brought himself further ahead so that to cut that angle.
I did tell you that the position where they were contesting that scrum was 5 meters out, an opportunity to defend close enough to the Menengai Oilers. They piled pressure there at the breakdown. They got the reward and were good value for money to go and convert the try, the opportunity, and actually add the extra two. They take the lead. The Daystar Falcons and the Menengai Oilers. This game is far from being decided. 3:57 to go. This is the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the excitement of the 7th Circuit.
And you're right, Walter, because as you see, both teams really hesitant to make changes to their back line. Patrick Odongo still very much in this game. Abukuse, Bildad, Daniel Kipchirchir, Eddie Wambuk with ball in hand. Same tactic, goes through the heart of defense, kick and chase here. Daniel Kipchirchir does well to gather that ball. And then Bildad just peels off from that rack area to give himself an extra, Oilers an extra man in attack.
That's an easy escape.
Yeah.
That's a turnover there. Player was isolated. An easy escape. Quickly tap there. Sindoli. Referee is not 10 meters out. Oilers have to retreat. Yes, 10 meters now. Yes, it is. Patrick Odongo offloads to Arnold Ugonda. Try time. Daystar.
Wow. Daystar Falcons converting territory into pressure. Eddie Wambugu with that earlier on kick behind Oilers defense. Then they applied territorial pressure, turning over, getting the favor of the referee in that contest area, holding on. Oilers penalized, and they quickly tap and go. Patrick Odongo attracting two defenders because of the pace, serious pace that he has, and then offloads in tackle to Arnold. Arnold just diving over, enjoying this opportunity. You will say that with 2 minutes to go, they have 1 foot into the semi-finals. Oilers still, of course, have a lot of dangerous runners in their squad. Eddie Wambugu missing that conversion, 24-14 and 10-point buffer for Daystar Falcons. As you see there, once he took the ball in hand, it was danger time, and Crispin Shitundo should have stayed out, but you never stay out when Odongo has ball. So once he beat it, Odongo offloaded to Arnold. Arnold had an easy stroll into the try box. Daystar going deep here and recovering that nice jump. Nice jump there from Clinton and Mukwachi. They are starving Oilers of possession here. Unlucky for them, knocking it on. And Oilers' fight back has to begin here. They have to be very clinical. They have to be precise with ball in hand. They have to deny Daystar any opportunity to pile any more points. They need sustained possession here to just open up Daystar's defense. Put it there by Eric Ogutu. It goes out wide to Bildad. Bildad just being watched there by the keen eyes of Patrick Odongo. Fist fight there, but not gaining much. Finally brought down. Gutu just comes in and gives out the ball to Crispin Shitundo, pinning his ears, going, goes all the way to score and bring them back into the match. Nelson Makoha, that was Nelson Makoha just bringing Oilers back into this one. They will need to be quick. That conversion sailing wide, so difference of 5 points in between Oilers and Daystar here. They have to be quick with this one. As you see here, ball quickly shifted to the left, and he identifies the space. That dog leg left there gets into the gap. Nelson Makoha goes all the way to score. Oilers restart And unfortunately for them, the hooter has sounded. They have run out of time. Leicester Falcons march into their first semi-finals in this year's 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Fantastic win, popular here. Oilers find themselves losing this opportunity. This was always going to be the tough one, and it has turned out to be exactly that. With that, Leicester Falcons have an opportunity to play in the semi-finals. Menengai Oilers have to contend with the 5th place. And we now move on to the women's category.
Well, the ladies take center stage, semi-final time. Rocket taking on Mwamba. Remember, Mwamba already sure of being crowned the champions of this year's SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Rocket with ball in hand. It's a turnover there. An advantage being played there. Players not 10 meters out. Snyder Nyachio has Rudisha, Lynette Moran on the outside. Pop pass. Double tap. Referee pulls playback. Not 10 meters. The tackle was an infringement there. Cynical. 2 minutes for the Rocket player. The player holding area there, Nyachio. Popping the pass to Rudisha. Rudisha there handled. But there was an earlier infringement by Rocket. Rocket down to 6. Mwamba elect to go for the scrum down. Mwamba now with an opportunity here to score the opener. The backline has Snyder Nyachio littered with quality. Naomi Amuguni and Faith Livoi. Livoi as the winger. She plays several positions. A mismatch in terms of size. Livoi on the break. Good defense chase coming from Mwamba. Naomi Amuguni gets the offload from the base of that track. The player is left on the floor there. Show and go there. Frag time now for Mwamba. Mwamba keeping the ball alive. Player is clearly held up. That's a scrum 5 meters out. There is an injury here. Referee stops play. Well, that is the opening 2 minutes. As Mwamba made their way to the try line, but the defense made sure that she couldn't ground that ball. Held up there clearly in your picture. Victor Odor arriving and confirming that was a held up. 5 meters out, there is an injury being treated. Many thanks for joining us. Remember, next weekend we bring the curtains down to the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. If you haven't grabbed your tickets for the Dallas Sevens, which will be the grand finale next weekend, the Lakeside City will be coming to life as Kisumu RFC hosts the Kenya Rugby Fraternity for the grand finale of this year's National 7th Circuit. We'll be crowning the champions as we get ready for that. Remember, the teams up top jostling for those top positions. The contest is still on. KCB, Strathmore, who are neck to neck in that battle up top, looking to proceed, of course, to Dallas Sevens as top seeds. But it is important to note that Dala will be coming to life. Grab your tickets The best place to grab those tickets are at ticohub.com. Grab your early bird tickets. Let's meet at the Mamboleo Showground. Division 1 being played at Mamboleo Showground. Division 2 being played at the Kisumu Poly. The injury break there. Well, we've played Cup quarterfinals. I'm sure you've enjoyed the Cup quarters. First off, KCB saw Mwamba off with a 35-7 win, convincing victory for KCB. Won the hunt for the Kabeberi title. Cabras coming in second. Cabras looking really good this weekend. They've had a very, very on and off, I would call it by their own standards, disastrous season on the 7th circuit. But 2 more to go, and they took up the mantle and decided that we need to be part of the Cup semi, and they are playing KCB later on. Strathmore Leos convincingly beat Mombasa Sports Club. Mombasa, well, they were the surprise package of this tournament, and they've proven that they can compete among us, the big boys. And just like that, they're part and parcel of Dallas Sevens. They played in the Cup quarters. No need for an invitation. And finally, Daystar Falcons versus the Menengai Oilers. The game that on paper really looked like one of those that was going to be an entertaining one, gave us the entertainment that it promised. And folks had a way to upset the Menengai Oilers, the Falcons, with a returning Patrick Odongo, brimming with a lot of confidence. They are making their Cup semi for the final for the first time this season. And what a way. They've booked a ticket to play the Strathmore Leos. It's a varsity affair, very good sides. Victor Mola up against Patrick Odongo. We've not seen that matchup this season. We finally have that matchup. Patrick Odongo taking on Victor Mola. We've had Victor Mola take on Floyd Obwire,
yeah.
and with Patrick Odongo making his trip to, of course, Monaco. He's back. I also saw Kevin Wakesa is also back.
Yeah.
So we've had a glimpse of those 2 gentlemen, and you can see
we are missing Obuye.
Yeah, Obuye I think is out because of an injury.
Yeah,
he picked on the circuit. But looking at Cabras, they've really improved this weekend. I wouldn't say credit to the returning decision of Kevin Wekesa to be part and parcel of that team, but I mean, having Kevin Wekesa, having Patrick Odongo amongst your fastest
it helps
team,
you a lot.
Yes, it does. Well, and looking at Patrick is an interesting one because Sevens really is all about pace. There's no substitute to pace, really. And when you have a strike rate with the numbers that Patrick Odongo posts, it's a very good addition. Now all you need to do is build a very good forward, a system that really complements, sets up or creates the platform for Patrick Odongo to come out and shine and become the menace that he is with ball in hand. So it's interesting, and we are really looking forward to this afternoon's matchups. If you're back at home, make your way to the RFA grounds, the best place to be in the afternoon session. The SportPesa National 7th Circuit. We take a small break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get a few highlights here and there as the medical teams sort out the injured player. And we'll be right back with a continuation of the semi-final match. Racket taking on Mwamba RFC ladies. Well, play resumes. Quick recovery to the injured player, racket player. It's a penalty. That is a try, I beg your pardon. Try time. Mwamba.
Yeah, Mwamba striking immediately after the break. Going in for the first points. Both favorites, league leaders in this final leg for the women's category. Looking to seal their place as the 7th Circuit National 7th Circuit Women Edition winners of 2025. You see they're just identifying the shorter side of the pitch, which was unmanned, and going in. Mr. Wafula, friend there, and determination to get over, score the first try in the semi-finals. The restart there, the referee penalizes Racket Ladies. Off the races very quickly there to go in for another quick try from Mwamba. Naomi Amuguni, very experienced campaigner, wasn't waiting around, wasn't hanging around. Got the assist and went all the way to score before defense from Racket Ladies could realign themselves. Snyder Mukaya with an attempt there that sails back into the pitch. Quickly leading here 10-0. As you see the trailing defenders and Florence Agili not being able to match Naomi Amurodi for pace. Racket Ladies just making a hash of these restarts, putting themselves under pressure, taking long to consolidate possession, goes into contact and coming under pressure here, but they do have ball, so they have to work with this pressure that comes with get themselves out of the red zone. And that attempted offload from deck is knocked on. Racket Ladies take off to the left there. Should offload that ball. He has supporting carrier. Nice offload from deck. He's stepping back in. Looking for another offload by Lorna Nekesa. Yes, knocks it. Passes it forward there. Coming under the attention of the Mwamba Ladies defenders. Turning over position to Mwamba Ladies. Just around 2 minutes remaining in these first semi-finals, the women's category. Going into contact and knocking it on. Yeah, the contact, ball retention under contact here, difficult for Racket Ladies, guilty of just spilling the ball whenever they get into contact and just denying themselves an opportunity to get back into this one. As Mwamba lead this match 10-0. Snyder Mukaya just showing and going that dummy move. Gives the ball out. Strong ball carrier here, Faith Livoy. Livoy finally goes to deck. Mukaya coming under serious pressure here. She'll be bundled out. Yes, she is. And Racket Ladies look to start quickly. They do so. Balls taken from the mark. Keeping the momentum. Trying to find Mwamba Ladies, passes into the waiting hands of Mwamba, and off they go. They will not catch her. Going all the way for their third try. Lynette Mora off a turnover. Passing without checking out to see the filter through from Mwamba Ladies. Racket Ladies turnover possession. Mora goes all the way to score their third try with a conversion to come. misses the conversion, so scores will be at 15-0 into the halftime here. Mwamba Ladies leading in these semi-finals as they look to get themselves into the finals and win this year's circuit.
Second half kicking us off the racket. The ball travels the required 10 meters. That's a knock on, referee playing an advantage. Mwamba letting the ball go there. Scrum advantage to Racket. Racket take the ball forward there. Mwamba conceding that scrum. The initial knock on there from the kickoff. Well, Mwamba have had a successful season, really. They've enjoyed being up top. They've competed well. They have a very strong lineup. This is a very successful season for Mwamba Ladies. We'll talk about the Mwamba men later, but at least something to laugh or to be happy about for the Mwamba fraternity.
Yeah, Mwamba Ladies really have shown up for the 7th edition, which has been dominated heavily by Impala in the previous years, in the previous seasons. And just adding to their feathers, adding to their honors from the 15th edition, the Kenya Cup, where they have been serial winners. So a good season for them, a good outing for them, and they will look to solidify their claim to be the best women's team in the country at the moment.
Yes, they are currently sitting up top in terms of the standings. Mwamba RC boasting in their ranks a litter of internationals, likes of Naomi Mguni, Lynette Moran, Faith Livoy, Snyder Nyachio. I mean, you could count them.
Yeah.
Edith Nariaka, who's been on top form this season. A tricky customer there, fast receiver for Mwamba there. Could actually see her lethal attacking abilities. Mwamba go back to the same routine once again, and second time the referee again says it wasn't straight. They have two options, either pick a scrum or a line out. And they opt to go for that scrum down feed. Interesting, could have given us a glimpse of what Edith Nariaka is made up of. But let's see what she can be able to do this half, both on attack and defense. Mwamba, strong shove there, but the ball is out, hooked backwards. A line break there, try time, Racket.
Racket Ladies getting themselves onto the scoreboard finally at the beginning of this second half and starting their comeback. 10 points the difference with the center post conversion to come. You will think that if they get this one through, then Mwamba will just feel a little bit uncomfortable, and the successful conversion makes it an 8 points difference here. As you see, just identifying, straightening, going through, over chasing defenders there, then shrugs off Nariaka, who's coming in. And that was a mismatch. She goes in, scores their first try, and they quickly are off,
10 play on.
getting themselves back into this match.
Rack. Use it.
Mwamba now have to work. They have fantastic runners with ball in hand here. Recycling well there to get themselves an opportunity to stretch Racket Ladies on the inside, the open side of the pitch.
Tackler clear, release fast. Penalty here.
Victor Odur very clear on that call. Racket Ladies not going 10, not releasing in that rack and getting penalized for it.
Step. Advantage offside. Playing
Racket
advantage.
Ladies, yeah, just guilty of overshooting there.
Advantage
Chio
offside.
kicks behind. The advantage is over. Faith
Play
Livoy
onside,
comes
play
in
on, play on.
over the rack. The
Advantage
ball is
forward,
passed
advantage.
forward.
Playing advantage.
Mwamba
Playing
has an advantage. Free play could be ending soon. It's a scrum advantage. She's tackled
Advantage
awkwardly, falls over. The advantage is over as the referee says that's a knock-on in the tackle. Is it? Yes, that's cynical. Double blow is a disaster there for Racket. 6v7. Mwamba looking to book that final. Mwamba played in every final this season except for Embu, where we had a round robin format, but still they beat everyone in Embu.
Yeah, still emerged top there as Esther Vigeshi for Racket Ladies goes to cool her heels for 2 minutes. That's cynical play. Yeah, I will think with an appearance in the finals, that should pretty much almost seal it for them. Of course, Kenya Harlequins will have something to say about that.
Edith. That is Edith. Trying time. Mwamba.
Edith Nariaka picking it from the base. Very solid scrum for Mwamba Ladies. And then she attacked the Racket Ladies, who are 6 players on the pitch currently. Gets the indecision there from Racket Ladies on their defense with Esther Vigeshi in the sin bin. Goes all the way to score center post. Somehow misses that center post conversion. Scores for Mwamba is 20 now against Racket Ladies 7. Seeing there, just went straight into that space vacated as Racket Ladies tried to compensate for the numbers out wide. Opened the gap closer to the scrum. She goes all the way to score. And now they have to work. Get themselves back into this one. Tall order for them.
Tall order it is. I have 13 points to claw back. If they could score and convert their next 2 tries, but time is also running out. I mean, you need the ball. They've lost the ball. Naomi's back on the pitch. They're doing those round robin rolling subs. More attacking opportunities granted to Mwamba. It seems like this is a sinking ship. It has actually sunk for Racket. It's just that we don't know how deep it has gone.
Yeah, they won't come back from this one. Time is
They've hooked it
also
to have
their
the ball.
fault.
The ball goes backwards. Edith hoops it. Referee. Unlucky there for Edith. The ball was out of the scrum. Exactly. Referee exchanges the decision. It was an offside for actually by Racket. The rack, actually the scrum wasn't over. The players had advanced into those 5 meters and crouched and come and pick the ball. And as such, that denied Mwamba an opportunity to play. Mwamba with a penalty, but they opt to go for the scrum. They're looking to isolate the attackers 1v1, looking to test them to know if they are able to tackle. Naomi Muguni receives the long pass, taps it backwards, needs a bounce, the ball to stay in pitch. The ball stays in pitch. She fends off the first arriving defender. The second one arrives too. She's off her feet. They need to release. Mwamba need to play the ball. Recycling well. The faces are hitting Nariaka. Nariaka rarely passes, and true to her word, she doesn't. Once she goes into contact, she's held off her feet off the blind. That's a knock on, an advantage being played. And on the backside, the feisty nature of the number 9 racket player, that is Lucy Kamuma, having none of that. She didn't care about the size. She took the lady on. That was a knock on. Something happened there. She didn't like it. She was tucked back. She had to show her medal there. It's not easy playing this game. Full-time scores, Mwamba 20, Racket 7.
Yeah, and we move on to the next semi-finals. This one hitting Northern Suburb ladies against Impala ladies. Impala ladies will start us off for these second semi-finals. Raising it high, well received there by Doreen Odhiambo, and quickly shifting the ball out to the wider spaces, looking to stretch Impala early on here. Good recovery there in defense from Impala, having their ranks properly set up and forcing that defensive pressure, forcing a knock-on from Northern Suburb ladies, losing territory here, not getting themselves out. As you see there, just a knock-on in contact there by Doreen Odhiambo.
Steady. Hold it green. Green hold.
Northern Suburb ladies just guilty of trying to apply a lot of pressure in that scrum and being told to hold it. Impala just 1 meter short. That ball pops out of that rack legally so, and it's a turnover from Northern Suburb ladies. Good scramble defense there, good recovery from Impala. It's a maul there. Now a tackle. Referee quickly communicates. The players respond to that, even as Impala down to 6. With a player in just short of the try line, as she went for the try line, needing medical attention there. No, she recovers and comes back in. Turnover there from Impala. And Suburb ladies called to defend here. Strong fend. Going all the way to score their first try. Impala hit on, get themselves onto the scoreboard fast here. Just a bit of change, turnover in possession, as that conversion sails off to the left, just short of the uprights. Going high and getting fended there. That always happens. Doesn't matter how big you are or how small you are, you go high. A good connection on the fend there destabilizes you just enough for the attacker to get away and score, especially when it's close to the try box.
Just an open. Accidentally offside. Just an open. Good. Bye. Set. Hold it green. Green on the outside.
Northern Suburb ladies again guilty of just pushing early in those scrum resets. Referee just communicating clearly again. Next time probably they'll find themselves getting a full penalty for those infringements. Impala making good progress here. Shifting out the ball, going for the shorter side. Then going into contact and recycling slowly. Enjoying territory here, which puts a lot of pressure on suburb ladies. You have to come back to take it from Mark. As you see, that was not an advantage there, and they came back for the penalty. They have tapped and they are going, swinging the ball out to the right here. They will go all the way and score their second try. Center post here from Impala, making suburbs pay for not exiting their red zone. Successful conversion. Impala leading this one 12-0 against suburbs, who are yet to make any impression with ball in hand. Not visited Impala's 22 yet, and they are slowly but surely getting too much work to do here, even within this first half. Confident play there, trusting in her pace, goes all the way to score.
Impala have had a silent season this year.
Absolutely.
Really. It's something that most probably they'll be looking to change this weekend. Going by their standards over the years, they've given Mwamba a good run for their money. There was a time we had Mwamba, Impala.
Yeah, those two teams.
It's a high tackle, dangerous tackle. And it continues on the floor there. The landing wasn't as good as you'd have expected. The suburbs player there reeling on the floor, but the play continues. That's a player going over the rack. That is an infringement there. Penalty advantage for the suburbs. Suburbs have a free play here, but retreating. The referee will definitely blow the whistle for that penalty. That's an opportunity there, quickly taken, tapped. Number 9 on the back there for Northern Suburbs, Faith Achieng. Achieng, as her teammate gets medical attention. I think the landing was the issue there. The tackle was high from the Northern Suburbs player, but then the landing, as the Kenya Rugby Union match day doctor makes her way onto the pitch. Faith Achieng taps and goes. Play continues. Bouncing off the floor there. The ball is kept alive. Suburbs improving by the day, but the knock on there takes away the opportunity. Penalty advantage was being played for an offside infringement. That quickly means Northern Suburbs have an opportunity to attack 6v7. The sub has been made quickly there. That's a big tackle, but the player crawls over to the try line. That's a penalty awarded. Quickly tapped there. It was a good run there, but I mean,
yeah, just not recognizing the low there. He had to place the ball down and get up after, sustained possession. They are Impala on the ropes there. Impala surviving that one and getting themselves out of their 22.
Yeah, it is the excitement of seeing the try line, but you're off your feet. You have to release, be on your feet, and then be able to play the ball. Those are the rules of the game. We've had so many big tackles in this game, and that is another
tackle.
one. And second time of asking, because I think the referee has to take charge of this game. The first mistake where there was an injury, as we see the dogs making their way onto the pitch.
Yeah, that was a serious head-on-head clash there. We're just waiting for the replays, but the velocity, the momentum in which that collision happened, really worrying there. And immediately the team doctors from both sides and the KRU medical doctor coming in quickly to just resolve that issue. Again, just puts to bear the issue around contact areas for the ladies. We have seen a couple of serious impacts, and potentially serious injuries in the women's rugby over the last 3 legs that they have played. Just hope that this one is more of optics and nothing really. As you see, that was a direct head contact, and it is that will really get serious sanctions on the Northern Suburbs player. If she survives this one, she'll be lucky not to get a red card, because that was a head-on-head, as you listen to the referee here.
It was last play? Yeah, it is last play. Last play. Yeah.
So we haven't heard the decision that was made concerning the referee. I think it was a bit just concentrating on that recovery. But Northern Suburbs, Merisha Negation survives that collision. No further sanctions as we get the last play here to take us into the break with the Impala leading 10-0. Actually 12-0. Impala leading 12-0 with one converted try, one unconverted one. Again, Suburbs have Impala under pressure here. They have camped in their 22 for this better part of this half. A try here that's converted will be anxious time for Impala. Offload needed here. Good tackle there. Good fast recycling of the ball there. 2-on-1 here. A fantastic pass should do it here for them. Steps back into traffic with 15 meters to work out wide, but the chasing defenders allowed Northern Suburbs to come back strongly. Agnes Mbone scoring at the stroke of halftime, trying to get that conversion, which is crucial to tie up this match. Had a lot of more than 15 meters to work out with towards the touch, but she stepped back in and over chasing defenders. Oh my, somehow succeeding to miss that conversion. So Impala get into the halftime leading this one 12-10. As you see there, she stepped back in to make it easy for the kicker to convert, but she missed it nonetheless. Therefore Impala leading at the break here 12-10. So we restart this one, Suburbs kicking us off. Scores at 12-5 in favor of Impala into this break. And quickly there, Suburbs identify an opportunity just pulling in Impala players into that set piece. Shifting the ball out to their left. Strong carry there, and there's a tag of the hair there, which will result definitely in a yellow card. Having her hair tagged, Diana Mideva, as she was going, and that is a straight yellow card. Not allowed any contact with the head or any extension, and you see that really is dangerous. That neck area, as we know, it is very soft. Any tag at a player who is going at full pace can cause serious neck injuries. So Impala down to 6, and Northern Suburbs have ball in hand. Very nice territory here. Faith Achieng with an opportunity to just instigate an attack here, because there was no scrum off covering for Impala in that defensive play. They have numbers out wide. Need to recycle quickly here. Going to touch, quick tap and go from Faith, stepping back in and going all the way to score. But that seemed like a high shot from Impala, coming under pressure here. Faith Achieng stepping, tapping and going, stepping off defenders, scoring. Yeah, referee very clear there that because of the high shot, they will start with the penalty in favor of Northern Suburbs. That conversion not going above the crossbar. So scores remain 12-10 in favor of Impala. See their Faith just checking back in, stepping off her defenders, 3 of them. Then a high shot there, as you see that neck tackle. She's lucky even to remain on the pitch there from Impala. Northern Suburbs start off with a penalty because of that neck tackle in the act of scoring. They have ball, they have Impala under pressure here, still playing 6. Offloading from deck there, keeping the ball alive. Northern Suburbs, Faith Achieng with ball in hand. Does she have the pace? She has numbers out, but she trusts and counts on her pace to go. She missed there, start and stop. Oh, fantastic try there from Northern Suburbs, hitting quickly, taking advantage of the numbers they have, 7 against 6. Quickly taking the lead now, finally for the first time, taking the lead here, 15-12 for the conversion to come. That conversion is missed. So it remains 15-12, coming down from 12-0, finally hitting the front, 15-12. Northern Suburbs looking fit, looking hungry. She had their number there. Faith Achieng was not having any of that in that step. Just checked the defender and left her flat-footed for her to go over the line and give them the lead for the first time with slightly over 3 minutes to play in these second semi-finals. Win this one, they face Mwamba Ladies in the finals. Mwamba Ladies will surely have the circuit sewn up for them by then. They're shoving round the rack there. Referee playing advantage, swimming round the rack there and getting penalized. Northern Suburb Ladies. Helena Cheng guilty of that, gifting cheap possession to Impala to restart there. Back to the still one player short. 6 versus 7. They have to work harder. They have to recycle themselves faster. And Northern Suburbs apply pressure on that rack, turning it over, going for the kick behind Impala's defense line. Impala 6 on 7 have to really work hard. It's a tight encounter, this one. Only 3 points separating the teams. Impala not scoring anything over the last several minutes here. There is a break there, pinning her ears and going, getting support here. Will they go all the way? Yes, they do. You bet they will go and score and hit back to go in front. Another fantastic try here. Anjeri with a try there. That was really nice from Impala. Finally getting some possession, some sustained possession, scoring while still 6. Players taking matters into their own hands here, taking responsibility for that. As you see, just getting into that gap, pinning her ears and going with support there. Finally getting themselves back into the lead. 19-15 in favor of Impala. And back to a 4-pointer. Oh, just misjudges that, the flight of that ball, taps it into the touch. Diana Mideva, probably unsighted because of the height of that ball and the sun just being directly overhead. Lost flight of that ball and it went into touch. Last 30 seconds. Navi moments here for Impala. They have to get this one accurately. And they butcher that one to gift suburbs of the ball here. These are worrying times for Impala. Strong carry in the middle of the pitch there. Helena Cheng has to go to deck there. Referee says release. Faith Cheng with ball in hand, looking for numbers. Juggles but retains possession. Agnes Bonnet doing well there. A tussle there. Going over. Sustained ball possession here, and Northern Suburbs will get themselves Navi moments here, Walter.
Yes, Toeli, it's Navi days. It's really Navi days here for the two teams. It has been an end-to-end affair. I mean, this is one of those hardest games we've had to watch.
Very hard.
The two sides are making it harder because look at the scores. 15-19, last play. The ball is kicked down pitch. It's free play there. The bounce has to be favorable.
It's still in.
Favorable. The ball is still in.
Did it go into touch?
Inches.
Did it go into touch? It's a hot contest here from players and the fans alike.
It should
the stadium is all up on their feet.
It should be a hot contest.
Well, we'll wait and see whether that really went into touch. But a lot of fans and players on their feet here.
Yeah.
It went into touch. It went into touch.
Yes,
good spot there from the assistant referee. Yeah, it went into touch. Good call there from the refereeing team. Impala marching into the finals. A tight affair, this one. It went both sides. It was a seesaw, and Impala winning it 19-15. Good contest we have witnessed there. As we move on into the men's category, come back for the 13th place playoffs.
Tackle now, away. Tackle. Play on, shoulder to shoulder. Tight. ball. Warning, please blow on your tackles. Let's not have it. Mark it. Mark it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle between Nakuru and Kisumu. Nakuru looking for that win, that elusive win that eluded them this morning. They will be asking Kisumu FC to invite them next weekend.
Yeah,
so
those
they better behave themselves. Is it, Toili?
those uncomfortable moments for teams when you're playing for the 13th place and you have to start seeing how you can get yourself invited for the next leg. But Nakuru going about it in the right direction here, taking the ball, going all the way to score. That's Fidel Wekesa punching through the gap there for our next host, the next and final leg in Kisumu next weekend. Kisumu RFC leaking this one early on. Nakuru just had a tough one earlier on this morning. They were beaten in sudden death by Impala. Impala sealing their place in the next leg. That ended 22-17. As you see there, ball in hand, then putting into space, going all the way to score. Fidel Wekesa with that score. So restart there, we do find Kisumu just pinned outside of their 22, trying to build to get out of it. Yeah, Kisumu getting favorable decision there. Nakuru not being good in ball retention there in contact. Referee just trying to communicate well with the players to ensure that they get the first scrum properly set up, laying the marker for what he wants around the scrum set pieces. Coming back to the shorter side, Kisumu trying to use the full pitch, parking on one side, taking off on the other. Ambe Walter just managing to get themselves. Ambe Walter again with ball in hand, quick offload there that is knocked on and punished immediately, picking and going for the second try for Nakuru. Same player, same outcome, Fidel Wekesa. Quick to pick up the scraps from that play as Kisumu were trying to get themselves out of their territory. Quick movement of ball there, but that pass was behind the man, knocked on, and the defender turned it into attack, picking and going, stretching their lead there. Javan Otieno trying to get the extra 2 points. That ball sails and falls short of the crossbar. See there, that was a nice offload, but taking his eye off the ball the last minute there and dropping it. Otieno Felix giving a gift to Fidel Wekesa to score. Yeah, so Nakuru kickers off. They lose that contest and Kisumu recover it, and then electing to use their boot, Peter Juma, to get themselves out of the red zone finally, after being punished for putting that ball on deck. But Nakuru come back at them, really pinning Kisumu in their own half here. Checks in, sidesteps one, fends another one. Strong ball carry, looking like he'll go all the way, but does enough work. Derek Sored puts the ball on deck. Then they come to their right. 2 men on 2 here. Nice tackle. Ball is loose and out, but quickly offloaded from the deck. Sidesteps his man, going in to score for another third try for Nakuru RFC. Javan Otieno. Piling points here on their host on the next host for the next leg. Nakuru smarting from that sudden death defeat to Impala earlier on. The Challenger quarterfinals. Conversion is just misses the uprights there, falls short. As you see there, quick offload from deck before Kisumu defenders could realign. And then Javan Otieno goes in.
It's okay. It's a knock-on.
Yeah, Kisumu RFC messing up with that restart, being pinned in their 22 there. They knock it on at time. According to the referee, is up for this first half. Nakuru getting us into the break, leading this one comfortably at 15 against Kisumu 0. Yeah, we invite you to watch the highlights as we go into the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2025 National SportPesa 7th Circuit. My name is Ochieng Steven, and in case you've just joined us, you are in for the business end of the day. The main Cup quarterfinals have already been played, the Challenge Cup quarterfinals have already been played, and right about now, it's just the 13th place semi-finals going on behind me. I'm joined by Kenya 7's assistant coach, Louis Kisia, and a man who also doubles up as the Impala 7th head coach this season. So just to take you through on how the results have been right from the morning. Impala beat Nakuru 22-17, Moose won 29-7 against Kisumu, Kenya Harlequins won 19-12 against Mean Machine, Homeboys beat Embu 34-5, and then in the main cup quarterfinals, KCB emerged 35-7 winners over Mwamba, Kabras emerged 25 winners over Catholic Monks, and then Strathmore Leos won 36-0 against Mombasa, and then Daystar Falcons with the biggest upset of the day, beating Menengai Oilers 24-19 to book their place in the main cup final. But just about right now, I'm going to talking to Kisia, who managed to get himself a ticket to the Dallas Sevens. Kisia, how was your game winning it and just ensuring that going into Dallas Sevens, you guys don't need an invitation and go there by merit?
Thanks, Steve. I think heading into this season, that was our target. We hadn't played Sevens in a long while. We only requested for one invite to Driftwoods, and we wanted to ensure that anytime we took part in the events, we always got the next invitation. We got to the next tournament on merit, and that has been the case since Mombasa. Luckily enough, today early morning we came into the action. First game against Nakuru, we won that one, and now we are traveling to Dallas as a team that has gotten there on merit.
Just a recap of your game. You told me you were impressed by how good your forwards came into play on day 2 and starting right on day 2 that gave you a platform to just get that merit chance into Dallas Sevens.
I think, again, Steve, for starters, I think 3/4 of my backline is nothing nigglings. Matoka, I'm swing out. David Nyangigi, I'm swing out. My captain, Quito Nongo, out because of an injury. So we have a diluted squad. But luckily enough, the forwards came to the party. I'll give credit to Amon Bwambok, Derek Kinyari, and Reynold Landuvate, who took the ball by the bull by the horns and ensured that we got that sudden death win against Nakuru RFC.
Mm-hmm. Coach, on your part, job done, but I just want to remove you out of that Impala frame and taking you to the main cup semi-finals and the quarterfinals and how they were played. KCB won, Strathmore Leos won, Cabras won, and then Daystar Falcons caused a huge upset. Now in the main cup semi-finals, it means KCB are facing Cabras, Strathmore Leos are facing Daystar Falcons. What did you make of Daystar Falcons just upsetting Menengai Oilers?
I think myself, together with the head coach, Kevin Wambua, we were sitting at the tailgate watching that entertaining game from Daystar. They scored brilliant team tries. I'll give credit to Odongo as well. Whenever he's in that team, or whenever you have a player at the caliber of Patrick Odongo, you always get easy wins. So I'll give credit to Patrick. I'll give credit to the team Daystar in totality. They played well. They played as a team. They scored team tries, and now they're in the main cup semis.
Cabras and KCB meeting again, and then Leos and Daystar Falcons.
Of course, a tough one. It's going to be a good outing. We want to see how Cabras have brought in their big boy Kevin Wekesa back from touring the world. Yeah. We want to see how he's going to take it up with his Kenya Sevens teammates, the likes of Kena Onyala. I don't know how that one will pan out, but I have an edge. KCB have an edge over Cabras because they played in very many semi-finals. So this one I'll give it to KCB. Leos Daystar, again, tough to call. Leos is my former team. Still attached to them. Daystar played well. Again, I'll give it to Leos. I'll give it to Leos.
Just finally now, you guys are up against Moose in the 9th place semi-final. Where do you think that game will be won? And what do you guys need to do?
Then I think, again, I'll just rally my forwards to come to the party again as they did in the game against Nakuru. Hope they put their foot down early and we ensure we score fast. We score fast, we maintain our discipline on defense, maintain our discipline as a team not to get yellow cards. Then I think if we go if they play according to the structure, then I think we're going to win this game easy.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Luis. That has been Luis Kisia, who's going to be taking Impala against Moose in the 9th place semi-final. And remember, in the main cup semi-final, it will be KCB versus Cabras and Strathmore Leos versus Daystar Falcons. So right about just now, I'm going to be thanking Luis Kisia and inviting Daystar Falcons coach Caleb Bosire, who is making it to the main cup semi-finals for the very first time. And just about now, he's going to be telling us how it feels to be in the main cup semi-finals for the very first time. Man like Caleb, karibu sana.
Salama kabisa.
Unasikiaje siku ya leo? Day 2 business end, boys wame come to the party. Stand Menengai Oilers. Now you're telling me just a bit earlier, this is the first time in 15 years you've been at Daystar Falcons may make it to the main cup semis.
Yeah, Daystar has been in existence, Daystar Rugby. We've been in existence for, let's say, 30 years. But we've never made the semi-finals. So me, I've been Daystar for over 15 years and we've never got to the semi-finals. So we've just been getting the quarters, dropping out in the plate. We won the plate in Driftwoods last year, but it's good the boys have delivered this weekend.
Just going into that match against Menengai Oilers, of course, you guys were the underdogs, but you guys did your thing. You came from behind and got the job done. What did you credit your boys for? What did you tell them after the match that worked for you guys?
Okay, going into the match, we had to challenge ourselves. We've been getting the quarters. These were our third quarterfinals straight. And we've never gone past the quarters. We've just been dropping out every time. So I challenged them this weekend. We need to push to go past the quarters. And against Menengai Oilers, we just go in, express ourselves, play to our strengths, and also deny them the ball. That was the strategy. And I think the strategy worked on well because we were able to take our chances.
From one challenge, it goes to the other. You've managed to stand Menengai Oilers. But right about now, we are talking about you're going to be facing a Strathmore side that is second in the table. They are chasing the overall SportPesa 7's title. But then there's you guys. So another challenge for you guys. How do you approach this match?
Strathmore are a good side. They've been consistent. This is the 5th leg, and I think they've got to like 4 finals. So going into that game again, we are going with the underdog tag. But challenging ourselves, I think that's the motto of the weekend. We take it one game at a time. We believe in ourselves and work on our strengths. So going into that game, we are going to give our best because we need to show guys also getting into the semis was not a fluke. And the boys will really need to step up to beat them because they are a good side.
Coach, I think you will not be disappointed so much after the opening 4 outings. You guys have earned the main cup quarterfinals here and there. Now you're in the main cup semifinals. Just in terms of preparation, how did you guys prepare for this season? And do you feel like you are ticking the boxes you guys set out to achieve?
I think before the season, there are some partners we brought on board. We've been during the Kenya Cup, the championship in qualification for Kenya Cup. We were working with the Tisini, the data analysts. They've been very crucial in our preparation and giving us the updated data, giving the players the feedback. That really helps. And then the university was able to support us. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Laban Ayiro, was very crucial in our preparation. But what prepared us most, the first 2 legs, we were in very tough pools. I think we played KCB, we played Strathmore in the first 2 legs. So first 2 legs, and we played Kabras in the 3rd leg. So going into those 3 legs, I think that prepared us for now the other legs because we had already played the top sides in the first and the 2nd leg. So I think that prepared us, and also the pre-season that we did really pushed us.
And I met you that time talking to Anjala for Tisini, and you brought up a really good point. You guys infusing data into your selections and how you guys are playing. How important has that aspect been, infusing data? Because all over the world right now, we see the importance of data.
Go hand in hand. If you don't appreciate data, you cannot see everything as a coach. You cannot know who missed the tackle, but now this data is accessible to the players. The players are able to analyze the data, they are able to get it, and also they are able to see where did we fail as a team, where did I miss tackle, or what did I do that really helped the team. So from there, we can be able to know this is the best player to start this game, this is the best player to come off the bench. They are impact players, and also they are players who need to stay in the game for us to win. So that data comes in crucially to help it's like another coach because you cannot see everything.
Just before you help me dissect the main cup semi-finals, I just want to bring you up a bit from Daystar Falcons in the opening 4 outings. As a coach, from a coaching perspective, what have you liked so much about the opening 4 rounds, and which teams have, let's say, impressed you just in the 2025 SportPesa 7?
Speaking overall, I think KCB have been consistent. KCB have played really well. Strathmore is another side that have been playing well, but there's also been room for underdogs. I think Mombasa have reached their first quarterfinal. we've had Moose reaching the first semi-final in Embu.
Yeah.
Daystar, we are now in the semi-final. So I think sevens has become very competitive.
Yeah.
On a good day, anyone can lose.
Yeah.
And on a good day, you can also go past the semi. So I think that's what has impressed me. But the Strathmore and KCB have really been consistent. And that has really shown that they really deserve to be in the top 2 positions.
And it's a good point you've raised, because even in Embu, we saw Mean Machine and Embu themselves, they were invited into the Division 1, but they managed to finish in the top 12 places, getting their Division 1 status in Kabeberi. So it means sevens on their day, everyone can achieve.
Yeah, it comes down to that, because Mombasa were invited for this leg.
Yeah.
And they've managed to get to the quarters.
Yeah.
Embu invited Machine and themselves, and they were able to go past that. So I think those teams coming in, that shows there's competitiveness, there's growth. Because when a team is invited in from Division 2 and they come and remain in Division 1, then that really shows there's growth among the entire rugby fraternity.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just halftime right now in the 13th place challenge taking place behind me, and it's Mean Machine taking on Embu. And then before that, we'll be getting into the 9th place semi-finals. I'm seated with Caleb Bosire right now, and I just want to pick his thoughts in the main cup semi-finals that will be coming to you shortly during the day. Caleb, Kabras Sugar will be taking on KCB. That has always been a rivalry, perennial rivals. Kabras, they've not won anything this season, but KCB, they're fighting for the title. They know they don't have any chance of losing if they are to win this overall title. How do you think that one will go today?
I think that game will come down to the set pieces. Kickoff is now a set piece.
Yeah.
I think kickoffs will play a very crucial role. And also whoever controls position in that game, it will be close, because Kabras have really played well this weekend. But KCB, with their consistency, I think against Kabras have the for this weekend, Kabras are the form team. But against KCB are seasoned players, and they are seasoned team. So in that semi-final, I think I'll give it to KCB, just going over, maybe with 1 or 2 points.
Really? You don't think there's a chance Kabras can on their game? Because Saturday they didn't concede any points at all, and then today they've also come to the party. You don't think they have a chance of causing an upset today?
Yeah, coming today too, I think KCB won comfortably in their quarterfinal, and I think Kabras also won comfortably. So I think these teams will set the tone for today's final. But Kabras will play really well. I hope I'm wrong. But KCB with the consistency, and they've gelled, I think, for a while. But there's a factor of Kevin Wekesa for Kabras.
Yeah.
And also the young boys that are coming, Maruti, Sketa, they are really good players.
Yeah.
So I've said kickoffs will play a very crucial role in that game. So whoever controls the kickoff, it can go either way. But for me to choose, I can say I'll give it to KCB.
And then coming to your side, you have the likes of Odongo, who's back from Monaco. First things first, just having that opportunity of him going to represent you guys by extension in Monaco, and then he was also in India as a fraternity. You guys must have been proud of him, right?
Yeah, Odongo is like my small brother. I can call him my small brother.
Yeah.
We've been with him since 2022, and the university has really supported him. I think they normally talk to the Vice Chancellor. Whenever he travels, he talks to the Vice Chancellor. And whenever he comes back, he also gives feedback. Yeah. So us as a team, we decided when he got an opportunity to go to India, it's good for him to use that talent to gain something. And also we were not in the season, and also we wanted to give other players an opportunity to play. Yeah. So when the Monaco tournament came, we gave him a chance to go there. And also I think it gives him also the international feel of the game. Yeah. And we are really proud of him, and we want to encourage him to continue playing well. And I believe he'll continue growing as a player, because he's still a young man.
Yeah, I think he's inspiring the others. For Daystar, you've also had Arnold representing the Morans. You've also had Amukwachi training with the national team. Is this something you're looking for, to send as many possible players to the national team?
Yeah, once players go to the national team, once they come back to the club, I give them room to share the knowledge. Yeah. It's not only one coach, like maybe Bosire coaching everything. Yeah. So these players, we ask them to share the knowledge that they've gained in the national team, but also those players going to the national team puts our team at a really good place. Because even if you go and don't, even Augustine Owino, my captain is injured but is nearly coming out of rehab, played for Morans also. So having 3 players last year in the Kenya team, Shujaa and Morans, really boosts our morale, and it also gives the other players a challenge to be able to perform better. So we'll keep ticking our boxes, we'll keep chasing. If we get more players in the national team, well and good, but the players that we have there have really helped Daystar in terms of performances.
All right. That has been Coach Caleb Bosiro just sharing his thoughts with me on Daystar Falcons and overall on the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. Remember, action is continuing at the RFUEA grounds, and just behind me right now, it's Mean Machine playing Embu in the 13th place semi-final. And then afterwards, the main cup semi-finals will be taking place. KCB will be taking on Cabras, and then Strathmolio's will be facing Daystar Falcons. In case you missed the main cup quarter-final actions, this is how the results took place. KCB beat Mwamba 35-7, Cabras beat Catholic Monks 25, Strathmolio's won 36-0 against Mombasa, and then the story of the day was Daystar Falcons stunning Menengai Oilers 24-19. My name is Oching Steven, and right about now we'll be heading back to the action. Remember, it is day 2 of the 2025 Kabeberi Sevens, brought to you by leading online gaming firm SportPesa.
So tuna haya. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back on Matters Rugby. Welcome back to the RFA grounds, the afternoon session of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. Many thanks to our pitchside presenter, Steve Ochieng, for bringing to you live the coach of the Daystar Falcons side that has made the Cup semi for the very first time this season. They are making a name for themselves on the SportPesa National 7th Circuit, the Daystar Falcons. Now it's time for the challenge trophy semis, match number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We have Impala taking on Must. Welcome on board my co-commentator, Double O, Oscar Osir. Oscar, habari yako leo?
Salama kabisa, very hot, scorching afternoon here at the RFA grounds. If you haven't already made your way here, find your way. Impala this morning beat Nakuru to avoid any invitation deaths. Walter, Nakuru, they themselves, I caught up with some of the leadership of Nakuru and they said, well, we are a very generous club. We've been inviting teams to our tournament. Perhaps some teams, without mentioning any names, will invite them to their tournament as well.
Well, trust Oscar to bring up the Impala story. Impala booked their ticket. Yes, Oscar, you don't have to send that email. Dear Chairman, how are you? Hope this email finds you well this morning. We from Impala are happy. We have floodlights and we are happy to invite you for the floodies.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but apparently there's a club just along on this road who wrote that kind of email. And apparently the response was not so kind from their fellow community club.
Impala in the lead, but it's a five-pointer. That's one try, the difference.
Kabeberi just bouncing off Impala players there.
Yeah. Tricky customer to bring to the floor. Flavian Otiyo has one man on the outside. Commit pass, but the pass goes high. Had to receive it. The ball goes backwards. It's open ball, but it's knocked forward by Impala.
I think it's the first knock on there by Veron Kaburu. That wasn't Veron Kaburu, sorry. That was Flavian Otiyo. We're just running a good support line there for Must. Pass, ankle level kind of pass. Try to pick it up with his right hand, but eventually unfortunately knocked on. Looks like substitution here called for Impala. Coming in looks like that's Eric Nsama. Some confusion here for Impala. Don't know who needs to come out or who needs to stay in. I think Nyangige is out. David right at the end of the field there. Nyangige.
Impala with Kinyari. Setting the players not rolling away.
I think people are pretty lucky there because hoping Sultan racks that clearance there. And he was never going to compete that track.
Some more ball time for Impala. Masinde Muliro.
It's a good contest here by Masinde Muliro.
Referee allows play to continue there.
I think people are lucky again here, Walter, I think, because the player had been held up. The Musama, I think, had been held up. But here we go again. Impala. Yes, that's a good call from the referee. Tackle completed. You're on the ground. The referee makes it clear that the player needed to release. He seems to be complaining. But those are the rules. Yeah, hit and stick there by Kevin Bukala. Once you're on the floor, you need to release. Must with the possession, some possession here, Must. Or hard running there by Bevo Nukoth. Taken down. Referee asks for release. Good clearance with the ball. Flavian Otiyo sends it out. It's a knock-on advantage here for Must if they can use it. Still advantage for Must. As you see that long pass out by Kevin Bukala. I think advantage. Just before he says advantage, I think the referee is just about to make that goal. The match is over. But kept it as long enough to give Must a chance to try something out. As you see that down attempt there by Hope Clarence. Kinyari just thought he had a try scoring opportunity there, but referee calls them back. Derek Kinyari on the screen there. They've had a bit of a topsy-turvy season. Impala did very well at Christie Sevens to reach their first quarterfinals. Then struggled quite a bit in Embu. And yesterday played a really tough game against Mwamba. The winner was probably going to go to the quarterfinals, but they managed to beat Nakuru this morning, and here they are in a decent contest here by Must. Cut back in there by Bevan Okoth. Referee says didn't release. Impala being good quick racking there by Must. Kinyari trying to contest that ball, but Must keep possession. Hope Clarence here changes his mind, was been left, changes mind, goes the other way. They lose possession there. I think it was Donald Litali. Impala have possession here. They lose it. They too also lose it to Must. Our referee, I think they call back. Assistant referee makes that call. I think the initial knock on by Masinde Mliro.
Okay, please. Knock on first by white, knock on by red, yeah?
That's the end of that one, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Impala win that one, 12.7, and go into the challenge final. It's not where they like to be, but I think they've done enough here to play the Challenge Cup final. They've had a decent day too, as far as W's are concerned, Impala. And I'm sure they'll want to be in the first, the main cup. Masinde themselves having a very good tournament today, rather this weekend. And unfortunately, they lose out on this one. As we look at the next game here, Kenya Harlequins take on the other semi-final. Homeboys, and I'm joined again by Elijah Toili. Elijah, Harlequins, I think, did very well yesterday by any standard if you consider that this is a makeshift team.
Yeah, indeed, acclaimed themselves well by the proceedings of the day. I mean, bringing a team together in that short time and ensuring that they are able to deliver on the day. They gave a good account of themselves. And earlier on this morning, they had a close encounter, beating Mean Machine 19-12 on that one to qualify themselves for these semi-finals, where they take on Homeboys. Homeboys had a big win against Embu RFC, winning that one 34-5. Therefore, coming into this one with their tails up, identifying this as a game that they would want to win and get themselves into the finals of the 8th place.
Referee says knock on here, so Kenya Harlequins ball. You see that pass attempt there by Willie Tino from Kenya Harlequins. I think it was a knock on there by Homeboys. It's like Sam Batai, I think it was.
Yeah, Kenya Harlequins there with the ball in hand. Right territory just outside of Homeboys. Homeboys 22. Homeboys being called to defend early on here. Darting off to the right, stepping back in, and then attracting a lot of defenders there. Still an opportunity for them to reset. The referee calls a high tackle on Kenya Harlequins player, and they shift it quickly to the left. Numbers to burn out there, 2-on-1. The proper pass can be done. Ramadan Masete going all the way and scoring fast for Kenya Harlequins. They hit fast here, Oscar. First visit, first try.
Very well worked out try here by Kenya Harlequins. Masete himself, part of this team that has been playing the series since in Driftwood a couple of months ago. Is it a month? I think it's a couple of weeks.
Yeah, weeks, couple of weeks. It looks like a long time.
Looks like a long time ago. Masete has been scoring a number of tries for Kenya Harlequins. And this time they worked it very well, coming from the right side of your screen. They are going all the way left. And you see that well committed pass there by Franklin. I think it was Joshua Okello, yes. Just commits all these. And that's what you get sometimes when you run that hard line. If you run that hard line, even if there's enough defenders, as long as you commit them very well there. Okello did a good job there to just go and fix all the defenders and then sending it out to Masete.
Yeah, that final pass normally a problem when you're under pressure in terms of ensuring you're scoring. We've seen them float forwards
yes, we have.
all over this circuit, and even in the international scenes. There's a way that players just feel under pressure to deliver a pitch perfect, pass.
And we've seen one defender defending two attackers, because if you're running across, all he has to do is sort of shepherd you to the edge.
Yeah.
And then you should run out of space. Here we go again. Kenya Harlequins on the attack.
Yeah, Patrick Wenaina shifting the ball out wide to the left. Homeboys under the pump here, just not getting out of their 22 as they still go to the shorter side. Masete going over for his second try, and second for Kenya Harlequins. That left channel, that left side of the pitch, not being attended to very well, Oscar.
I thought I had a defender. What I did also appreciate that Harlequins also had an extra attacker on the outside. So there was a defender there, but it was 2v1 anyway, and they still went there. You know, I get really excited when I see players being able to use a small space and apply the skill of the game. You can still score tries in that small space. I know some coaches do train you to score tries playing along the tram lines. Look at that.
Patrick Wainaina.
And there's still enough space there. There's two defenders eventually. But Wainaina knew that as long as he runs that hard under the line and sort of brings the play on the inside, the defender on the inside, you're still able to get Masete. And Masete also did something very good there. He hit the ball at pace.
At pace, yeah. Very good going there show for Kenya Harlequins. They have ensured that Homeboys cannot exit. But with this restart, they've messed it up a bit and turned over possession to Homeboys. First time that they are in Queen's half, and they will want to use this ball well. They have to protect this rack at danger of losing it, and they have lost it. Good turnover there from Kenya Harlequins.
Good work by Michael Cheng there from Kenya Harlequins.
Yeah, identified an opportunity there. Homeboys not putting enough bodies on that track. Stand over and quickly Kenya Harlequins go all the way to the 15-meter channel, and they used Ramadan Maseste to good effect there, pumping through that tackle, offloading in tackle. Good keeping of ball alive here by Kenya Harlequins. They go in for their third try in as many visits, going in and just getting himself under the posts there. Finally puts the ball down. Kenya Harlequins really doing well on that flank, Oscar.
That's what I was saying. Rugby can still be played in that short, small space. If you appreciate the principles of the game, if you keep running straight, it is possible. As long as you fix the defender, it is possible to play that. But within the 5 meter, they're still able to go around. Look at that. I mean, Masete does the offload. There's still a defender there. It's well done by, I think it was Buchai there, but Buchai Sam for Homeboys. But because support play is still coming, you actually still support a player behind the ball. So even if you're running in the same space, as long as you're behind the ball carrier, you're still able to become, because once he's tackled, then the space opens up for you.
Yeah, really a good play there by Kenya Harlequins. And then this one, they go deep and they pin Homeboys there. Homeboys have to be accurate with their ball here. Their ball skills, handling has to be perfect. And it is on this first phase. And he takes on Masete, rides that tackle, but enough done by the sweeper there to slow down his momentum for Masete to recover. Tackles him, and Homeboys still have ball in hand, still working well here, going down on his own terms, but that rack again identified. One to be shouted. Brian Juma just looking at his options, flings that ball out wide, looping pass, blitz defense there from Kenya Harlequins, filtering through Homeboys lines. They turn over possession. Now they have to work just slowly here to convert these from defense into attack. They reset. Kenya Harlequins trying to go down the shorter side, but it's well attended to. And now slowly working their way up the pitch, taking the ball all the way to Masete on that 15-meter, actually 5-meter channel. One-on-one here. Good, strong ball carrier, enabling a recycling of that ball. A very good skill for the wingman there. Not rolling away in tackle. Quick tap and go. Quick tap and go there by Joshua Okello. Offloads back to him. Wow. Good presence of mind to just play 2v1. Going all the way to score again. No, he gives it to Patrick Wainaina to finish this one off.
Look, this is a good, really good demonstration of playing rugby in the small space. 5-meter rugby. The width of the rugby pitch, Walter, is between 65 and 70 meters. But they only need the 5. They don't need the other 70 Kenya Harlequins, because they're able to interplay within that 5-meter space. And the defense is sitting, waiting on the open, but somehow just pass, then step aside, and the next player comes to support you. And then I think they're running really good support lines here, the Kenya Harlequins. And again, spare a moment for player number 5 here from Kenya Harlequins,
Michael
Ocheng. He's been working very hard in turnovers, and then even did an intercept there, good at intercept, and had the presence of mind again give the delivery. Look at that. Just fix that pass and then back in. Two players playing within the same space, and because they maintain the principles of attack and support, they're able to score the try.
Yeah, so we go into the break here. Kenya Harlequins leading this one comfortably with 3 tries. And you'll see the second half of this one. So we kick off for the second half. Brian Juma for Homeboys trailing here heavily, 26-0 at the end of that first half.
Get the ball back.
Get the ball back. This one looks like it's going to be a try. Just trying to angle himself. Keeps the defender honest there and goes in quickly for their first try. Mike Nyakundi.
That was a kickoff. That was a benefit of a really high kick. Of course, it has to be chased down as well. And they get the ball back there. Immediate response here by Homeboys.
Yeah, Homeboys doing well to just get themselves on the board immediately. Gives them enough time to work their way back onto this table, onto this scoreboard. As you see there, he just ensured that he kept the tracking defender flat-footed for a moment there.
And he also, just to add there, Nyakundi also took the ball away from where the defender is coming from. I see some players sometimes keeping the ball on the side where the tackle is coming into. So taking that ball away allows you to put a fend, but also to reduce any incidentals as you go scoring that try.
Exactly, Oscar. Homeboys with the restart. This one looks to just barely make it to the 10-meter mark. Yes,
as well. Very good kickoff by Homeboys. And they get it back.
Again, just Kenya Harlequins coming in thick into that contest. First man in, but not getting the benefit because of an earlier knock-on from Kenya Harlequins.
Brian was already on that ball. Ocheng was already on that ball. He's done very well. I'm very impressed with Simon Ocheng. I beg your pardon, not Brian, but he's done very well. But the referee has already called a knock-on.
Homeboys enjoying some long spells of possession in this second half. Referee just penalizing Kenya Harlequins for not taking the hit in that scrum, and quick tap and go there from Homeboys, coming in aggressively here, enjoying possession and trying to put them under pressure. That has been turned over. Good hustle.
I was just going to say, I think that was illegal turnover.
Yeah, the referee calls it from the side entry.
I think Willie Tino there.
Sign of pressure building up on Queen's defense when you see those errors creeping in after a very strong first half. Now they're just
came from the side, and Homeboys choose to go for lineout. Interesting decision here by
Homeboys. Very interesting, because lineouts are normally 50-50 at best.
Well, they get it. I think they've used speed of execution here. Kenya Harlequins are setting up. Looks like an overlap here. Bachai. Oh, Bachai doesn't send the pass early. He sends it eventually. And it breaks away from the defense here, and it's a try.
Yeah, Homeboys doing well, coming back strongly in this second half. They went for line-out, of which they were sure elected to use the pod behind at the end, at the tail end of that line-out, and then quickly shifted the ball out wide, identifying that they need to score fast, and they are going about it in the right way, cutting their deficit down to just 16 points here within this first half. Brian Kemboi going in. getting himself onto the score sheet here. And they restart with a lot of action, turning again ball, ensuring that they retain possession on kickoff. These are danger times for Kenya Harlequins. Is the chemistry for not being playing together showing here as they come under intense pressure on attack here from Homeboys, strolling in for their third try. Same player, Brian Kemboi. Quick movement here, really coming strong in this second half, Oscar.
Elijah, if the statement kick-off has ever made sense, this is it. Homeboys have won that simple by using really good set piece. The other time they went for a line-out, thought it was a strange decision, but they used speed. They say action beats reaction in the line-out, and they went very quickly before Harlequins could react. You see some Bachai here sending it out to Kemboi. Bachai sometimes you think he's holding on to the ball a bit longer.
Yeah.
But this time he just made a quick decision that sent it to Kemboi. Now here we go again for another kickoff. They've scored 17 points.
Yeah, it's literally a game of two halves. 26 in the first half for Harlequins. They have not even walked into Homeboys' territory in this second half.
They variate the kickoff very. I mean, it's a good variation, but this time it doesn't. They don't get it back.
Yeah, they have to be aware here on defense, coming in, leading with the forearm. Listening to the referee.
I thought that is.
Yeah, he was leading in with the forearm. I could see it on live camera there. He went into contact, and as we see the replay here, tucked out his elbow.
Victor Gichana.
Yeah.
Victor Gichana, they are going with the leading with the forearm, and the referee just penalizing him, and also giving him 2 minutes out on the bench. I don't think he'll come back for this one. So it's an opportunity here for
Homeboys. Yeah. I mean, they have to score twice nonetheless, because 17-26, they need 2 scores to get back into this one.
Well, if the kickers have anything to go by, so far they've been doing well. So just need to score quickly here. Bachai holds on to it a bit longer, sends it out to Kemboi. They have to score quickly here, you'd think.
Yeah, they have to. They have to before the Kenya Harlequins go back to a full complement of 7, and they're doing it well, spreading it from end to end, opening gaps in Kenya Harlequins defense. Inside player going all the way to score their 4th try. In this second half, Philbert Mwanzo at the end of that inside pass just tracked his ball carrier well there and kept himself in play. Patrick Wanaina just keen enough to identify options on both sides.
Yeah, Patrick Makina there. And they get the conversion. Oh, it just goes. That would have been an interesting moment if they converted that. I think it would have been. But they still have a chance here, because as you see, Makina here just commits the last defender, then back into Philbert Mwanzo. Oh, this is interesting here.
Yeah, I think Homeboys just getting out of their skin now and being comfortable. They have identified that they do have a lot more chemistry, having played in the 2nd division for that long. And they have turned on in the second half. Referee just stops it there.
I'm not so sure what has been called here. But I think, yeah, I see. That's the thing. I think the referee has stopped what seemed like an obvious try. I think the referee stopped that try. Oh, no, he did. Because Homeboys got the ball back, and we're going to score. So if Harlequins defend this one, I don't know whether the officials just stopped what was looking like an obvious try, because it was a knock-on, and then they got the ball back. Watch this. So they knock on Harlequins, and then Homeboys get the ball back here. I think it was Collins Otieno. And they seem to be, well, to be fair, I think the Harlequins had turned it over. But it's the whistle that was blown, so they had to slow down. They still get a chance there to, at the same time, to score something.
Yeah, Kenya Harlequins back to the full complement of 7 as the hooter sounds to bring this game to an end. So clinical precision needed here from Homeboys. They have to retain this one.
They go for post. Oh, they cut quickly. They should have gone for post, I think.
The tackler doesn't roll away, and they get penalized for it.
I think they should go for post here. Homeboys, they need to calm down. They need to calm down. Oh, they're scratched again. I would have thought they'd go for posts, Elijah, but no, not me. They know what they're doing, Homeboys. And Philbert Mwanzo.
Yeah, Brian Kemboi finally, with his hat trick of tries here, puts Queens to the sword here. Game of 2 halves, literally. Homeboys coming back strongly, scoring 29 unanswered points in this second half, getting themselves onto the lead just as the game comes to an end here. They've done well there for themselves, Oscar.
That was a fantastic second half here by Homeboys. Really, really good second half. And they even get a bonus here with a go over the 30 mark. It didn't look that way after 26-0.
No, it didn't look so. Good work from Homeboys. If you can score 26 in the first half, 24 in the first half, then they can come back and score their own. Yeah, 31-26.
Exactly.
High scoring fixture.
Oh, that's why we love this game. 26-0, one half, and the second half is 31-0.
Yeah.
You can't make this up.
And we quickly move on to the next game that will feature Mwamba against Catholic Monks.
I think both these two teams had a good show yesterday. A little bit scrappy for Mwamba to get to the quarterfinals. A bit more consistency from Monks that we've seen over the last couple of tournaments. But here again, they are Monks take on their hosts, Mwamba, in a fight for 5th place, is it?
Yes, it is 5th place semi-finals. Catholic Monks losing their quarter-final fixture against Cabra Sugar. That one they lost 20-5. On the other hand, Mwamba played really well in that first half against KCB, but KCB pulled away from them in the second half, finishing that one 35-7. Catholic Monks, who have been perennial quarter-finalists, taking on Mwamba here. Mwamba, of course, the host side, they'll want to put a show for their fans. They'll want the highest ranking that they can get, that's the 5th place. As they look forward also, both teams look forward to the Dallas Sevens coming up next week to shut down, to bring to an end a very entertaining 7th circuit that we've had this year.
Well, look out for Philip Walukuna, Pere Victor, wearing number 12, also one of those dangerous customers. Mbani Osundwa works very well with Nyamboki. But the host, Mwamba, I think we'll have something to say about that.
Indeed, as Wambani Osundwa kicks us off for these first 5th place semi-finals. Mwamba just getting the ball there and retaining possession. Strongly goes route once, shatters through the defense there. Good supporting line there, good carry, strong run there. Mwamba quick off the races, going in to score on their first attempt. Finally, Eugene Ojiambo gets himself onto the board. Eugene Ojiambo ran a very fantastic support line there on Stephen Juma.
There's a really good support line, and also good use of the fence. Change the ball and run, put it to his right, use his left arm to put a good fend there or the tackle attempt, and then raced all the way to the line there.
Yeah, Eugene Ojiambo in that game against KCB earlier on, when the game was still very tight, had a line break, had a clean pair of heels, was going to score. Then somehow the ball popped out of his hand with just around 10 meters to go. But this time round, he tucked the ball well in, as you see in that replay. Goes all the way, secures the ball, and scores.
Good try there by Eugene and Mwamba, and his kickoff here.
Lack of communication there from both players. And also Mwamba guilty of taking the player in the air for that restart off your screens there. And they get the ball, penalty to them. Catholic Monks now taking it all the way to the wing, to the 5-meter channel. Quickly goes down to reset. An attempt by Brian Mutugi to counter that rack, unsuccessful. Catholic Monks just losing territory here, but they have numbers out on the wing. Coming in again on a strong carry, offloading from deck, and then straightening, coming back into contact, trying his best to stay on his feet. Patrick Vieri now goes to deck. Catholic Monks doing well, slowly gaining territory here, moving it. Hassan Wambani passes it out to his wing. Mwamba just shuffling in defense here. No line breaks yet for Catholic Monks. That one has slowed down completely. Playing really deep, Catholic Monks have to step up here, just push up a little bit, and they do so. 2-on-1 created here. Now with the try line beckoning, will he get there? Yes, he will. Pumps and goes. Victor Mupere goes all the way and scores.
I think Mupere gives Eugene a test of his own medicine there. Puts the ball on his right arm and then puts a fend there, strong fend. Mupere was good commitment pass there by Patrick Vieri, who I think has replaced Nyamboki. Nyamboki seems not to be on the field. I think it's an injury. Vieri, the 13th player, comes here and gives a good account of himself.
Yeah, that conversion not successful, so scores remain tied here. As you see there, they had worked their way to the other side of the pitch, yeah, and then quickly recycled it.
Look at that. Don't argue. And it's tried to be by Mupere.
Those fingerprints all over Eugene's face there. Game tied here.
If you can give it, also
you should be able to receive it. True. Tight one, this one. And it also shows because both teams barely were able to score a try each in their quarterfinals losses. But they are well balanced out here. Game tied at 5-3, just over 3 minutes to play as Mwamba just out of their 22. Stephen Juma with a ball to Omondi, Eugene gives it to Brian. Brian, seeing that the defense had been filtered through, takes it into contact. They do well to get themselves ball right all the way to the 15-meter channel here. Carrying it again into contact. This one will be held up. This one will be held up, and the referee calls a maul. This should be a turnover in favor of Catholic Monks.
Yeah, unfortunately went upright there into the defense. So he just held up there, and they lose out on that possession. I think it was Paul Tati. He just went into contact upright. I like Monks to hold on position, and they themselves now launch an attack.
Zephanes Ombwaga with an input there just into Mwamba's half here. Ombani puts it out to the wing. In, out, gone. No. Scramble defense gets him, but the offload to Mwambani, who's remained in play, tracked his ball carrier, goes all the way to score. Catholic Monks' second try. Went on deck, but when the tacklers came in, they thought that it would be a rack. Then he offloaded from deck.
Yeah, that was good. Last minute offload there. The good support line by Wambani Osundwa. Mwamba expecting a rack.
Yeah, successful conversion there. Look at that. 2 players went in to try and jackal, but then he offloaded from deck.
He did. And I think the support line is also very good. Wambani just coming on the screen here. There you go, just takes off and he pumps his legs, just gets away that 0 to 5 meter line. Really accelerating very well there. Wambani Osundwa.
It takes a lot of chemistry and trust, you know, to just delay your run into the rack to defend it, then you turn it, you know, just decide to go for the attack. At times, if the player on deck doesn't offload, then that was an easy jackal for Mwamba.
And I think it's a really good variation. Sometimes you play the rack, sometimes you just do that last minute offload. And it works because teams are sort of set up to take the rack.
Mwamba having a penalty for the failure to keep the ball in play. That restart from Catholic Monks. They tap and go, coming to the left, then shifting back to the right. electing to go behind the defense lines for Catholic Monks. This is a foot race here. Danger times here for Catholic Monks, and he gives up. Felix Okumu gives up and lets Ojiambo go in for his second try. Felix Okumu, I mean, he was just hoping for the right bounce of that ball, but once it went into Ojiambo's chest, that was it.
I think he must run out of breath when he saw Ojiambo going there. That swan there by Ojiambo, I think has nothing to do with the try considered on the other end. Just looks up Ojiambo and kicks that across, and what's interesting about that kick, kicks it towards the edge of the field, not directly at the sweeper.
Yeah, away from the sweeper.
Correct. So even as the sweeper was coming through there, I think it was Felix Okumu was sweeping for the Monks.
Yeah, so we go into the halftime break here. It's tied from both teams as we look forward to the second half of this fifth place semi-final, 12 hole at the break. Kicking us off for the second half, Tony Omondi from Mwamba RFC raises it high. Will it go the full 10? No, it doesn't. And turning over possession immediately to Catholic Monks. Mwamba just finishing at the end, strongly at the end of that first half to tie this match 12-all. But it was a fairly balanced game from both sides, using the opportunities well. As we see him, Wambani just floating the ball to the 5-meter channel there, and they reset, coming again to the left, attacking the center of Mwamba's defense there as Mwamba offside. Referee playing advantage. Another offside from Brian Mutugi as Patrick Vieri steps back into traffic. Quick tap and go there from Victor Mupere. Offloads to Wambani, who has pace. If he gets past this sweeper, then it will be a problem, but they does well to tackle him. Loading on to the left. Good identification of that, interpretation of that low there. Going offside, and immediately the referee calls it. He takes off at the fringe of that rack. Oscar Siri to score their third try here.
That was very clever there. He noticed that the referee had called him offside because they're trying to get the ball off the rack. So while the player was retreating, he took off there. I think it was Elias Onyango, just took off because the Mamba defender was offside.
Couldn't touch him.
So he couldn't touch him.
Yeah, you see on your screens there.
Yeah, he just looks up. I think it's Felix Omondi, I think.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's when he realized he had done a mistake.
I beg your pardon, it's Elias. It is Elias.
Elias Onyango. Very sharp brain on him. Conversion is good, so they have the full 7-pointer advantage over Mwamba, 19-12.
I was going to say that they're missing Brian Nyamboki here because he does do a lot of...
Yeah, that was a forward there.
Nyamboki does a lot of game management, does the kickoffs, organizes a lot even on defense. But Catholic monks are managing here without the talisman Nyamboki.
Yeah, I think I got a big hit in the previous game, but they have done well. They have kept themselves alive in this particular encounter, and they are looking to get into the 5th place final. They're in the right territory. Mwambani shifts it quickly out here to Dennis Mulinge, who's just come in. Dennis Mulinge brings it back in for Hassan Mwambani. Oh, nice play by Mulinge. Used the touchline to his advantage. They thought they had him out. And then he had the presence of mind to give a basketball pass back to Mwambani.
Mulinge is a very experienced customer playing along that touchline. There are players who play very well along this touchline, this 5-meter space.
Yeah.
And I think Mulinge is one of the best we've seen across the entire season. He seems like he's taking you all the way out to the touchline. All of a sudden, he either pulls out of that race to the touchline or just steps back in, and he has a presence of mind to that pass in and there's a good support line. Again, Mwambani runs a good support line.
I mean,
especially that space. Here we go. Looks like he's going on the touch outside, then he just pulls back, and then good awful pass there to Mwambani.
Yeah, it also takes recognition and chemistry, because you will know some players have the ability to give those pressure passes, and Mulinge is one of those. As we get restarted here, they go deep so that they can apply territorial pressure on Mwamba. Mwamba just barely out of their 5-meter. They have to go in and reset. Catholic monks quickly shifting, drifting on defense here, still pinning Mwamba in their just outside their 5-meter channel here. Brian Mutuki goes onto deck, and then they quickly swing it, and an opportunity opens here for Stephen Juma. Puts the ball out to the wing. Stephen Ojambo goes into contact. A lot of aggressiveness there. Survives that, and Mwamba on their 5th face here, making and gaining valuable yardage. Now short of Catholic monks half. They go to the left. 2v1 here. Mulinge calls in his inside defender, Mwambani. Mwambani doesn't survive that tackle. Tony Omondi just with a lazy pass there, not seeing his man. Lucky enough, Mwamba retained possession. Mutugi now goes straight onto the midfield of Catholic monks defense there. That ball is ripped. Of course, it was after he had been asked to release the player, so advantage being played here for no going 10.
I think that was a good quick tap. I think it was, I don't know if it was, as we see here,
that pass from Tony there.
Eugene, yes, I think he assumed that he's on the outside.
Yeah, he assumed Eugene was supporting him on the outside.
Eugene called and then changed his line again.
Yeah. You're right, Oscar, you're right. Quick tap and go there. That will be a yellow card.
Yeah, it's the cynical there.
Mwambani.
Mwambani just stopped that quick play. And a lot of teams have also identified the opportunities that you get from quick taps, because some teams have set plays, and every time they get a penalty, then they slow things down. But what Mwamba doing here, and a couple of teams have also done, is play quickly. And as soon as they just caught out. Mwamba still going the short side. I think monks are doing well here to keep the hold on to them. Referee gets entangled as well. It's a try this time at the corner there by Mwamba.
Yeah, Mwamba taking it route one. Close quarter combat there. And they took on Catholic monks in that 5-meter channel, picking and going around the fringes, getting rewarded there with a try of their own to pull back into this one, with a conversion to come, just to see if they can get themselves within less than 7 points.
I think there's time for a kickoff. Even if he misses this, there's time for a kickoff.
The referee gives them the opportunity, gives Tony Omondi the opportunity to take it again.
Should have stopped the clock here. I think the referee should have stopped the clock because
the Catholic monks were guilty of interfering with Tony Omondi there. They were just slow in exiting his line of vision towards the posts, and therefore the referee gives Tony Omondi the opportunity to take that one again.
Mike will make a substitution here for our last play. Paul Tati goes out and Diala comes in. As Tony gets another chance for this conversion. I think they'll have to get the ball back off his kickoff, because even if he convert this,
the referee calls kickoff. He still had enough time.
Yes, there's enough time. That's fine. There's no doubt about that. The issue here is
they have to regain this one.
They have good possession, and also how much time has the referee given
for them to play.
Yes, for them to play, because of that the match was taken.
So they go deep and pin Catholic Monks in their own half. Immediately Monks interpret that to mean that the time is up on the clock, wanting to get it out of touch, doesn't get it there. And finally Mulinge was ahead of kicker on that.
But if he's ahead of kicker, then it should be the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought so. The kicker is a Catholic Monks player.
Correct.
So he can't be ahead of... Yeah, you got it right, Oscar. It has to be Mwamba's ball.
It's Mwamba ball.
So Mwamba with the decision to make here. They take the scrum, they tap and go. They tap and go. Going to their right and then swinging it out. Long cutout pass to the left to the 5-meter channel there. Needs support there, otherwise that will be turned over. Good recovery there, protecting their ball well. Swinging it now to the right. Numbers here, Catholic Monks just drifting, coming in on a dummy switch. Then Wambani just from the naughty bin is called to his defensive duties. Monks survive that onslaught, and then they are stretched again back to the left all the way to the 5-meter channel. Mutugi trying to hurdle past Catholic Monks defense there is brought down. Mwamba made to work hard here. It's warning bells all over for Catholic Monks, but they hold firm. Their defense holds steady, and that delayed pass gets them into space. Catholic Monks shuffling here, 3 players going for 1 here, overcommitting in that. Then they identify this one to be a held up.
A high tackle. It is high.
Tap and go there from Mwamba, not waiting around. Looping pass, numbers out to Ban, but good blitz defense there from Catholic Monks.
They go down to 6. Last play. This is entertaining. Maybe not for Mwamba and Monks fans, but for the neutrals, I think you want to see a tactical approach to this one. So they do call a scrum because they have more numbers. Mwamba, I think that pass went to hand. Maybe there's an opportunity for a try there. But let's see what they do with this. I remember this is one of those teams, just like Nakuru, keep possession very well. Mwamba, they can play out of their 22 area very well because the passes, a lot of their passes go in front of the man.
Yeah, finally they see an opportunity to call for a scrum here. Previously taking all the 3 penalties on tap and go, but with that 1 extra man in attack here, it's just a matter of the corner flag. If he can pass it out, Brian Mutugi goes into contact. He had man out.
No, Mutugi.
Yeah, the tackle was complete, and he tried to get up and play the ball. Oh my.
But he didn't even need to do that because he could just give it his teammate and score. I mean, there's no need for anything else. I don't see why they made the miss pass. Diala was still there. There's an overlap. Mutugi is playing against 2 players and he has an one man on the outside.
Mutugi making the wrong decision there to go into contact when he had a man out, and Mwamba lose this one. Catholic Monks go into the 5th place finals as we move on to the other semi-finals that will pit Menengai Oilers against first-time quarterfinalists Mombasa Sports Club.
The term coach killers has been used loosely to insinuate. Sometimes players can make it really tough for the coaching staff. And you see here Mombasa take on Oilers. To be there, I think, would have been a better decision for Mwamba.
Yeah, Mwamba in their home tournament finally exiting. As we see Oilers here, Belda Dogeta gets into the gap and goes in all the way to score the first try in these other semi-finals for the 5th place. Belda Dogeta getting himself onto the scoreboard, leaving Nation Mwangemi trailing there in his wake. Earlier on, of course, Oilers, that conversion going in, leading now 7-0. Oilers emerged, just lost to Daystar Falcons in that thrilling quarterfinals, the 4th quarterfinals earlier on today, 24-19. They were made to work really hard. Daystar Falcons stayed in the hunt and made it a game of 2 halves. On the other hand, Mombasa Sports Club, first time into the quarterfinals, they lost that one 35-7 to Kenya Commercial Bank. Kick off there, and Oilers do well to retain possession. Chirchir with a pass all the way to his left here, going straight hard onto the line and then kicking a grabber kick. Newton Malenya follows it up and is ushered into the try box and ushered out of the pitch by Joel Mboya. Chased down his kick. Oh, that was Philip Okeo. Chased down his kick. Then Newton Malenya escorted off the pitch with it.
Not very happy there, Newton. Taken out of the pitch. There's nothing much you could do. It was always going to be a Oilers ball.
An attacking scrum here for Oilers. They go to the left, to the right, showing and then coming back to the open side. Chirchir with ball in hand, 2-on-2 here. Dummies and goes. Strong fend, tall, lanky player, 5 meters out. I don't think we're going to stop him that easily, Oscar.
Oh, that looked easy there for Chirchir. I think it was Dennis Njaguru, the tackle attempt. In fact, Chirchir seemed almost to be carrying him to bring him along to that try, because you'd have thought first of all to fend, but his fingers seemed to have gotten stuck on the jersey of Dennis Njaguru and took him along for about a foot or two before disposing him off and going over for the try.
Yeah, Oilers were not planning to be in the 5th place semi-finals. Sure, when the draws were given yesterday night and they were meeting Daystar Falcons, they thought that was going to be an easy one, but with Patrick Odongo back in and Daystar Falcons always looking sharp throughout this circuit, finally they get a taste of the Cup quarterfinals with that win over Oilers.
Yeah, as we see there, actually it was Jared Osindi who just being handed off there by Chirchir. You know, yesterday we said that Oilers are one of those teams that perhaps would disrupt the order
at the top.
Of the top, but I think that loss to Daystar has simply left this series
to a two-horse race now completely. Yeah. Turnover there from Mombasa Sports Club as Hannington Mbaka came in on a short line from Nation Mwangemi's pass. That was knocked on and turned over to Oilers, who now go to the left. 2v1 here. What happens? Takes the harder option. Should have just kept his man there and passed offload.
I think so, but that man that he was running against was Newton.
Cut-out pass here to Belda Dogeta over the top, and he strolls into the try box. Mombasa Sports Club running out of defenders on the right side here. Belda Dogeta hands it over to Jared. No, that's with Jared. Yeah, hands it over to Amos Onyekwa, who scores their try here to stretch their lead to 17. Conversion to come, that becomes 19.
I saw Anton Mbaka looking at his teammate here, Kim Kuloba, when that pass came through and allowing Builder to just go over. Mbaka not very happy with his teammate, asking him should have pushed harder earlier.
Yeah, those inquisitions are never good because the try has already been conceded.
Koloba on the ball now. Kelvin. I don't think they let him go.
Hannington just runs into the cul-de-sac there. Gets nabbed and gets properly.
It was Kelvin Chege.
Yeah, Kelvin Chege gets his pockets emptied there.
Again, sorry, I don't mean to put any pressure on Koloba. Koloba looks to be at least 100 kilos. Then he sends the pass to Kelvin Chege, who seems to be about 40 kilos less.
Yeah, Kelvin Chege was always going to be the loser in that one. Oilers taking on to the left there. Wrap around move. Glaciers Owino with ball in hand puts into space. Builder Dogita, who has been a thorn in the flesh for Mombasa, rampaging on those 5-meter channels. Every time he gets ball, gets past the first defender, going all the way to score their 4th try in this match. Mombasa Sports Club have really tired out progressively throughout this leg.
They might not agree with me, but it looks like the quarterfinals Miami is a game too far.
Yeah,
they don't mind playing 6 games. Mombasa, the difference is at what level of those 6 games.
Yeah.
If you play tough, hard games on day 1 and then another set of tough, hard 3 games on day 2, some teams are used to it.
The others are just out of breath.
Yeah, it's tough to play 3 hard games. We saw it. We felt that perhaps KCB had tough games in Prinsloo when they had to deal with, I think it was Oilers deal with
Cabras, yeah, they had a really tough route to the finals.
And then
Strathmore, yeah, it actually weighs in on the teams, and Mombasa just finding this upper side of the draw to be very tough for them. First half just coming to an end here, and they are leaking 24 points. And Oilers don't look like they're easing their foot off that pedal. Builder Dogeta again on those channels, outer channels. Be it on the left, be it on the right. Just cantering in every single time.
Builder even has time to do
an effective goose step.
I think it was that's what they call the Otonglo kick.
Absolutely.
If you're in Dala next week, find out where Otonglo is.
Yeah, so we get into the halftime here. Menengai Oilers leading very comfortably, 31-0 in this 5th place semi-finals, and looking like a sure bet for the 5th place finals later on. We go into the second half of this one. Oilers leading comfortably 31-0 as they position themselves for the 5th place finals. Mombasa making their first visit into the quarterfinals of this circuit. They're finding finding they're going really tough.
You release him fast before you go for the ball.
Mombasa having a feel of the ball again, coming into just outside of their Oilers half. Malenya with a carry there, strong carry, but lucky enough to survive that one.
That's Baka, Annington.
Yeah, Annington, Baka always around Malenya somewhere there. Benefits with that, gets a carry that puts them into Oilers half, and then that inside pass going to Deck and turned over. Looks like it'll be a turnover. Yes, it is. Trying to go to the blind side, but Mombasa were very wary of that. Cut him out. Oilers now bring it back to their left, and that loose pass gives Mombasa their first opportunity. Nation Mwangemi goes in under the post. That loose pass punishing them, Oscar.
Fortuitous, but it's a try nonetheless. It's a good line pressure. It looks like an overlap against Mombasa. Then Nation just played that very well. As soon as the pass didn't go to hand. Last time, just what we were saying, that when you're comparing this with Mwamba, who play out from the 22, teams will take risks playing out. So if the pass goes to hand, then that is an overlap because Nation was alone. It was 2v1 with the Bukuse on the outside. But because the pass didn't go to hand, all of a sudden, what seemed like an obvious try then becomes, rather seems like an obvious overlap becomes a try.
Nation Mwangemi gets us restarted here, puts it just outside on the mark of Oilers 22. Coming in now, carrying in strongly at that channel. Alvin Havoli succeeds just retain position there for Oilers. And then a hint of a gap there, but Newton Malenya comes in quickly to stop that. Offloading before hitting Deck, just creating no opportunities for Mombasa to contest in the racks. Stepping back in, going to Deck.
Play, off the knee.
Turned it over as he came under attentions of the jacklers there. He felt pressured and had to release that ball. But they turn it over. Mombasa just get it, and what do they do with it here? Cool heads required when you are not yet set. Blitz defense being employed here by Oilers. Oilers carrying it. Turning it over. Havoli with ball in hand. Standing in that tackle and offloading to Ogutu. That pass was high but recovered. Abukuse now finally getting an opportunity with ball in hand. They will not catch him. Going in, center post try for a bit labored there from Oilers, yeah?
It's a little bit scrappy, the change of possession back and forth. But eventually the class of Abukuse just seems to overpower the Mombasa defense. Baka and the rest were just chasing across. And the overchase of Abukuse just stepped off his left foot twice. And ended up at the center post. Okay, that's Annington back on your screen. They're just going across for Abukuse, and then Abukuse just steps to left and then steps again for the next defender was coming across. I think it was Jared Osindi.
Yeah, Oilers not easing off here. 38-7, the fifth place semi-finals, preparing to go into the finals where they'll be able to take on Catholic Monks, who won the previous semi-finals. Restart there, Oilers regain possession, cutting right into Mombasa Sports Club defense here, and then swinging it out to their right. Cut out pass to Havoli, almost spilling that one. Gets three Mombasa Sports Club players on his body there.
Sports Club seem to be playing without a sweeper, or at least there's no permanent sweeper, it seems.
No, there isn't, and they're not using their winger to do that role anyway. So a lot of space behind their back line. All seven up in defense here. Oilers just going through the motions, waiting patiently as they keep possession here. Steps back in, and the inside defender is nowhere to be seen. Going all the way to score another try. Lazy inside defending there, really, as Oilers hit back, add some more points.
You know, I think Harrington Baka shot off the line there. just as Oilers are playing to the left of your screen, and by doing so, it created a gap.
Yeah, I'm also coming, taking that gap, Oscar, as you say it here.
Yeah, then because there's no sweeper, so it just becomes easy sauntering in here for Nico. I guess it's a different tactical approach. There isn't, the best, or sometimes you play what you have.
What you have, yeah. What's ahead of you here?
Yes, but also in terms of the players that you have. It's got them to the quarterfinals, so it's good enough, you'd argue.
Yeah, Oilers restarting there, going high. Abukuse tapping it forward, and then just guilty of being offside when he went for that ball.
Lucky boy, lucky boy. Alenia calls for a scrum, but it was an easy knock on there by Mombasa Sports Club.
Mombasa Sports Club with an input there. Big shot from Oilers as they turn over that scrum. Very, very good play there from the forwards. And then switching of play there. Havoli putting the hammer down and going all the way. Alvin Havoli going all the way to score another try. Bumping the first post 50 mark that we've seen in day 2. The gulf in class between the two teams showing here. It's as clear as day and night, Oscar.
I think Mombasa have done their part here. They have done very, very well in this tournament. They have improved every single series event that we've had. But as we ask Mombasa and Oilers to lead, here goes the big one. Now we said that if a fresh, slick-looking Kabras was to meet either Strathmore or KCB, then we'll have an interesting outcome here. What do you think about this one?
Oh yeah, this was where they hammered Castle Monks 25. Very impressive win there. KCB also with their own impressive win over Mwamba 35-7. But KCB versus Kabras, a much improved Kabras, very impressive yesterday. This one is going to be a good one. Even as we see KCB bringing in the changes in the starting lineup, Olukusi starting this game, one of the few he started in the Kabeberi Sevens.
Yeah, there's rugby going on the field here, but there's rugby going on off it. I think there's a lot of tactical adjustments that you see. This is chess rugby we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, finally unleashing Olukusi for this one.
Yes, expect a lot of tactics for this one.
Yeah, Manuel Opondo starting us off for KCB with a high kick there that puts Kabras under pressure immediately there.
Penalty, I think there's a knock on there by Simbo Matias. And then, I'm not sure who came, I think it was Wakesa who came and took the ball after Matias had knocked on.
Yeah, we'll wait for the replay for that one, but KCB having an advantage in territory here. They will look to apply pressure, not going for the scrum option. Just tap and go. They straighten in on that predetermined move. As we see KCB now, Emmanuel Pondo shifting out to Shiasi. Shiasi has got a gap here. Will he take it? He's mowed down, and Floyd all alone in that, trying to protect that ball, succeeds in doing so. KCB now using the full pitch.
Kabras have got less man of defense. I think Victor should have removed that ball.
Yeah, finally referee has to stop it because that play was drifting towards the tackle player.
Mohati, I know there was an injury issue, but I think Bob Mohati had just an opportunity here to play the overlap because he had Onyala and Olukusi on his outside.
Yeah, Bob Mohati, if there's any weakness you can call for Bob Mohati, is that fast pass. Once he receives, he needs to be able to offload it immediately under pressure. That's the only weakness that clearly stands out for him. But he's a strong ball carrier. And there the referee had to call that game to a halt because when the likes of Bob are around an injured player at that velocity, would have created more damage for the Cabras player who needs medical attention right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was also a weakness, but there's a lack of spatial awareness there on Mohati because he had Onyala and Olukusi on his outside. I think that was an easy decision. Straighten and send it out to Onyala, who's the Kenya Shujaa captain. It's a heavy collision here. Mohati comes in on the cut. I think Sketa is it. Just goes down very well, Sketa, but gets a knee right on the side of the head there.
Yeah, on the temple there. And looks like an obvious
case. It didn't seem too bad though on the replay. It didn't seem too bad. Sketa is also walking just behind the try line.
No, he doesn't look well.
I think it's a shoulder. It didn't seem to be like a head.
Yeah, I saw a comment. I saw a comment circulating around those that players will always go for the shoulder just to ensure that no one tracks that it's a head injury.
I think from the replay, it looked like it was a side here. As you see Asati just going for the try line. Asati.
Yeah, Asati identifying that fringe around the scrum, picking and going around it, goes unattended. No one laid any finger, any hand on him. And KCB hit fast in these semi-finals, first semi-finals of Kabeberi Sevens. Another 2 points added by Festa Shiasi. KCB going forward ahead here, 7-0. So Brian Tanga caught himself in the wrong space there.
He did. And look, there's some tactical approach to this. What do you think you're putting Wahinya on the bench?
Yeah, that's what we have to dissect and see, because...
Is it because of the physical contest?
Probably
obvious
because
physical contest here.
If you have Asati in, Kevin Wekesa just putting on the afterburners straight from Monaco and onto the 5 points here, but gives it out to the youngster who goes on to score, Michael Lukusi. Kevin Wekesa just turned on the afterburners there. Conversion is successful. It's a tight game here, 7-all. Capra sitting back straight after kickoff.
Look, I'm not reading it so much into the tactical approach. Coaches and teams make tactics as they want, but I think this is going to be a physical situation. I mean, confrontation here, as we see a good step here by Wekesa.
Yeah, running like an athlete there, huddling and pumping the legs, knees high. Uses energy, but very effective in getting the yardage. KCB coming under intense pressure on this kickoff, and they survive it. One of their weaknesses has been in those kickoffs, regathering them upon when they are receiving it. And they go out to Bob Muhati. Strong carry goes away. He has pace, but he'll be tracked here. But he has sufficient pace for the big man. Goes all the way. Bob Muhati hits back for KCB. Very entertaining match, this one.
I was just about to say that the Cabras super is sweeping really high. I think it's Lukusi Michael who's playing super is really sweeping really high. So it is a line break in the area that you are in, that it's easy, you can deal with it, but it is a kick or a line break that is slightly far away from you. There is a difficult opportunity for you to defend, but to be fair, I think you'd argue Lukusi should have. I think there's a lot of underestimation in Muhati's pace.
Yeah, people underestimate his pace, but he is very fast. And that's a conversion was successful. So KCB hit the front 14-7. As you watch there, Muhati just pulling in the big ones, but remaining on course, checking out his defender. And that deceptive pace being used to good effect there.
You'll have to add that was a missed tackle by Wakesa Kevin there at the end of the field there by Muhati. Well recovered there.
Yeah, Lukusi with a good recovery of that kick of KCB. Very good in that. Heads up rugby here.
I talked about that super being too high.
Heads up rugby there, and KCB recover it. Will he go to deck? Mutua holds him up high. This one will be a maul. And Cabras will just survive that particular phase of play.
I think expect more kicks from KCB, because I think Onyala has realized that Lukusi,
Michael Lukusi
is
sweeping deep.
Too high, I think too high up.
Too high.
So it's right behind his defense line. So that means then even if there's a double cover, ahead of you. So if you have a defender in front of you, then you have Lukusi behind. Because they're too close together, you can actually kick deeper. And
he turns around. He's at par with him as Cabras seek to exit from their territory here. They elect to use the boot into the backyard here. Sati has work to do here, chases down that kick. And now 3v1.
Decision by Lukusi. I've said that he's sweeping too shallow, but he looked up there and then...
Yeah.
Raymond Ambali and Osimbo chased very, very well, then put KCB under pressure. They get their own opportunity about 22 meters away, 24 meters away from the tie line.
So a few seconds remaining in this first half. Very tight affair here, 14-7. One try and conversion separating the two teams as Lukusi steps into that gap, offloads in the tackle. Raven goes in. Cabras, the young boys hitting back here, creating and scoring. Michael Lukusi combining with Raven Ambale to expose KCB's outer flanks there. This one is going down to the wire. 14-12 with a conversion to come.
That was a really good spatial awareness and a good decision by the two young men. Lukusi showed and get the ball into the space. The defense was recovering, but he knew that he had Raven on the outside,
yeah.
so still gave the overhead pass.
Yeah. As you see there.
Yes, he went to the attack there. It's a labored defense attempt there by KCB. I think it was
Emmanuel Opondo just missed him.
It was Emmanuel, yes.
Attracted in Shiasi.
But it was too late for Asati to catch up.
Yeah, so we head into the break here. First semi-finals, KCB versus Cabras. This one 14-12 in favor of KCB.
I think KCB have a tactical headache here. What do they do in defense? Do they put Wabwire at center because the two young men from Cabras are a complete nuisance and they are attacking hard before they send the ball out? I think they have to make some tactical adjustments here in defense, when they're in defense.
Yeah, they have a lot of homework and little time to do that. Brian Mutua going out for Cabras, and in comes number 6, Jackton Oso. Another of those young boys who just having a feel, having an outing, and putting their names up here. Be regulars for Cabras. That is contact in the air there from Kevin Wekesa. Too exuberant. Went into that area, airborne there, and hit Asati. Another of those mistakes that Kevin Wekesa is prone to.
That was totally unnecessary from the Kenya International. He got there in good time. He just needed to allow Asati, Onyala, to bring Asati down because he was already there. He didn't need to do anything else. There you go. You just need to allow him. He didn't need to get up there and try to contest that while Asati was in the air.
Yeah, so KCB opting to go for a scrum in that one. Asati with a put-in just outside of their 22. Goes to Opondo. Opondo to Floyd, parking at the center. Steps back in and steps again. Looking for support, goes behind. And now it's a foot race between Mwanji and Floyd. Floyd and Mwanji. Mwanji has to take care of that ball. Taken to deck there. Has a presence of mind to just place the ball down and stand up. But KCB going over that, contesting and making that track really a nightmare for Cabras, and they lose it. Opondo with Asati out. Asati out there. Does he step? Does he? Matthias Osimbo arrests him and just asks to release him, and they're slow in releasing him. They'll get penalized for that. Advantage play here for KCB. They go back to that short side to ensure they can get that penalty advantage to themselves. Ponder the base of that rack. Muhati tucks it in, carries it, offloads. Floyd going all the way here. Short and stretches and scores KCB's third try. Very hard work to try this one from KCB.
At this level, semi-finals, final, even the quarter-final, individual mistakes can cost the team. You may have team mistakes, but even individual mistakes, or at least a bad decision. It starts with Wekesa there, the kickoff.
Yes.
Another at the end there. Referee very clear to Matthias Osimbo, release the player, the tackle. He didn't release. And then all those errors just keep compounding. But again, KCB had to work really hard for this one.
Yeah, Brian Muhati there. Muhati there just being good. Bob Muhati bringing in Kevin Wekesa. And Jackton also creating the space for Floyd to go in and score. That restart, KCB good at it, retaining that possession. Michael Wekesa goes high and retains it, and Floyd just going for another stab at the backyard of Cabra's Sugar, but it goes into touch. It's a straight out. Put in for Cabras at the line out.
Just for the viewers out there and for the neutrals, KCB has been here before. They've been under pressure before in the knockout stages. They're used to playing this level. It may seem boring to some people, but they soak in pressure very well to KCB.
Yeah, also, and Lukusi going out for Cabras. In comes Siketi and Brian Mutu on the rolling sub. Now the Rayvon Ambali just trying to play. Rayvon Ambali just trying to play there, and it's created space for Brian Mutua and Mwanji here. Not using that space, they come back into traffic.
I don't know whether
trying
Mwanji
to
was aware
reset
that
themselves.
he had the case on the outside.
I think he did, but just caught himself in two hands there. Looking at the back space, the backyard is unattended to here. Floyd has defensive duties to do here. Goes down on deck, he has to be released. Good work there from Floyd to recover on that one. Festa Shiasi tries to cool down things here, cool down matters. Asati taking it to the right. Big collision there, offloads in the tackle. Emmanuel Opondo, that pass will be lined up.
No super, there's no super for KCB.
Yeah, Cabras just killing space here for KCB.
No super
one-on-one here. Offloading before he goes to deck. Michael Wekesa goes in strongly. Loses the ball there in that contest. Though it was ripped from his hands, but the referee adjudges it as a knock-on. Let's hear him. Let's listen in.
Yeah, I think the referee had made the call for release, and then Mutu, I think, just ripped the ball out after the call has been made for release. So the AR just consulting the referee.
If you're joining us, welcome to this semi-finals for the Kabeberi Sevens. We are live on NTV. Joining me, Elijah Toili and Oscar Osir. Second half here of this tightly contested match. KCB ahead by enough points that will make Cabras require at least 2 scores, 21-12. Just around 2 minutes remaining. It has been hotly contested. Both teams giving as much as they get. Small really errors, individual errors being punished heavily in these ones.
Correct. There's no room for errors. We did say Cabras were up for it.
Yeah, they have come with a really enterprising backline. Young players in Rayvon, Ambale, Michael Lukusi. You have the likes of Roy Maruti. So they have really brought in a lot of flair in this. Going Ambale to the shorter side there, create space. Osimbo going to deck, they retain that one. KCB have to realign their defensive structure here. Wild pass, but still retained. Brian Mutua taking it, carrying it in. Dangerous runner here, Kevin Wekesa. then goes down looking for Asati at the base of that, and is guilty of holding on. Guilty of holding on.
I think they're complaining that Asati should have rolled away there.
Let's listen to the referee and see what happens.
Yeah, isolated, not affecting the contest.
Yeah, referee says that Asati was. Remember, I've always said Asati never backs down from any tackles. Asati.
Yeah, the referee calls it well. He says that he was isolated. Asati wasn't affecting the contest and allows the play to go on.
I think I agree with him on that one. It's a tough call on that one, but I think you can also argue that if Asati does not roll away, then he doesn't give the opportunity for Kabras players to do the contest.
Credit to the referee. Center referee was right there at the scene, and
I think the issue on that one also is that there was no Kabras
player coming into contest. There was no contest, so you can't blame who was it? Onyala coming in to Jackal, and he did that because there was no Kabras player in it.
That's well done by Mutua there. I think Skater.
I think there's barely any time left on this clock, but it's a hard one here. Onyala versus Mwanji. Mwanji survives that one. KCB called to defend here, the blitz defense here, but they just check their runs. Good tackle there. Osimbo now with Floyd. Osimbo carrying it inside pass there to Brian Mutua. Goes to deck. Coming in, Osimbo, and covers that rack. Good ball retention. Time running out for Kabras here. The final hooter has gone. Even if they score, they don't have enough time to get 2 tries that they need to win this one. So effectively, KCB just trying to ensure they close strongly here, pushing Kabras back here, pushing Kabras in every tackle, losing territory here. KCB forcing matters. Good defensive play there from players coming in, Brian Wahinya and Jenkins Kipruto, who have come onto the pitch here.
You know, we were asking why the likes of Wahinya on the bench. I think if there's any indication of why, that was a very good indication there. Wahinya with a fantastic leg drive on the tackle.
Yeah, let's listen to the referee here. I think there's a close call here.
You're playing high tackle here. So number 10, give me the mark. Here.
Yeah, referee calling a high tackle there.
You're playing a high tackle here. So we play the penalty for here. So number 10.
KCB penalized for a high tackle. Kabras elect to go for a scrum down. Very last moments here of this game. Any break in play.
If the score here could be the conversions would be the difference. But KCB have played very well. They've managed the substitution very, very well, KCB. And I think they close out this one just about, because even if Kabras score here, score 7, they'll still be at least 2 points behind.
Yeah, I think this is the second game that KCB are involved in where their kicks, their conversion kicks have helped them. As we see Sketty there with a offload to Ravon. Ravon offloads it to Osimbo. This looks like a try, but Shiasi doesn't want that. However, Osimbo just rides the tackle and scores. Referee telling Sketty it doesn't matter if he doesn't take the conversion. The time is up.
Sketty is trying his best to convince the referee that he can't hear him.
Yeah, Kabras again just running out of time in this one. Yeah, as you see there, Osimbo Matthias stretching, riding the 2 tackles and gets over the line to score. Of course, in game of 7s, if that hooter hasn't gone, you still have the opportunity to kick off or to go for the points. And in this case, Kabras, referee clearly indicating time was up for them, and they lose this one, 21-17. KCB getting through courtesy of their conversions. Oscar.
Their season campaigners, KCB. Although winning that game, the likes of Wabire were on the bench, just to give you an idea how they spread out the work. That try by Matthias Osimbo was well defended by Siputua and the rest. KCB are spreading the game and the work across all the 13 players here in the tournament. And it's no surprise that they are series leaders. I think with that win, they get closer to that National 7 Series Championship.
Yes, we prepare for this next one, the second semi-finals between Daystar Falcons making their first appearance in the semi-finals against Strathmore Leos. In the grand context of matters here, Strathmore Leos trailing KCB by 2 points on that circuit leaderboard. And KCB have already done enough to get into the finals. So any slip up by Strathmore Leos in this one, it will be a huge advantage for KCB.
Yes, pressure goes to Strathmore, at least with regards to the National 7 Series Championship. Oh, but Daystar have nothing to lose here, Daystar.
Yeah, we'll go all out for this one if only they can get to the finals. And they're kicking us off was Eddie Wambugu there. Clinton Amkwachi at the end of that kickoff. Strathmore Leos straight into pressure here. But they recover well, contesting those racks. Daystar Falcons just cooling matters down here as they go out. Patrick Odongo is out there waiting for the ball. Gets into hand. Still has to contend with one defender. But he glides through, goes all the way. Daystar Falcons hit the front here. Barely seconds into this game, Patrick Odongo. Try for the Daystar Falcons.
I thought they killed the overlap. They had an overlap, and then with an overlap with Patrick on the outside, you'd have wanted that ball to go quicker. The pass went just behind him, but because the Daystar players, the Strathmore players were desperate to get across to shut out Odongo, I think they lost their footing there. They overshot, and so Odongo had the time to get the ball back, even though they'd gone behind, and score the try.
Yeah, he has serious acceleration over that short distance. As Eddie Wambugu takes the conversion and it drifts out wide. Daystar Falcons earlier on in their Cup quarterfinals, they overcome Menengai Oilers. As you see that Eddie Wambugu attracting 2 defenders and then giving it to Odongo, who has enough pace to get past Barnabas Owor. Goes in there. Daystar Falcons had an extra sudden death victory over Menengai Oilers in the quarterfinals. So they have had a big match earlier on, and this one is not any different. Going the shorter side, Shem Okola, does he have the pace? No, gets mowed down by Clinton Amukwachi. Arnold Muita comes in, gives the ball out to Leos. Leos moving it all the way to the other 15-meter channel. Elton Red Horses taking off on that 5-meter channel. That was pure raw pace by those two.
That was pure raw pace, and I'll tell you what, I think that was Victor Mola just testing how far Odongo will go in defense. I think Odongo had to work hard for that one. Yeah, I think Victor Mola will have another go at Odongo as he gets treatment. I think Odongo had to work really hard as a sprinter when you're defending against your fellow winger.
Yeah.
And you know that he's been playing tournaments around Europe in Monaco. The first thing you'll do is you test him on pace, and I think Victor Mola did the right thing there to take on Odongo. Odongo seems to be he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not in the National 7 Series in Kenya. He's one of the best in the world. So don't count him out.
Oh my, Eddie Wambugu exposing the Daystar defense here, and they have ball in hand. This is Arnold Ogonda. Then gets attended to by the cross-cover defense. Needs to go on deck here. Need to go down, otherwise they will lose this one. Good recovery there from Daystar Falcons. Patrick Odongo with ball in hand, looks behind. There is no one covering, but it wasn't a deep kick. So finds himself turning over possession to Stanley Shikoli, a very strong ball carrier. Of course, Strathmore Leos now missing Gabriel Laimba, who had a strong hit yesterday, didn't survive the concussion tests.
Here we go, Mola, here we go.
Oh, this is going to be a try all day. Vincent Mola has wheels to burn over Arnold Agonda. Goes in for Strathmore Leos' first try in this match.
I think Odongo made a mistake there to give that ball away. I think he had an opportunity to send the ball and allow the team to build up. And what that does also for him as an individual, gives him time to recover from that run. Remember, he's done 2 runs. He scored the try and then had to defend Mola. I think he had given that pass, and he's in the middle of the field. I think he'd have had an opportunity when the ball came back, because in front of him were forwards. And not Mola, because Mola was going to be on one edge of the field. I think that was a tactical error there by Odongo as an individual.
And also that kick wasn't properly executed. It didn't give him much chance because it was very shallow.
Exactly.
As we see the replay here, Vincent Mola just going round, Victor Odhiambo, sorry, going round Mola, and look at that, you know, from one run on the other side to this side, gets Leos onto the scoreboard. Nigel Amaitsa misses that conversion, so we are tied here, 5-all. Still early, just early days in this game, barely halfway through the first half, and Clinton Amukwachi knocks it on.
Again, just individual errors. You said earlier in the previous game that these individual errors would cost you at this level. And you're right. Strathmore is really missing.
Yeah, they're really missing Gabriel
Aimba, because what happens when the game becomes broken like this, what Gabriel does very well is he steps off defenders and then releases the support players into play. It's no surprise yesterday that they didn't want him to get out.
Yeah, in that game that was really tight.
the only two things you can do here as if you're Strathmore Leos. Accept defeat or rise above this panic situation and then think about just scoring that try to get a draw and then pick it up yourself from there.
So Barnabas Owor asking Victor Odor how much time is remaining just a few seconds ago, and he told him 40 seconds to go. So Leo's really at a risk of letting KCB have a serious advantage on the overall standings because they have to get to the finals. Only 2 points separate Leos, and they do well here to get that ball back. Nigel Amaitsa finally showing up, taking matters, taking responsibility into his hands. Samuel Wafula's ball in hand. Victor Mola calling for it. This one will be a try. Will he? Yes, he goes all the way and puts it down.
Yes. I was just saying it will be on the corner because the dog was coming across to make sure that that's not scored anywhere inside. This is what they should have done a bit earlier.
Time is up.
Here we go in the conversion.
Everything.
Here we go.
Everything is going into this conversion from Arnold Muita.
I think this is the season going away from Strathmore Leos.
Yeah.
I think if, well, we never know what will happen to Kisumu. We never know what will happen to Kisumu, but if Arnold Muita misses this one, I think the season is over.
That ball shifts to the right, doesn't even get to the try line. And there you have it, Strathmore Leos losing in these semi-finals. So it's advantage KCB, not all lost in the grand scheme of things. They still are able to make it depending on the outcomes in the final leg. Dallas Sevens coming up next weekend. On the other hand, all kudos, congratulations to Daystar Falcons. They were gritty, they were hungrier. They have had the fastest into the quarterfinals, into the semi-finals, and they find themselves into the finals. This is a fantastic day for Daystar Falcons as we move on now to the finals of this particular tournament. So welcome back to the Kabeberi, George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. This is the 34th edition being hosted by Mwamba RFC. We've had fantastic 2 days and teams have sorted themselves out, coming all the way here to the final section now as we play for the 13th place finals between Embu RFC and Nakuru RFC. You're watching us live on NTV. Joining me here, my name is Elijah Toili, is Oscar Osir, as we take you through this last and final rounds of Kabeberi Sevens.
Wow, what an end to that semi-final.
Yeah.
Between Daystar and Strathmore, as we see a try here by Nakuru RFC.
Yes, Nakuru RFC, Fidel Wekesa going quickly. Been a stalwart for Nakuru in this tournament. Goes over for their first try in these finals of the 13th place. Embu have had a run, getting themselves into the 13th place finals. Nakuru, on the other hand, I don't think I've seen them in the 13th place playoffs.
I think this is the worst that they've played. They will need an invitation to go to Kisumu.
Yeah. That conversion not going over the crossbar. As you see there, step in, lifts the Embu's defenders. Derek Olo gasped there. They're going, leading now 5-0. looking to finish strongly here, waiting possibility for an invitation onto Dallas Sevens.
For now, they can only just work to get a result here and then deal with the administrative work after that. But in the first tournament in Driftwood, they finished 4th. In the home tournament, I think they finished 5th.
Yes, they did.
And then when the quarterfinals of Christie's, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they finished that one in 8th position, 7th position rather. So they have been thereabouts in the quarterfinals, but this one, the lowest they have been, and they are going about it the right way, applying pressure on Embu. Embu defending 5 meters out, and Nakuru just swinging ball from end to end, carrying here strongly for Nakuru, going into contact, Derek Sore, and then Javan Otieno goes over to score their second try.
It seemed easy there in the end. After a big carry there from Sore, then Javan just gets a pop there. And he tries to convert his own try. And he gets it.
Yeah, conversion is good. Quickly putting a distance between themselves and the Embu RFC in this 13th place finals. As you see Osore offloading there inside and then steps off his left, leaves the Embu defender on the turf there. An orthodox way of scoring the try, but it's a good 7 points for them. Kicking off, restart there, fumbled by Embu RFC. That ball is loose and contested. It's on the floor. First man in is making a meal of that. And they get penalized, Embu RFC. Quick tap and go there. Going, looking for support as he pumps his feet. And Okobaye just held short of the try box there. Embu coming in strongly in this first play. And then Javan swinging it out to his left. Goes into contact there. Still going to the shorter side with one man to beat. Dives over and scores. Quick fire tries here from Nakuru RFC. Paul Lusesi. Paul Lusesi with third try for Nakuru. Going on this one very quickly, Oscar.
Yes, they know they have. There's nothing else they can do apart from win this one.
And it's normally hard for players, you know, when you're playing at the level that you didn't want to, you have to still rise to the occasion.
You know, one tournament you're playing for the 3rd place playoff, and then another tournament you're playing it 13th, and no guarantee that you play the next tournament if you've won. But they're doing what they have to do here. As you see Javan here just sending the ball out there to Lucesi, scores in the corner. In case of you are wondering, those of you who are keen fans of the 7 Series, this is not Mombasa Sports Club, that kit. It's Embu RFC. I think they have to change the kit because they have a similar color.
Yeah, alternative kit because Embu also have a green and red striped shirt. So the alternative kit would be what they have borrowed from Mombasa Sports Club. Nakuru off to the races here, just giving total nightmare for Embu RFC, conceding left and right, and there they go over for their 4th try. 6s and 7s are Embu in defense, basically not getting any opportunity to defend. And Javan looking for the extra 2 points. That drifts off to the left. Watching us live on NTV all across the nation here. We've had a fantastic 2 days. We are the tail end, the business end of George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. This is the 34th edition. We've just finished with the rounds of semi-finals, and we have some mouth-watering fixtures in the finals. Oscar, the thing around Kabeberi Sevens, we've had since the onset of the RB7s way back in 1999. We've had KCB and Impala tying on 5 titles each. Quick on their heels is Harlequins with 4, Mwamba with 3, and Homeboys 3. So you look at that spread, just 5 teams holding the Kabeberi's title since 1999. Of course, KCB doing the last 3 since the resumption after COVID. And they're in the finals in this particular one also.
KCB have been very consistent this season. And I think if you go beyond Kabeberi Sevens, if you look at the Sevens, National Sevens circuit winners also in the last maybe couple of years, KCB have been there and thereabouts. If they're not winning, they're at least in top 3 or even second. Last year was Kenya Harlequins. The year before, I think it was Oilers, but even that before that, I think was KCB.
Yeah.
And even when they didn't win it the year before that, they were second. I think when Cabras won it.
Yeah, there are close runnings. They were all the way to the end on that one.
So they've been consistent even in the short version of the game. But during that period, they've also had some really good players. Of course, the current coaching team, the technical team currently, including Amonde, who has been a captain for Kenya Shujaa for many years. So there's a lot of consistency there in the club, and it's showing in the tournaments that they play in. And Kabeberi Sevens is no exception.
Absolutely. Finally, Embu RFC getting a feel of the ball and possession. They're into the Nakuru's 22, retaining ball well here. They have numbers out to the left. This one, if they well handled, will be a try. Strolling in for the first try for Embu RFC. Going over Yuan Demasin. We were to research and see that name. Yuan Demasin goes over for Embu's first try.
There's a French feeling to that name.
Indeed. You can tell us there in the chat where you've seen that name before.
That'll be interesting to know where Yuan picks up his identity from. But at the moment, he's every bit player for Embu RFC here. As we see that simple try the end, and there's nothing much Javan can do here.
Yeah, so we go into the half-time break for this 13th place finals, pitting Nakuru against Embu. Embu trailing this one 5-22.
Just getting a shot of the fans there across Kabeberi. Fantastic afternoon. A few of them yawning there. There's nothing to do with us, Elijah. I hope there's nothing to do with us or the action on the field.
Absolutely not.
But there's a lot of vendors across here, just in case you need to catch a bite.
Yeah, indeed. As we kick off for the second half of this one, Embu trailing 5-22 against Nakuru. Nakuru trying to close on a high here. They had very fantastic first half where they raced off to 22 points before Embu finished that half strongly, scoring one of their own. Now they have the remaining 7 minutes or so to see whether they can get themselves back into this game. Dummies there, shows and goes, hitch kicks, breaks the first line of defense, but Embu are able to scramble well, and that will be a penalty in favor of Embu. Holding on is the call from the referee. Guilty there, coming under pressure on that particular rack. and he elects to hold on.
Fido Lekesa did well here, and then I think offloaded to Joel Mboya, I think it was.
Yeah, it's Joel Mboya was guilty of that.
They're just holding on, claiming not holding, but tucks the ball under his chest.
Yeah, Derek Osore going into contact there, retains possession. Referee just clear to Embu RFC to roll away from that rack, opening a gap there, breaks through the first line, but the sweeper comes into Jackal and he does so successfully again, isolating himself there.
Yeah, so what Mboya is not doing there, what he needed to do there, that's the second time the ball is tucked in. Either he gets up quickly, do a quick down up, or take the ball and try to place it. He has every right here. He's got into the space, gets on the floor. He's every right here to hold on to the two ball and then just place. But I don't need to try. He tries to get up on his knees.
Yeah, he did.
If he just, and he did well to bring up his upper torso. He could just shot back towards his goal line and then present that ball to his colleagues. And I don't think the Embu Jackal would have had a chance to get the ball.
No, indeed, he wouldn't. And as we say so, he takes a break. He's been substituted here. Joel Mboya goes out, and in comes Habakuk Ouma into space at the backyard of Nakuru RFC. That kick puts pressure on them. If it can be recovered, then they will do some good work with it. But Nakuru do well to recover. Just coming in there, Habakuk Ouma. Now they get an opportunity to go to the right. Takes out his man, but passes to the floor there. Yeah, a lot of wingers just, it's a skill you require to recycle that ball in that 5-meter channel.
It's a skill that I think can be taught very well by Dennis Mulinge from Monks. As you see here, Paul Lucesi just going to the edge of the field and throwing the ball on the inside. Not so sure where it's supposed to go. But yes, we've spoken about playing in that zone. You did mention about Harlequins, how they've done well with that, playing in the short side. Monks also play that area very well.
Yeah,
it's possible. It seems impossible for some, but it is very possible to play in that short space.
It is. Embu RFC with ball in hand in their own half, stepping back in, then goes for the boot behind the defense lines there. It's a chase here, and well recovered there by Nakuru RFC. Coming into that duty, Javan Otieno floats and steps back into traffic there, gets nabbed.
I think Javan was hit while on the floor. The Embu player.
Yeah, he's still on ground there. So Nakuru currently playing 6 versus 7. Steps back in and puts the hammer down. Good scramble defense from Embu there. They bring him down and contest. Sore with ball in hand, passing it out. Still playing 6 against 7 as Javan Otieno gets attended to. Felix Okoth coming in there with a strong carry. Laboring here for Nakuru. Still down. They'll have to wait for a break in play. Carrying it right at the heart of Embu's defense there. Sore has been a good ball carrier for them. Then they elect to go back to the shorter side. That tap, yeah, still it's, referee calls it's in the tackle, so it's advantage for a knock-on. Felix Okoth puts down the hammer. Good to see him taking off. But does he score that one?
I think he scores, but he pays a prize there.
Yeah.
Clutches onto his hamstring. I'm upset. But he understands that he cannot score, try the corner there without any defensive attempt. But he should be able to recover from that one.
So Nakuru stretching their lead here to 27. Just over a minute remaining here as an attempt at the conversion. Sails just short of the uprights here. Again, look at that. Habakuk Ouma offloads to Felix Okoth, who decides to have a go at it. Tries to fend off Stanley Herman. Succeeds in doing so. Scores try that costs him more than he had bargained for. Habakkuk Omar is starting us for this second half. As you picture there, Felix Okoth, the target man for those restarts, but it goes way too deep for Embu RFC to recover, and they set off on the right. Steps his man. Does he have enough gas? Bumps off. Good tackle there from Habakkuk Omar, and then the referee just spots the knock-on.
Is it a knock-on? Yeah, I think it's a knock-on. I think he tried to release so he can come back up and play it again because it was a tackle. The referee calls a knock-on there. Now look, both teams don't want to play this game. It is part of the tournament.
Yeah, they're just slothing it out here.
But it can get a bit of a drag as a game because it's almost inconsequential per se. It helps in the overall ranking of the series, but doesn't necessarily help for next weekend, because next weekend is what you want. You want to play again in the main cup.
Yeah, you do want to ensure that everything works in your favor when those decisions are made. Coming back to take it from the mark, Stanley Herman shifts it to the right there, going to deck and protecting the ball in that track. Still come to their right. Referee plays advantage for Embu. Nakuru just offside there as that ball bubbles out into touch. But they do come back for the advantage. Tapping and going straight to their left side, but they are one-on-one here. No advantage in numbers. They have to manufacture some space for themselves. They have to manipulate the defense here, and playing it slowly that way does not help them. Tap and go at 10. Route 1 goes Yuan Damasin. Pick and go around the fringes of that track. Nakuru now starting to struggle here in the red zone. Chip and go behind on the try line into the try box. That runs out for Embu RFC. Referee brings them back for an offside. No advantage accruing for Embu RFC. Number 17 ruled offside, Wilson Makete. What do Embu do here?
I think they give it to Yuan. They must see that's what they should do.
Yeah, strong ball carrier.
But it was a bit upright there, Yuan.
As you watch the replays there, that ball not getting grounded by Embu. On the farthest channel there, on the 15-meter, 5-meter, Felix Okoth coming in, trying to see if he can rip that ball out, cut-out pass, and then playing basketball here briefly. Yuan with ball in hand, straightens, offloads in the tackle. Embu making progress here, doing well to retain possession, and that has been turned over.
No, I think he used his hand for the tackle. I think referees call these ones against the defensive team if you've not driven over the ball yet, because once you drive over the ball, there's something that now you have a right to play the ball. As long as it's a contest, I think first complete the contest. You have to get a winner of the contest, and that winner is the person who goes beyond the ball, I think. And in this case, Nakuru just went too early for the ball using the hands.
Yeah, so Embu RFC have pinned Nakuru down here in their 22 for the last 3 or 4 minutes without successfully converting their opportunities as they knock it on again there. Nakuru doing well in their defensive duties. 2.5 minutes into extra time, that game comes to a halt, and Nakuru emerging victorious in this 13th place finals. As we move on to the 5th place finals between Impala. The 8th place final between Impala and Homeboys. Nakuru here getting their 13th place honors, 27-5. So you're with us live on NTV here as we get into the business end slowly getting to the finals here. This is the final of the 8th place, pitting Impala RFC against Homeboys RFC. Both teams played earlier on in their semi-finals, winning those ones. Impala emerging victorious over Masinde Muliro 12-7, whereas Homeboys got that crucial victory against Kenya Harlequins 31-26. Those were hotly contested matches. Impala, with playing at these, taken matters into their own hands. We will see them in Dallas Evans. Both teams actually, Homeboys, this is the first time in the Division 1 this year in this circuit. And going into the last leg, they'll be able to participate in that one in the Division 1. Oscar Osir, Impala doing enough to just ensure they close the Division 1. They had checkered games yesterday, but did enough to just get themselves here.
I think so too, and you know, Matoka was struggling with the hamstring injury there. You see that it's a good counteract there by Homeboys, that ball. I think they lost momentum in Impala when they went down to Embu. A couple of things interesting here, as you see Anduvate taking the spillover ball from the rack, is that Impala, I think, are one of the few teams, I've not seen teams using scrums as a target, scrum defense as a weapon. So, you know, every team seems to have their own signature. Homeboys do use a quick line out. Homeboys have a quick line out. Whereas they say line out, you know, action meets reaction. As you see a miss there by Impala. Sultan Mikhail just missing that conversion. And Vata picking the spill over from the rack. I think Homeboys did take good care of the ball there, the racks.
Yeah, and Vata, a very physical player. It is when he just finds himself into that try box, and Impala taking the lead here 5-0. Homeboys have acquitted themselves well in their first time in the Division 1. Brian Juma there with getting himself into a spot of bother. But yeah, finally Impala turn over that ball. Brian Juma just got caught out in possession there. A quick tap and go there, going to score. Another quick fire try for Impala. David Nyangige. Yeah, fine Homeboys players just guilty of talking too much when the referee has made the calls. And that
transition, like transition,
delays their transition, exactly, Oscar.
Once the penalty has been called, or whatever has been called, if you don't transition quickly, then it doesn't matter, because the attacking team has already right to a quick scratch. There you go.
Yeah, they're trying to gesticulate there with the referee, but the referee said he has stopped.
Can't touch the responsibility of the defense is to go back 10. Now, kickoff was one of the problem areas for
Homeboys, as you say, they like to go for quick lineouts, and being denied there, a bit of gamesmanship from Impala RFC, holding on to the ball just to deny them, to deny Homeboys an opportunity to restart quickly here.
Usually this is a yellow card, can't be a yellow card.
Yeah, it should be a yellow card. So Amon Mwambok really lucky to survive that one. Impala turn over that ball nonetheless in that line out, and then they take off, sidestepping 1-2, then kicks the ball behind Homeboys back line, but Homeboys just scramble enough to kick it out into touch.
It's good stepping here by Nyangige, but it's a 2v1. I mean,
he had done enough.
He had done enough, I thought so. There's nothing wrong with players being creative. We should always encourage players to be creative, but we also encourage them to look up. And I think if you looked up, I think you would have seen that there was more attackers than there were defenders, and just keep that ball to hand.
Nice movement there, but that looks held up.
It looks held up. It does look held up. try.
Yeah, assistant referee Victor Oduor confirms that he had sight of that ball being grounded amidst the heap of those bodies. We might need a closer replay there, but assistant referee giving the referee thumbs up for that try as Impala stretch the gap between themselves and Homeboys. 17-0 with a conversion to come here. That ball stays away from the posts.
It's a good set display here. Impala well within the 5 meter.
Yeah,
you have to
well
get the ball
timed.
back to look at this.
Reynold and Duvate just...
Sultan Mikhail just had his hands open, asking, simple try, fix and pass again. I think they are lucky that they get that try. From where we have, we can see that the ground is easy from here, but I guess Victor was close enough to make that decision.
David Nyangige, ball in hand, puts it high up into the skies. Good ball here for contest, and Impala repossess that ball. Another victory for them there. Then that looping pass. Oh, just not sure that he will get to it. Knocks it on Amon Mwambok.
I think he made a... He was a bit caught between two minds because the defensive player was coming in between. I think he should have been a bit patient himself as well. Just put himself in a position where even if the
defender gets the ball.
If he gets the ball, then he can recover. A bit of calculation was needed there at that situation. We needed to do some calculus there.
Yeah, I think he went for the defensive option. He decided to defend.
Defend instead, yes.
Put in there for Homeboys after that knock on Brian Juma with ball in hand. Attacks flat on that defense line, but ball through the back line there is dropped, and Nyangige hacks it all the way to the try box. Will he score this one? Yes, he does. Nyangige thorn in the flesh for Homeboys in this game.
Yes, he has made so far. And Sam Bachai there just took his eye off the ball, allowing Nyangige to go. But Nyangige is a top try scorer in
Embu, yeah.
So he does understand what it means to take out the opportunity for scoring. And give credit to Nyangige here. It was wonderful kickoff.
Yeah.
They went up to the sky and I think was tapped back by Mwambok.
Yes.
And he came right back to the kicker from where he was at the kick, and then he got a long pass out here. He's been getting some really good kickoffs.
Yeah, successful conversion there. Successful conversion there, and Impala getting into the break here. Comfortable lead. 24-0.
So really, the previous game we had a team where they scored 26-0. There was a game where...
Oh, yeah.
One team scores 26-0 and then the other one scores 31. As long as Fiji Sevens like to say that as long as we score more than you can score as many tries as you want.
Yeah, this one Impala leading 24-0. Get into the second half of this one. 8th place finals. Impala taking on Homeboys. Impala have had all the ball. They have had favor on the scoreboard. Earned it and leading comfortably here, 24-0. Homeboys have all to do. It has to be a game of two halves if they're to get back into this one. They do have the ability, but Impala have been very clinical when they had ball in possession. Nyangige has been really good.
Yes, but Homeboys do contest tracks, and this is an indication here as we see.
Quick tap and go. Yeah, and having no sight of the supporting player, then passes the ball to deck, but good recovery. Cross cover defense comes in and bundles Boniface Ogot into touch.
Do you think that it will help teams to hold clinics on how to play along the tram lines?
It will, for sure, because almost 3/4 of the teams, once they get into that 5-meter channel, you're guaranteed that the ball will not be recycled. And at times, it just takes you to stop.
That's all.
And wait for your support.
That's all. Sometimes pull out, as it's called. Sometimes just pull and come back. There's enough supporting players coming on the inside, and then continue playing.
As we say, so Sultan Mikhail goes to the bench, having done all the hard work in those 7 minutes, and coming into play here. As you see there, that's some medical attention. I think he landed heavily, or the tacklers landed heavily on his ankle. So because that has happened around the area of play, game has to come to temporary stop to get him attended to. He's back on his feet, very eager to get outside. Referee clear again that close quarter combat there, pulling in defenders and in a loop around move. They do go out to the wing now, 5-meter channel there, doing well to retain possession.
Gotten an opportunity there. I think the referee says there was no release. It's a good tackle. I'm not sure about that. I think Kenyari was okay, completely released. I think it was Kalista Simiu.
If you're joining us for this 34th edition of George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, if you're joining us now, you're in time for the finals. We've had the earlier 13th place finals. Now we are on to the 8th place finals, waiting for you later on. Will be the 5th place finals and bronze match together with the main cup finals, the men's edition, while you wait for the finals of the women edition between Northern Suburb ladies and Mwamba ladies. Mwamba ladies, of course, looking to seal off the circuit win. As we see here, Brian Juma going into contact at the heart of Impala's defense. Advantage is over there, so they have to make do with this ball. They have to retain it. It's a hot potato there, losing territory here, going into contact and getting a reset, but I've lost a couple of meters in this first play, being manhandled there by Boniface Ogot, getting himself busy, being a nuisance in those breakdown areas for Impala. Homeboy still have possession, but running out of time here surely. Just less than 2 minutes to go with 24 points to chase down. I don't see them doing it as Brian Kemboi darts off to this near touch and is bundled into touch. Derek Kinyari just lining him up and getting him out into touch.
No, it's a line out. There was a step out. Line out blue, line out blue.
Yeah, ref just clarifying there. That was off Impala.
Yes, it was a line out, but Impala get it back somehow.
Creeping through there on the line out. Getting punished for that. Impala just deciding to go on the defensive mode in this second half. They've not really attacked. Comfortable to just give homeboys a lot of possession here, telling them to chase down that 24-0 lead. They are running out of time, seconds to go in this one. Oh, strong ball carry there from homeboys. Goes to deck and passes from there. Collins Ochieng bumps off the defenders, but doesn't benefit his team.
Nyangige got a smash from Ochieng and then sat down on the floor watching the rest of the proceedings. Nyangige, I think he needed some time to recover.
Yeah, see him go there.
There you go, bang.
Yeah, he placed his head on the wrong side of that tackle. just placed it in front of Collins. He's lucky not to get bumped, getting a concussion from that contact.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Yeah, breaking play here as we see this game dying off basically into the referee's time here as we wait for the next match. 5th place finals between Mengai Oilers and Catholic Monks. Last time those two teams met, I think Catholic Monks did a number on Oilers.
Yes, and that is about 2 tournaments away. Matters could be different right now. This one, as Fala looks to have secured this one because they're well into the extra time. Time's up on the clock here for Homeboys.
Yeah, trying to see if they can get a gloss onto this. Just Impala still playing, trying to see if they can score another one. That Homeboys will want to rub off that 0 on the scoreboard. And Vate offloading it and chasing down that in support. Gets the ball from that track, passes it back. Impala electing to play on despite the hooter going, signaling the end of this match. Kanyari straightening through the heart of Homeboys defense. Tries to run away but is caught and has the presence of mind to offload to Nyangigi. Nyangigi David. That's why he was a top scorer in Embu. Fantastic supporting lines.
Always supporting Nyangigi.
Being very cheeky there. Not yet scored.
He's congratulated there by his teammates.
Yeah, you know, despite playing for the 8th or the 13th, Nyangigi always stays amongst the top try scorers, you know, because they played 6 matches and is very crucial in getting those scores on the board. So he creeps onto, after day 2 is over, you realize, wow, Nyangigi is at the top, you know.
He's always supporting, and there are players like that who are always giving support play. Remember, he's one of the key players for Impala in terms of distribution. As you see this line break here by Kinyari. Kinyari just composed himself all on the floor. That's a nice, wonderful offload there to David Nyangigi, coming short and supporting him. But just at the end there, Nyangigi has time to taunt the likes of Ocheng there from Homeboys. And Impala with this one very comfortably, 29 points to 0.
Yeah, we move on to the 5th place finals. Oilers taking on Catholic Monks. So we are ready to go in this 5th place finals. Catholic Monks taking on Oilers. Both teams did win in their 5th place semi-finals. In that one, Oilers ran out comfortable winners against Mombasa Sports Club 57. 50 to Oilers, 7 to Mombasa Sports Club. Monks, on the other hand, had to fight against the home team, the hosts, Mwamba, emerging victorious there, 24-17, after Mwamba just missed out on an opportunity right at the end to even tie that match. So Catholic Monks will want to finish strongly here. Oilers, of course, were trying to track the top 2 in the circuit leaderboard, and playing for 5th doesn't do them any advantage, and they will have to make do with the 5th place finals. You're watching us live on NTV across the nation. We have less than 3 or 4 matches to go to wrap up the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Joining me, Elijah Toil, here is Oscar Osir. He's taking a break shortly. He'll be back later on as coming in to join me here, Walter Orangi. Walter, we do see Catholic monks employing to use their boot here.
Yes, the Catholic monks, that is a technique that Brian Nyamboki has perfected. But now that he's not on the pitch, different players, same tactics, trying to get that space behind the defensive line. Well, Toeli, Sunday afternoon, second day of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. We've seen drama, but the biggest of them all, the Daystar Falcons are in the cup final. What are your thoughts, and what chances do they have in that cup final?
Oh, they have nothing to lose. They gotten themselves into that finals by merit, and they will want to go one ahead and knock KCB off the patch there, you know, just get one over them. So it will be an interesting finals. They have demonstrated that they are good. They have applied themselves well yesterday and today, and they will feel they have the momentum and the wind on their sails, behind their sails there, to get past KCB. It will be an interesting finals though. KCB will want to maximize, get the full 22 points and stretch their lead on the circuit against Strathmore Leos. So one to watch there.
Toeli, yes, you put it rightly, one to watch, but the battle to watch, ladies and gentlemen, it is that battle between Floyd Wabwire and Patrick Odongo. That is why we are here.
That will be a nice one.
Yes, the battle of the speedsters, the two individuals, arguably the fastest individuals around. That's a try for the Catholic monks.
Yeah, Dennis Mulinge there, very adept at using the touchline to good effect. Just diving over, appreciating that he will get shoved, but lands the ball into the try area, the corner flag there, hitting the frontier. Dennis Mulinge, very wily customer, very smooth operator for Catholic monks, long servant for them. Applies himself well in the game of sevens here. Conversion attempt doesn't get to the try line. Philip Walukana just missing out on that one. And Oilers not wanting a repeat. The last time these two teams met, as you see there, Dennis Mulinge fends off Bildad Ogeta, very strong man, but he had more pace on him there. As we said earlier, doesn't matter whether you're big or small. Fend is used to good effect, gives you an opportunity to get yourself ahead of the defender. Restart there, and Oilers have ball in hand, shifting it all the way to the 5-meter channel here. John Okoth goes into contact. Abukuse cleans it up. The ball, that pass, not good. The shoulder area, big hit there on Philip Okeo. Oilers being smashed here, losing territory, but they come to the shorter side where he has wheels to spare. Going all the way, hitting back, big chest down, but successfully puts down 5 points there. Abukuse, really smart, smooth runner. Doesn't load a lot of side steps, but he weaves and dances through. In this case, leaving two Catholic monks defenders on the attack. Oilers tied at 5-all with a conversion to come. Glaciers Owino, ball in hand, raises it, but just sails closer to him than to the posts. So we are tied 5-all, just over a minute remaining as you see that replay. Coming back to the shorter side, then he just swerves in and then puts his foot down, puts the hammer down and goes all the way.
Dennis Abukuse nods his way to the try line. And not an easy team to play against, so the Menengai Oilers have to take all their chances as posed. And speaking of taking their chances there, they missed that opportunity to kick the ball 10. Those coach killers, those moments where you hand over possession back to the attacking side. And a good team with value for money within their ranks. A team that really plays. John Okoth, strong there. The player is isolated. That looks like a good attempt at counteracting. An advantage being played for an offside infringement as the Menengai Oilers crept into an offside position. One pass to the outside. Walukana there testing Dennis Abukuse. Abukuse having none of it. Strong defensive effort there. Ball is recycled. Referee was playing an advantage. The tackle is complete. Shifting it, kicking it forward, but nobody's chasing behind. They do say you're as good as your kick. The chase is as good as the kick.
Yeah, Walter, you're very right. Spot on there. But Catholic Monks could afford to do that because they were playing on an advantage. Oilers offside from the other set piece there. As you see, that strong carry there from Felix Okumu goes in, and then is trying to get themselves onto the scoreboard again. Yeah, no advantage from that kick and chase there by Samuel Owino. They do come back. The hoot has been sounded for the halftime, so Catholic Monks have the advantage of territory here and possession. They'll want to close this first half strongly. Good put in there by Samuel Owino. Shifts the ball to Mulinge. Mulinge all the way out there to Philip Walukana. Walukana goes into contact, going the shorter side. Their default setting is to travel that shorter side of the pitch, and they get an advantage because of a height shot. Over chasing there and losing it out. Now it's a foot race here for the try box. Does well to scramble, but playing on advantage for the high shot. Referee brings it back for Catholic Monks to have another shot at this one.
Yeah, double infringement there as the referee pinpoints the mistakes committed by the Menengai Oilers. A high tackle and an offside infringement.
No scrum option here for Catholic Monks. Mulinge just darting through the heart of Oilers defense there as they knock it on. It's being hustled out of the ball here. Referee Clay shows it's a fair contest. Ball is up. The rack area has been hotly contested here as Catholic Monks recover from that one. Going all the way to score. Hitting the frontier, the death of this first half. Victor Obupere dives over and scores for Catholic Monks. Victor Obupere pumping his feet into the tackle over the whitewash. Stretching Catholic Monks lead to 10. Conversion to come here from Philip Walukana. Lines it up and takes it, chips it over the bar. They get an extra 2 points. So Catholic Monks taking us into the break here, leading this one 12-5 as you see coming in, seeing the gap there and goes for it. Daniel Kipchirchir couldn't stop him. And Oilers trailing here by 7 points in the break. Getting ready to kick us off for the second half of this 5th place final. A tight affair between Menengai Oilers and Catholic Monks. Catholic University Monks leading into the break 12-5. And Catholic Monks doing well just to recover ball here. Bukuse going against Mulinge. Mulinge recycles himself, flats with the touchline, but gets out of that situation well. One of the few ones who know how to play with the touchline. Oilers still have possession now, swinging it all the way back, but cuts back into traffic at the heart of Oilers defense, looking for an offload, gets one. Immediately Okoth and other Oilers defenders come in trying to defend that one. Monks do well to protect that possession, ball in hand, 2-on-1, coming up straight onto their defense line of Oilers there, but that pass, just the man overrunning it.
Yeah, the man was expected. I think the last pass there, the pass that should have been made was that switch back in, because there was the touchline defending on behalf of the Menengai Oilers on the other side. However, Quer could afford at least 5 minutes second half. I mean, it's those game-turning opportunities that, such-like opportunities, you can see there. Felix saw one individual on the outside, and if only the winger would have run that line inside, it would have been a good attacking opportunity. Now time for that scrum for the Menengai Oilers. Eric Ogutu feeds. Beg your pardon, that is Glaciers on the outside. Cavoli there, spilling his lollies. I mean, Oilers. What are your thoughts about Oilers? I think this game sort of underscores the fact that they wanted to play sort of somewhere higher, but then their results didn't go well. But they've had a mixed bag of results this weekend. I remember they were in the final a few tournaments ago. They looked like an outsider in terms of that top race. However, it seems that it has been opened up, and the gap between the top three, or actually the top two, now really becomes a bigger gap for them going into Kisumu.
Yeah, Oilers, their wheels came off yesterday when they met Cabras in that right derby, and going off to the blind side, going all the way. Catholic Monks unaware as it darts off and goes to score. Try for Menengai Oilers. Glaciers Owino took off to the shorter side, which was unattended. Goes all the way to score, pulling Oilers back into this contest. 12-10 with a conversion to come. Oilers, yeah, yesterday they had a rough outing in that final match that to determine the top of the pool. They came unstuck against a very determined Cabras. 28-0, they lost that one, as Glaciers fails to convert his own try there. It remains 12-10. Then today, earlier in the morning, in the quarterfinals, they came up against the Easter Falcons. The Easter Falcons, team of day two. And that was a closely fought one, 24-19. You see Glaciers just going over. So a restart there from Menengai Oilers. 2 points the difference here, with over 3 minutes to play, enough time for both teams to seal off this match as a loose ball is pounced on by Menengai Oilers, going to score quick fire tries there. Catholic Monks making a mess of that one, and Eric Ogutu pouncing on the ball that was hacked into the try box. Quickly Oilers take the lead here, and Catholic Monks just been lulled into sleep here, have to rise up, have to wake up, losing that lead very quickly in quick succession here. And Oilers hit the frontier. As you see that, no one really taking responsibility of that loose ball on the ground. Eric Ogutu just stayed in the game, stayed alive to the opportunity. He scores right under the posts. Oilers now restarting this one, going deep, using territory as a pressure point here for them, trusting in their defense, pinning Catholic Monks inside their 22. Monks now have to work all of the 75 meters. Shift it out. Mulinge with ball in hand, but gets attracted. Gets attention of three Oilers defenders, not rolling away, stopping a fair contest there by Catholic Monks, getting penalized for it.
Yeah, they get penalized. Quer now have the job to do, and that job is to score and try and take the lead.
Mulinge passes the ball out to the left. Still in their 22, Oilers doing well to ensure that Catholic Monks do not get out of their red zone. Done really well. This is a close one. 1.5 minutes to go. 5 points is the difference. One break from Monks. They are back in contention. That's why Oilers are just very keen to shut them out. Passes back into traffic there. Referee says play on and game is live.
Another loose ball there. Once again, who stays alive? That is Oilers. The bounce goes into touch. That kick, those grabber kicks that Oscar loves. But then sometimes the bounce of the ball is not favorable and you definitely lose that opportunity. Now, this is a few minutes on the scoreboard or on the clock as we await the next couple of minutes or seconds. It is one try difference between the two sides. The ball is hoofed down pitch. Eric Ogutu shows, kicks back again. Who's at home? Who's covering? Eric Ogutu needs the bounce. Once again, they're asking for that favorable bounce. The bounce is in favor of Walukana, and that is a 22 dropout. A repeat of what just happened a few minutes ago.
Yeah, Oilers going about this in the right way, just ensuring that whatever they do, they play in Catholic Monks 22, running down the clock, giving them a lot more to do because they have to work all of the 75 meters. Therefore, just doing well to ensure that they manage this game to its conclusion.
Yeah, it's all about game management now. For an opportunity to set a platform and kick the ball out. Ogutu, the platform is set. Cavoli needs to find touch, and he does find touch. That is the end of that. Full-time scores, Oilers 17, Kwaya 12.
With that, we move on swiftly to the third and fourth playoffs. Coming on next on your screen, and Catholic Monks. We get ready for these third and fourth playoffs between Cabra Sugar and Strathmore Leos, losing semi-finalists, but still in the hunt, especially for Strathmore Leos, to ensure that they get as many points as possible. What's on offer here is 17 points for the third place, the bronze winners, and quickly off to the races here, Cabras. That might mean a lot more sanctions for Strathmore Leos around that track area, but they survive it, turn it over. And now looking out to men out, Stanley Shikoli with a strong carry there in the middle of the pitch. That might be turned over, making it a mess here for Strathmore Leos, and it's turned over. Good ferocious attack on those spaces by Cabras. That pass drifts forward from Brian Mutua.
Yeah, it does drift forward there. An opportunity gone begging there. It was a good opportunity on the inside there as William Mwanji was pumping his legs there. The ball is passed forward there. Brian Mutua should have kept it, but an opportunity gone begging. However, a good spot to attack from or defend from, because you're defending 5 meters out of your opponent.
Yeah, still with ball in hand, but under pressure here, territory-wise. Brian Mwendwa puts it in, and it's made a meal of, and it's turned over by Cabras forwards. Good play there. They have numbers out wide. This should be an easy try. Brian Mutua going in for Cabras' first try of this match, turning over that ball in that scrum down, and before Leos will reset themselves, Cabras swing the ball out to Brian Mutua, who dots down the first 5 points in this match. Sketty just lining, preparing himself for a conversion there. Jackson Skater puts it up, but it drifts off to the right. Scores remain 5 to Cabras, 0 to Leos. Leos just cracking under pressure there. And look at that turnover, and then immediately they go to score. And Strathmore Leos must remain.
Speaking of winning, Mola would be the ingredient to that, but they're not keeping the ball. I mean, with Strathmore Leos, they seem to have put in so much in that semi-final fight that sort of this game really looks like they're really barely hanging on, because they've not played into the Cabral Sugar half this half, and eventually they've conceded the second.
Yeah, Kevin Wekesa there with ball in hand. Very confident player, coming back from Monaco, where he played the last 3 or 4 weeks, and packing in at the right-hand side here for Cabras. Just looked at Barnabas Owor and took him on. That conversion by Jackson Skater going wide. But Kevin Wekesa really strong on those outside channel. Goes ahead and stretches Cabras' lead to 10 points here. Strathmore Leos reeling here under intense territorial pressure from Cabras. As you see that fend off, and then he stepped out into space, and off he went to score. Brian Mutua, that restart, just hands the ball back to Cabras, but they knock it on. Advantage Strathmore as they try to get themselves back into this. Collins Maina with ball in hands. Elton tries a long pass there, 2v1 here. Stansla Shikoli, does he have the wheels? Kevin Wekesa looking at him and reels him in. Big, huge tackle at the touchline there. And Stansla Shikoli looks to have gotten out worse from that contact. But he looks...
That was a big tackle there, big boys.
Yeah, dust all over there.
Wekesa saying, you will not beat me on the edge here. Good tackle, into touch, and a pat on the back.
That's a ferocious tackle. I think he was just trying to make a statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you might be the tackler and get out worse from such tackles. If you're joining us live here, live on NTV, breaking play as Stansla Shikoli looks to have injured his ankle in that contact, or is it the knee? Therefore, substitution happens here, and Samuel Wafula coming in to replace him. Cabras with line out there, extended stay in the skies by William Mwanji, and they shift the ball out left. Brian Mutua just dancing around the center pitch there, waiting for that advantage to accrue. It doesn't, so the referee brings them back for that penalty. Strathmore Leos were offside at that line out.
Yes, they were offside. And here is an opportunity this first half as we get closer to finishing the first 7 minutes of action. Ball is kicked into touch. Cabras looking to score before the halftime break. Their third try, that means it will take Strathmore Leos 4 tries to beat them in the second half. Brian Tanga, this time round, misses the mark. Arnold Muita looping around is Barnabas. Barnabas gives it to Victor. Victor with Collins. Collins dances back into the activity, the grain. Muita. Amalemba shakes the first defender. William Mwanji is strong on defense, and once again he is bundled into touch, just close enough to where Stansla Shikoli is receiving his medication or his treatment. That attack there being brought to a halt by William Mwanji, who bundles Elton Amalemba into touch. See there, Elton Amalemba fast fend, shrugged and then handled their seatbelt tackle. I guess the referee says that was not an infringement. William Mwanji once again is hoisted high. He's probably staying that high, that long. He's probably going to get closer to the clouds. Toeli, that line-out routine, it keeps up Mwanji in the air for so long. The defensive line struggles because you can't tackle him in the air. And that means you're probably making the defense make those decisions even before there is an opportunity. The offload there, hitting Wekesa, and Wekesa knows his way to the try line. Try time. Not yet. Come on, Wekesa. Try time. Cabras.
Yeah, good spell of possession there from Cabras. Using the lineouts effectively. Got a penalty because earlier on in the earlier lineout, just keeping the Leo's defenders on track and honest, that gives them enough opportunity to come at them charging towards the defense lines. But in this one, Cabras have been solid. They have dominated territory. They have kept Leo's scoreless as we go into the halftime here. 15-0 advantage Cabras. So we get back into the second half of these third place playoffs between Strathmore Leos and a rampaging Cabras, leading this one 15-0 at the break. Strathmore Leos trying their best to get themselves back into this one, but they have to contend with just trying to rein in Cabras, who have been very clinical in transitioning from defense to attack. Whenever Strathmore Leos turn over that ball, Kevin Wekesa with an aggressive tackle there, together with Jackson Skater, and the referee comes in just to question whether there's an opportunity for foul play, whether there's a foul play there. The referee says we're just listening and see. Yeah, penalizes Cabras for tipping the player beyond the horizontal line, and Leos regain possession there. We have to release Collins Minor there as they fling the ball to the speedster, who comes back in. Then Barnabas trying to go to the shorter side, but flat to deceive and comes back in. Strathmore Leos now with a lot of aggression with ball in hand, attacking the Cabras defense at pace, shifting the ball to Samuel Wafula, who steps back in and goes and scores, putting Leos finally onto the scoreboard here with a try there. Welcome if you're joining us. This is the third place, showing live on NTV all across the nation here. We are just at the tail end of the Jumwangi Kabeberi sevens. As you see that offload from Victor Mola to Samuel Wafula, who makes Jackson Skater to just stop a bit there. And once he's planted his feet firmly onto the turf, Samuel Wafula goes to score, but he looks worse off from that try-scoring venture. So the referee allows for the game to...
For the Division 2 category, they'll be playing the Zetech Oaks in the next game. Nondes have bounced back, and an opportunity to see what they're made of as Victor Mola races. Everybody dives over, try time. Strathmore Leos.
Yeah, Victor Odhiambo Mola there taking matters into his own hands. taking responsibility for that scoreboard, trailing Cabras and chasing down the 17 points on offer for third place finish. Those points are very crucial as we go. This is the penultimate round as we go into Dallas Sevens. Conversion is good there. Leos have 17-12, 5 points work. As you see there, pinning his ears, identifying the gap at the heart of Cabra's defense, going straight and under the post there, pulling and bringing Strathmore Leos back into this contest. They will need those points. They have to beat Cabras to ensure that going into Dallas Sevens next weekend, the final leg, then whatever happens will be within their control. They can get a few extra points. Restart not going well for them, not going the mandatory 10 meters. And they have now to turn over possession to Cabras. Matthias Osimbo, ball in hand, takes out to Jackton Oso. So goes into contact. They recycle ball well there. Michael Lukusi swings it out wide. William Mwanji straightens and goes through the defense there. Line break, but is quickly attended to by Cabras, by Strathmore Leos. Strathmore Leos are gonna reel here because of the numbers. Rayvon Nambale with ball in hand. They pressed him and bundled him into touch, but there was a penalty back there. Strathmore Leos, quick tap, quick restart there from the line out. Elton Amalemba with ball in hand, but Cabras doing really well, coming in tight on defense here, hustling and putting Leos under pressure in their own 22. Collins Minor with ball in hand, miss pass there to Barnabas Owor, brings it back in, they're recycling it. They have to take it in. Brian Mwendwa goes in to contact Wekesa, Jackling there. His first man in, referee awards him that one. Benefit to Cabras, who will now look to steady the ship here. They have the territory. They have 5 points in between themselves and Leos. They'll bring matters to a temporary halt here just to regroup. They were under pressure for a while there as Leos were trying to up the tempo.
Well, Navi moments here, 2 minutes and some seconds, some change to go. If you're just joining us, we are live. Welcome onto the NTV and of course live on YouTube on the SportPesa page, beaming to you from the RFA grounds. The three of us, Oscar, Osir, Toeli, Elijah and myself, Walter Orangi, bringing to you the action and telling to you what exactly is happening at the RFA grounds. Cabras come round, open side to play with. There goes the big run through that switch. Matthias Osimbo, try time, Cabras.
Yes, Cabras, first time with ball in hand in a long while. And Rayvon Ambale carves out that chance for Matthias Osimbo on a cutback. And he goes all the way to just put the dagger deep into Leo's hearts as they were trying to get themselves back into this match. Mbale Rayvon just went hard onto the defense line for Leos. And now they have converted that one to stretch their leads comfortably to 12 points. Whatever they do, Leos have to score 2 tries within the last minute or so. As you look at that, attracted Mwenda to himself, opening a gap there, and Samuel Wafula, who was trailing there as the inside defender, was unable to stop Matthews Osimbo, who went in. Referee now brings them back.
Wow.
Tries to consult the referee here. We're just listening and see what.
Yeah, the referee says he lost time. That is 1 minute left. We still have 1 minute 30 seconds, an opportunity here for Leos. If they can be able to strike now, they could definitely pull this one out of the fire. Brian Mwenda will be feeding the scrum. Stable platform needed. It's moving. It needed to be stable for that ball to be fed in. Referee says they need to be serious on the pitch. This is a game, Toeli.
Yeah, a lot of gamesmanship happening there. Dark arts in the boiler room there. Cabras not taking the hit and creating an unstable platform. which buys time for them.
Yeah, they know it is 1 minute, that wastage of time, a few seconds wasted there as they repack the scrum. Russell Momanyi there coming through, tackle there by Matthias. A referee is playing an advantage. Collins swings it to Brian. Brian goes back again. The blind side. Brian is small in stature, but big at heart. Tapped. There goes Arnold Mwita down the blind. Russell Momanyi makes a break for it, but Russell is bundled straight into touch. Roy Maruti. And there the referee is asking Russell to release the ball, and he delays. He has interfered as the referee calls it. That should be last play as the referee has called it. Mike Lukusi taps it, goes back into his own in goal, kicks it into touch. Full time scores. Cabras 24, Leo's 12.
Yeah, Leo's losing this one and losing an extra 2 points on offer. They will walk away with 15 points on the leaderboard for the circuit as they wait for the Dallas Sevens to see if they have a chance at winning the SportPesa 7 circuit 2025. We move on to the next, the Division 2 finals between Nondis and NYS Spades. Cabras winning this one 24-12. This is the Division 2 finals. Winners of these ones get themselves invited, automatically qualify for the last leg of this year's circuit that will be hosted in Dala, in Kisumu, a week from now. This is again Nondis taking on Zitek Oaks. Both teams just relegated, as we see Nondis quick off the blocks here, scoring the first try. Just ensure they have a head start in these finals. Successful conversion there. And Nondis have a 7-point advantage, less than a minute after kickoff. See their Charles just coming in very fast, very quick, at momentum, at pace, before Zitek Oaks could reset themselves, punches through to score. Zitek Oaks have played in the Division 1, I think two legs of this year's circuit. Nondis missing out for the first time after finishing in the lower ranks in Embu Sevens. They have to work it out, fight it out here to confirm their readmission into Division 1 for the final leg.
With Ronnie passing it out wide. Who's on the wing? Who's on the wing? Looks like Rogena. But he's bundled into touch
of territory, going for the kick pass because of the advantage played there by the referee. They could allow a free bite on that one. It wasn't successful, didn't make much out of it, so they get an opportunity, take 2 on that penalty.
Yeah, it is take 2. Second bite of the cherry for the Zetec Oaks. Remember, they've conceded 2 quick tries from Nondis. Well, Zetec Oaks have had a very good season. They qualified, came into the top league, stayed there a couple of legs, dropped down. It's the nature of the sport and how hard it is for you to be able to qualify at least and also be able to stay up top. As they go over try time,
Zetec fighting back here, getting a try with 2 minutes remaining for this first half. This is going to be a close one. Zetec have the ability. They have won the Division 2 several times to get themselves upgraded to Division 1, so this is not beyond them. Brian Odego with a conversion there that sails through. Successful, 12-7. Brian Odego plays himself well, as you see. He's the one who put that 2v1, allowing for them to get back into this one.
Yeah, 2v1 there created on the blind side. And of course, Zetec Oaks would definitely take that opportunity handed to them. That's a penalty, knock on offside. The mark has been given. Quick tap. Charlie will set the platform, but he is isolated there. Yes, he is isolated. That is a turnover. The ball was lifted, at least, by the Zetec Oaks side. Zetec Oaks looking to score just before the halftime break to try and see if they can pull this one out of the fire in the second half.
And Nondis walking slowly into this one, recognizing they're still ahead on the scoreboard. Get into the scrum there. A bit unstable there. Nondis with a big shove, putting Zetec Oaks immediately under pressure there, and that is the result of it. Ian with ball in hand, looking for support outside here. Charles going, Charles gone. Brian Odego coming in strong, but it's a try for Nondis. They hit back off a very good pressure turnover in that passage of play. Forward from Nondis applied a lot of pressure on that scrum. The ball coming out of it wasn't neat for Zetec Oaks. The pass went to Deck, hacked through. Ian collects it and releases Charles all the way to score, stretching their lead here. Zetec Oaks not out of this one by any measure as we go into the halftime. And unsuccessful conversion there. Nondis leading 17-7 into the halftime of this Division 2 finals. We get into the second half of this Division 2 finals between Nondis and Zetec Oaks. Nondis leading 17-7 with that last try, the first half by Charles. Ronnie Omondi going for that ball, knocks it on. Advantage here being played for the knock-on. by Zitecox. Zitecox slicing through. Nondi's there. Charles chasing but cannot get to him. Goes in and scores his second try for Zitecox and second for himself. Zitecox hit back very quickly. 17-12 with a conversion to come. Fantastic start. That's what they would have dreamed of. Brian Ondego with a conversion, which is successful. 17-14. It's a one-score game in this one. See him pumping and going there, proceeding all the way. This is going to be a seesaw between these two teams. Brian Ondego restarting, kicking us off, restarting this one and going deep, just out of Nondi's 22. Ronnie Omondi with ball in hand, does well to survive that maul. Ryan Odua just passing the pressure ball back into their own 22. High tackle there on Hilarians. Nondi's playing with an advantage here. As we welcome back Oscar Osir onto the commentary booth here. Oscar, both teams looking to finish on a high, getting themselves into Dallas Sevens.
Yes, as I said, that just a knock on there from Nondis, and you say that yes, no invitations. Nondis will really hard. Ziteka making them work really hard here, as we see.
Yeah, Charles Odhiambo just, the arriving supporting player felt under pressure to go for that one. Pick execution wasn't good. And Oaks get a restart.
Anderson Odhiambo there has been, Anderson Odua rather has been penalized for feeding, I think. I think that's what the referee called.
Yeah, it means that they opened up some space, creating some space for themselves forward. There.
That was forward.
Yeah, those two players not having had the whistle. This is a tight one, 17-14, 4 minutes.
Well, Zitek have been back and forth. They understand what it means.
Yeah, first time that Nondis are out. Zitek Oaks. That will be jackled successfully by Ronnie.
Ronnie is really good at this.
And they turn it over to Nondis. Ian with ball in hand, looking at men outside there. Ryan comes in strong, carries, straightens his run and goes all the way. In decision there from Zitecox defenders at the try line. He was being told by his colleagues, just put it at the center. But Zitecox caught there.
Giving his technical team some jitters there, Ryan. But ran a good line, show and go. Really straightened hard, so the defender had to deal with him.
Yeah, you see those. That's successful conversion.
I think it was Gilbert from Zitek delayed that. It was a catch-up defender. Or is it the winger went up too early? Maybe he just sacrificed and taken Ryan, allow them to score in the corner.
Yeah, he went out to his man quite early and opened up a gaping hole there. That successful conversion now, Nondis stretched their lead. The restart there, seatbelt tackle from Nondis, lifting the ball back to Zitecox. Brian Ondego, does he have the pace? He's looking for support. It's 2v1 here. Support delays, but he steps back.
If they convert this, then it's a 3-point game still.
Yeah, keeping at tabs with each other, you know. Quick conversion that is successful. 21-24. Nondis
work very hard. The Nondis
is getting the recovery well there. Steady on the racks. Ian passes it out. Ronnie ball in hand, attacks the Zitecox line aggressively there, creating space out wide in the 15-meter channel, going hard into contact and cycling themselves back into the shorter space, the blind side of the pitch. And then now they have the full breadth, full width to work with. Ian slowing things down, sizing up, which goes back to the shorter side, hurdling off a tackle, goes into contact, but referee calls the high shot. The high tackle there.
Ian just asking to slow down a little bit. I think his teammate wanted a quick tap, but Mambo just pushing him away there as we see that. Was that a high tackle?
And I think Ondi's just
I'm not so sure
a
about
bit
that.
lucky on that one because
unless it was the initial tackle before that one. I don't see a high shot there.
it's pretty much just brushed his head. More of a missed one. Not much contact, but referee penalizes them nevertheless. Nondi is just controlling matters here. They have numbers out, but not making good use of it fast enough. It is a maul, so this will be the end of this match. Zitecox look like they have run out of time and they fail to qualify for the Dallas Sevens, getting promoted and celebrating at the bench, Nondi's technical bench, finally back amongst the big boys, Oscar.
I think we can safely say that nondescripts have earned their right to be in Dallas Sevens, needing no invitation and qualifying on merit.
Indeed.
Having beaten here a very, very, very stubborn Zitecox.
You're watching us live on NTV even as we go into the draws for the Dallas Sevens, the final leg of 2025 SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. SportPesa, the title sponsors for this year, as we watch the highlights there in preparation for the draws that are coming shortly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the draw. I'd like to ask Madam Chair to take the first pick going into Pool A, RFC. Thank you so much, Chair. Second pick going top of Pool B. Going in Pool B, Daystar Falcons. Third pick, Pool C. The top side in Pool C, KCB. And the final peak, Pool D. Topping Pool D, the Strathmore Leos. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And now, ladies and gentlemen, my second guest would be Kizam PC, Tusker Sports Brand Manager. Welcome, Kiza. The Catholic monks go into Pool A. Mombasa Sports Club into Pool B. D. Thank you so much. Third pick, ladies and gentlemen, would be Willis Ojuang, SportPesa's public relations. The second pick, Kenya Harlequins into Port B, that is Pool B. Going into Pool C, Homeboys, RFC. And finally, Pool D, Impala, RFC. Thank you so much, Willis Ojuang from SportPesa. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our final host, Robert Wechesi, Kisumu RFC's Honorary Secretary. He'll be tied in Pool A. The first invited side to Kisumu, Port A, Pool A. Going into Pool B, the Division 2 winners, Nondis, RFC. Pool C, the second invited side. And the final invited side, invitation number 3, Pool C. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the draw of the Dallas Sevens 20 to Kizam PC, Ojuang, and of course, Wechesi. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We go back for more rugby action. We are bringing you the final of the ladies category, and of course, the final of this year's George is coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, the finals, the women, 2025 George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your sevens.
Yeah, welcome back. This is the finals of the women, the ladies, in which they have won. The finals of the women, the ladies, in which they have won, leading on their circuit and looking to seal that today in this very match against Impala ladies. Kicking us off is Impala. That ball slowly but surely finding its way to them. 2v1 here. But Naomi Amguni just lines her up, shepherding her towards the try line, towards the touch line. Go down on deck. Coming after this one, the main cup finals between Casey Bromley, back just short of Mwamba's 22, then shifting it quickly to their left. You get the sense that Mwamba are not really struggling here.
Sevens for over the years where Impala plays. Mwamba, and in this case Impala have got a lot of position. Diana Kemunto here running straight here, just to release her. Knight on the ball, yes, as a try by Knight Otuoma. Knight is used to scoring those short areas. Remember, she's a front. She plays hooker in the 15s game. Impala have kept possession very well here from kickoff, even though Snyder kicked it back. It was well recovered here by Jerry, and somehow through kept the phases. Very patient, Impala. Naomi Amuguni here at the edge of the field, very experienced as well. She had to defend here Nolene, and she just made her time. Nolene is quite a sizable player, but eventually somehow Impala kept possession, and that was well battled in by Knight Otoma. Just went too low here. Knight, look at that, yes, very aware of the line. Knight Otoma, very, very cautious of the line. And Jerry kicks us off again here and taken by Faith Levoy.
Faith Levoy charging away, charging into Impala's back defense, and knocks it on when they got into Jackal there from Faith Levoy's carry.
Yes,
Stop here.
Yes, referee said Anne Jerry had every right to take up to Jackal. I think Faith went. She went beyond that tackle.
Yeah.
Jerry was just looking for the ball.
And pull it back.
Yeah, so she had every right. It was fine, but just that enough.
Turning over possession again as they went for it. Impala benefiting from that aggressive scrum down, and they turn it back. Inside pass, not finding lady with ball in hand, and they knock it on. Mwamba just benefiting from that. Another turnover, and they have to get out of here. Snyder with a pass back to their left there.
There's no sweeper here for Impala.
Yeah, Muruti coming in strongly there.
I think it's a high tackle by Nolene. Yes, no, I think it's Chikombe.
Yeah.
Nelly Chikombe there, penalized for, what did she do here?
Slapping, yeah, that slap, that motion of a slap. The referee.
Did she connect?
No, she didn't connect, but the referee.
It's a red card.
It's a red card.
It's a red card?
Yeah, the referee says it's a red card. That will be the first of this tournament.
Yes, but also a red card for...
Did it connect?
A slap attempt?
Yeah, she has to consult. Let's just listen in here.
So ni badilisha
It's a yellow, it's a yellow, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't that aggressive. So the assistant referee comes in and says that should be a yellow. And Nelly survives a red, which would have really changed matters here for Impala.
It would have, and I think also they've consulted well here, the officials. They've done well to consult across the field, and the assistant referee just conscious when the referee said red and called her back in and said, look, it's not red.
I think he had sight of that connection not really happening for that slap.
That looks like an open from both teams, yes. I think there was a slapping attempt, or
yes.
I think she was trying to, I want to believe Nelly was trying to slap the ball off the hands, and instead maybe perhaps...
Yeah, Nariaka going out, trying to
just knock
put
him on there.
Snyder into the space there, but just knocks it on. Ball isn't slippery, so just a bit of...
Mombak does have some quick players here. Naliaka, even Naomi herself, no slouch. I think the pace here compared to Impala, that will be the difference. because Impala don't have their wingers, as you see Anjari here kicking here for Diana Kemunto on the outside.
Yeah, not a bad option when you're 7v6 and you're kicking it back into their territory. Then they just go there and not succeeding to get onto the ball there. It's a 22 dropout because Impala kicked the ball right into the try box.
Yeah, Snara just beating both Anjari and Diana Kemunto for pace. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't think they're as quick as those players, but they took the option nonetheless.
Snyder kicks the ball into Impala's half. Impala just doing well to regather that ball and resetting here. Swinging the ball out to the left. That pass was high. Transferring pressure and losing territory quickly here. Naomi Amguni going in for the jackal, doesn't get it. Now sizes up her opponent and puts her to deck. Impala just surviving these exchanges.
I think the Impala fans are trying to tell Knight Otoma that she has Nelly to come down the outside. But she didn't see because Nelly just came in from the sin bin.
Yeah, taking too long. The third man coming in to clear that rack, but they reset that pass again. That's causing pressure here, Oscar, when these passes don't go to hand.
That's a lot of pressure. Anjari doesn't want to see herself there, but Winnie Owino there on the outside. That's Winnie Owino, but I think Nariaka is quick, is too quick.
Equal to pace.
Yeah, good ball management there by Winnie. Anjari with a long pass here to Esther Abure. Tackles the floor, Chikombe racking over. Anjari again with distribution. Diana Kemunto offload here to Chikombe. That is Nolene. Nolene to Anne. Anne again to Nelly Chikombe. Nelly has an overlap. She chooses to take it in. She wouldn't get past those Mamba forwards. Those are good Mamba forwards. Diana Kemunto with Anne. Knight Otoma on the outside. This is we go. Try time here for Impala, despite the attentions of Naomi Amuguli.
Yeah, they have done well. I mean, they retained possession. They kept possession even when they looked like they're going to spill it. They had enough numbers to just secure the ball and kept it going, Finally, Mwamba just running short of men, and that close to the try line. You're not going to stop her. You're not going to stop Knight.
Knight understands what it means. She's a level 2 qualified referee as well, Knight Otoma. And as soon as she's a couple of meters out of the try line there, about 1 or 2 meters, she just launched that despite the attentions of Naomi Amuguni. Keeping possession very well, Impala. They don't seem to have the quickest there as you see a double pump here from Diana Kemunto. Well covered there by Naomi Amuguni, but Knight was already determined to score that try. Mwamba somehow don't start very well sometimes, but don't count them out. Mwamba, because they are coming back.
Yeah, finding their match here against Impala ladies, going into this one leading at the halftime break. Yeah, they have it in them to just come back, score another 12 here to tie the match. Snyder Mukaya with a lift the ball to the starters. Knight at the end of that ball. Deck, her knee had hit deck, so you have to release the player to allow them to just recycle the ball. Impala quickly off to the races into Mwamba's half. That ball taking forever to get sorted there, and it's a turnover for Mwamba. They have numbers to the right here.
Yes,
Knight against 3.
Now this looks.
That pass kills off the space. Kills off the space really, because it was 3v1. Still opportunity here for Faith.
Yeah, Faith is gone. Yeah, I think.
Faith versus Knight. Knight reels her in, puts her down, and it's a turnover.
Referee says tackling without the ball, is it?
Yeah, that's the call, tackling without ball. But should be a penalty then, where the ball dropped. Yeah, benefit to Mwamba there. Tackling without ball is the call from the referee.
Here we go, replay. You'd expect that playing at center, Faith Livoy will
go
be
faster than
Knight.
Knight.
Who herself is playing as a prop here. But I think the two players, that was a good angle run by Knight Otoma. I think she killed that space very well.
Yeah.
Because she knew she wasn't going to make it for pace and went in early. The penalty try, is it? The penalty try. No,
yeah.
They scored the try. It's a penalty try, then they don't need to convert. But I think they missed the try, I think.
Yeah, we'll watch the replay and just see what happened there.
I beg your pardon, I think we missed the try.
But Mwamba hit back with a 5-pointer. It's 5 to the good for Mwamba against Impala. And they have start their comeback here. That's the quick tap and go there.
Tsunami Amuguni here.
Knight just unsighted, just backs against the attacking players. Very schoolboy. Will you say schoolgirl era?
You can't say student.
Yeah, level 2 referee there. But just switching off for a moment, and Muguni goes in to give Mwamba ladies a lifeline here. Faith applying herself on that track, trying to upset Impala ladies, but they survive that one and pass it out. Coming into contact, where is the supporting player? That is a tag at the hair, and another one. That's really risky play. Really risky and playing advantage here.
Yes. There is no lean. Diana Kemunto there carrying very well.
That's a fish here, hands in the rack.
I don't know why Naomi is complaining. That is obvious.
Yeah, it's obvious. Too many numbers here for Impala if they can work it out. But good scramble defense there from Mwamba ladies. Tap and go, quick one from Anjeri.
I think it's an error by the referee here.
Oh, she had it right. Tap and, it was a penalty and a quick tap and go.
Anjeli tapped it?
Yes, she tapped it. Goes all the way, but ladies could.
The assistant referee just calls it back. Calling
offside.
it offside. It's a bit of it's a bit of a back and forth in terms of officiating.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that.
Not when Impala wanted to go penalty. Yeah. So the score remains 5-12 to Impala. 5-12 to Impala. With that, thing it strongly gets out of the 22. Mwamba just finding their rhythm back.
Looks like an
Snyder gets into the space. Now it's a foot race. She's tugging at her hamstring. And ball is turned over. Nelly Chikombe doing a lot of work to get back and reel in. Snyder getting the... Yeah, she has ran for a prop. She has done a lot of work. Just looking for a break in play here.
That's no lean on the ball there, no lean. But just have to keep possession, I think. Just have to keep possession. Here we go, Knight.
Yeah, Knight has done a lot of work. If they could just support her here. Good switch play there. Taking off, and Nariaka equal to speed here, just tracking her down.
Kaminto is alone here. The referee says a knock on.
Nariaka is a dangerous runner. If they let her go, she will punish them. Steps in, looks for support and knocks it on. No break in play here. Players just huffing and puffing at this moment. Fitness coming into question. Jerry just takes it off to the left. Nelly Chikombe waiting for the ball outside there. She has pace, she has gas. Will she get past Nariaka? No, good tackle there.
That was
Nariaka, yeah.
Nariaka, it was, they call her Rudisha, but they also call her Lynette Mora. Lynette Mora is her name. We need to Esther. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Mwamba ladies, the hostess here for this particular tournament. A lot of their fans just shouting them, urging them on, willing them on. It's just a one score in these particular finals. Jerry just waiting for supporters to come in there, offloads in the tackle, but this one will be jackled and it will be turned on.
Winnie, oh no, Winnie.
Just lost her head there, lost her composure. You can't tackle so cleanly. You'd rather just interfere a little bit. Like that was a clean tackle within the 10 meter.
And Angela done a lot of work here, so it was turned over, that's fine.
Yeah, Winnie gets her matching orders.
It's a yellow card here, and I don't think she'll be back in time for
the final. And as we say, so the hooter goes, so 7v6. Hooter has
so whatever happens here, Mwamba can just draw and then come back. I guess Impala just have to consider, try if they have to, but maybe try and consider it at the
edges.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst case scenario is we'll go into extra time.
But it's Edith Nairak on the ball, so it's a good scrummaging from Impala. But here we go. They should allow her to go anywhere, Edith. If she gets away, Impala will be in trouble.
Nervy moments here for both teams. Snyder passes out to Amuguni. Amuguni against Nelly. Tough times here for Nelly. Doesn't make it. Amuguni just pins her ears and goes all the way. This is going to be a center post try then with a conversion to come. Mwamba with all the pedigree scoring at the death of this first half. It was one-on-one there, literally.
Yeah, Nelly should just go for the chop tackle and not bother about the handoff. She just went for the chop tackle. Buzzer's gone. All she did was the chop tackle. But as you said, that Snyder pulled up her hamstring.
Yeah, second time she did that.
She has to go close to the conversion here, but she's a very good kicker, Snyder.
Yeah, she takes responsibility for that.
She's a very good kicker. Make no mistake here. It would be a disaster if she missed this one, but she gets it.
Yeah, we are tied at the end of this regular time. 14 minutes done.
She was there, Nelly. She had her. All he has to do is just go for the chop. I don't know why she was trying to deal with the handoff as opposed to, and of course maybe she could have also tried to block her from scoring in the middle.
In the center, you never give up. You know, push all the way.
That is an experienced campaigner, Naomi Amuguni. She understands exactly what she needed to do there. She looked up, so Nelly Chikombe and made a decision here to take her on for pace.
Yeah, we are into sudden death now. Next 2 minutes each, sudden death. We wait to see how this turns out. First sudden death match in these knockouts. This is the women's final for the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Mwamba ladies taking on Impala. Mwamba ladies just sitting at the footer of that second half to take us into extra time. It's a tight fixture, 12 all. First to score here wins. as is the nature of sudden death. Joining us right now, watching us on NTV live, together with the SportPesa Facebook page, as we wait straight after this one is the men's final, beating KCB. Coming in straight after this one, of course, KCB taking on the Easter Falcons. You can watch us live on the SportPesa YouTube channel. Errors here coming through from Mwamba Ladies with ball in hand. And Navi times for both teams.
There was a knock on there by Celestine Ajambo. On the bench from Mwamba is the immediate former Impala coach, Mary Ochieng.
Filtering through on defense there is Mwamba Ladies, and they turn over that possession. They have to regroup here, spread out wide enough. The further end towards Snyder on your right. Case of 2v1, but that pass, pressure pass, losing more than 20 meters out of that. Faith Livoy has to work hard to regain those meters here. Riaka Edith all alone does well to protect that set piece.
Impala may want to put somebody super, or as I say that, the kick. Here we get a struggle here for Winnie versus Naomi.
Yeah, goes into touch there.
The ball wins.
A bit of a scare moment there for Impala Ladies. No sweeper. Naomi Amgune just puts it behind them, and it was a foot race, as you see there. Naomi Amgune with another hack on it, and it goes into touch.
They're playing in the right areas.
Yeah, they are.
Remember, all the need is a mistake from Impala, and then the pounce.
Yeah, starting with these lineouts, a defensive lineout. They have to get it right, and they don't. It's turned over. Or is it? No, they just survive. Anjeri coming in. Big clear out there, that rack. Impala now ball in hand for speedster Nelly Chikombe. Hands off, Diana. Edith really like a terrier dog there, hustling all Impala Ladies. And they just get to reset there. Offside being called there by the referee. Advantage to Impala. One pass to Jerry here. She's bundled into touch, to the loud cheers of the supporters for the home team, Mwamba Ladies. Advantage was over. So that means it's a line out to Mwamba Ladies, as you see that coming in hard and strong. Celestine Ajiambo.
Celestine made a mistake earlier, knocked on, which gave Impala possession. And she did very well there to redeem herself. Jerry tried a bit of a hitch kick. Celestine having none of it.
Yeah.
There's been some strong plays here, including here from Nolene Kabeberi here on the rack clearance. As we see here, Mora is carrying out again, once again, Nolene. Impala have no sweeper. Again, they make an error.
Oh, this is dangerous. Snyder Mokaya injecting into that gap, but it's quickly brought down.
Yes, knock on referee says.
Yeah, a lot of noise. The Mwamba technical bench up in arms against that decision, but the referee was well sighted. Knock on from Snyder Mokaya, as we watch the replay here, injected into that gap. Was looking to go all the way, but gets tackled.
Winnie tackled, and then Jerry came around. Referee says it was a hit of forward because she placed the ball.
That was
touch and go there.
Yeah, touch and go completely.
Maybe when she was picking it up, the ball moved forward, but I don't think so, because she has the right to place the ball on the floor.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Les Winnie floats to Ange Jerry, who looks and waits for support here, going down on her own terms. Impala in there, 22. That's an offside play there, and an advantage for Impala. They have numbers, and Nelly, that kick won't work for them, because Edith and Naomi Amuguni are fast enough. to recover. Now this is where broken play becomes dangerous because Edith can clean them out to go all the way. Oh my, yes she does. Sudden death victory for Mwamba ladies here, winning their home tournament. And the stands is all noise. The din levels here quite high. Finally, Mwamba ladies surviving a scare from Impala.
They come from behind, Kulabu ladies, and win this one. They are meant to work really, really hard here by Impala. Impala themselves, the immediate former champions here of the Kabeberi Sevens. Remember, Impala last year won all the Sevens tournaments.
Yeah.
And I think they beat Mwamba in all the finals. And I think this is the first final where they play together this season.
Yes, it's the first final for the two teams together.
Mwamba already champions of the National Seven Circuit. But my goodness, here Impala and Mwamba have entertained us at the Kabeberi Sevens. Edith, at some point, you would expect that she will have a say in this game. She does decide many games, and this one was no exception. Edith Nariaka there at the end, winning this one for Mwamba. The show and go there after Diana Kemunto kicked the ball, as you said, Elijah.
Broken play. That wasn't a wise decision. The chase wasn't good. It wasn't structured. They opened up gaps.
I think they should have committed to check out Edith Nariaka. She says this one is done. I think then Shikombe should have come in and defended Edith, and then perhaps sacrifice that to give that pass to Faith Livoy. I think they would have caught up maybe Faith Livoy.
Yeah, probably that was an easier catch. But yeah, with that victory over there, Mwamba Rugby confirmed their winning of the circuit. The 3 legs played, Mwamba emerged victorious, winning the 2025 SportPesa National Circuit. And now we move straight into the finals. They move straight into the finals here. We're moving straight into the finals that has been waited for. As you can see there on your screens, their teams on Daystar Falcons making their first appearance in these finals. KCB on the other hand have been in all the finals. This is their 5th one in this penultimate leg of this year's circuit. Journey towards this final has been nothing short of nail-biting stuff for KCB, winning their knockouts courtesy of their good conversion kicks, running out victors against hard-fighting Cabras in that semi-finals. In the end, the conversions were the difference. Daystar, on the other hand, really went at hammer and tongs with Strathmore Leos. And at the end of that University Derby, Strathmore Leos lost. Gonna be an interesting one. Strap yourselves in. It's gonna be a fast drive. Both teams, last time they met was in the quarterfinals of the Christie Sevens. After a fantastic day one from Daystar Falcons, they came unstuck against KCB, losing that one heavily. But they went on to finish in the 5th place, did well for themselves. This is a repeat of that, Oscar. What do you have in your visions here?
I think this is the first final Daystar Rugby have been in
any seven
series, I think, ever in their history. But the difference here, on paper, you'd expect KCB to win this one.
Nah, it's not going to be that easy.
But on paper, Patrick Odongo plays for Daystar University. He also happens to play for Kenya Shujaa and a couple of our select teams. Oh, I think they made a mistake. They allowed this one to bounce.
Yeah, KCB kickers off and they go all the way, pushing Daystar Falcons into their try box, and it's an attacking scrum here for KCB, 5 meters out. And they're looking to just set the pace fast here.
Some cramps here.
Yeah, that seems like Festus Shiasi. As you see there, just going down. And he was already grimacing as he tried to put Clinton Amkwachi down there. So he had picked a knock, and injury is probably on the knee. And it's taking some extended time here to sort him out. Physio Kohli there for KCB Rugby long serving physio. And Shias is such an important player for KCB. They wouldn't want to lose him at the kickoff here. He also takes the kicking duties at times for the conversions.
This is the 5th tournament, and KCB has played 6 games in every tournament. So it does catch up some of these.
Yeah, looks like he won't survive. And a substitution being made early on here, barely seconds into this game. In comes Stephen Osumba Zola to pack in there at the midfield. Shiasi has gotten out worse from that contact, and he won't be playing any more part in this match from the extended break there. So referee calls game back into order. Time is on with an attacking scrum here. Floyd parking himself at the center there. You expect something to be coming along that channel. Warring times here. Steps back in, steps again, goes into contact. Will require support from that rack. Asati with ball in hand, swings it quickly to the left. Long cutout pass from Onyala. And in goes strong big ball carrier in Olukusi. Shrugs off the defender's right away from another. And just like that, KCB hit the front here.
I think the play seemed a bit obvious. You'd think that Wabwire will be trying to something out in the center. But what the forwards did there after the scrum, just fell back, and then Olukusi went wide. So as soon as that ball was coming back, they used him correctly there. So Nyala very, very aware that he has Olukusi on the outside. Olukusi there just stop.
Yeah, Moses Keragori there not able to go one-on-one against Olukusi. And the supporting tackler also fails. Conversion not good, so scores remain 5-0. And we restart a high ball into Daystar's 22. Daystar, of course, still in this match. All it takes is one strike. But that ball is turned over. Eddie Wambugu with an ambitious overhead pass that is intercepted. And turned over. Lukusi with the ball goes into contact there. Attracts the attention of Emmanuel Maraca. Penalized there and quick tap and go from Floyd Wabwire. They have numbers to burn. Bob Muhati coming in strong. Steps back in, steps again. And bundles himself over. Hasn't placed that ball, has he?
He's held up. He's held up.
Yeah, looks like he's held up.
He's definitely held up. Definitely held up.
But that might come to bite them.
But they get the ball again. They get the ball again. In sevens, do get a second chance. Yeah, it was held up. Very well done there. Very well defended.
I don't know who was under Bob Muhati there, but did fantastic job to keep him out. Looks like Clinton Amukwachi, where it was looked so sure that KCB were in for their second try. Of course, they get the advantage of a restart 5-meter attacking scrum. Once again, they scored from the other one after deceiving to go through Floyd Wabwire, then moving the ball back very quickly to the 5-meter channel.
This time they put Wabwire on the wing. Again, just variating play here, trying to...
Yeah, Tsindoli coming on, and off goes Clinton Amukwachi. Looks like that tackle on Bob Muhati also hurt him. No, he comes back in. I will just confirm who has left the pitch there, because Emmanuel Maraca is the one who's left. Too early disengagement from the rack, from the scrum down, gives KCB advantage. Penalty here, and Clinton Amukwachi will just be called back here because referee had already sounded a warning there, a penalty advantage.
I think the penalties like this also in the semi-final, where they are disengaging early. Of course, the hooker, I think, or Amukwachi trying to get quickly into defense.
Yes, shooting off the lines there, identifying the heavy ball carrier in Bob Muhati, offloads to very nonchalantly, goes in there and puts the ball over the line at his own pace. Vincent Onyala benefiting from a strong carry back into traffic by Bob Muhati.
I think the selection is deliberate here. Use power players early in the game. and then take advantage of the rolling subs. We've seen them doing that as well. Again, the kicker goes so far, Elijah.
Yeah, it's something that we're seeing often here, as you see Vincent Onyala just floating down an extra 5 here. Scores remain 10-0, but Daystar still yet to get any attacking ball. We've not yet seen them attacking, and that will test KCB's defense. They raise it high, going to contest for it this time. Daystar come better off from that contest, but it's turned over. Again, KCB denying Daystar Falcons any ball to work with. They immediately set off. Now Floyd is being kept quiet by Patrick Odongo there. Both teammates from the Kenya Sevens. Bob Muhati steps back into traffic, offloads to Emmanuel Opondo, who cuts back in, men to burn out to his left. Here is an easy try for KCB. Samuel Asati, another 5-pointer. Quick tries in succession here. Daystar Falcons not getting out of their red zone.
And he's starting with the kickoff reception. You have to watch this again. It's kickoff because they're losing that ball when they're receiving it kickoff. The kickoff wasn't too difficult. I think just an individual error there on the kickoff reception which gives possession back to KCB.
Out of offloading tackles, keeping the ball alive. Daystar not having an opportunity to contest on the racks. That ball moving quickly to the outside channels. The conversion wasn't good. KCB reigning supreme here in these first few minutes. 15, and Onyala again goes airborne, recovers but knocks on the ball. Finally, Patrick Odongo with ball in hand. Floyd Wabure is having none of that. Former teammates, as Floyd came from Daystar a couple of years ago.
Oh, he's isolated here.
Yeah, that will be a turnover if they're not careful.
Yeah. I think Onyala, no, not Onyala.
Floyd.
Because Floyd will support his body weight.
Finally, even as the hooter sounds for the first half to be over, Daystar have to attack from deep in their half if they are to get themselves onto the scoreboard here. Trailing by more than 2 converted tries. For them to have any momentum, Oscar, they have to score now before the halftime.
To be good, yes, it will be a good momentum psychologically. As we see them splitting the field here, trying to put them on one end. KCB themselves put a bit right in front of Patrick.
Yeah, and Floyd shoots up to cover that space between himself and Patrick Odongo, causing the Daystar Falcons to switch to the other wing. And it's a contest in that rack. KCB good to go here. They have their lines. Sindoli being manhandled there by Bob Muhati. This might be turned over. They survive that, and pressure points here. Pouncing on the loose ball. Olukusi going over for his second try. And KCB's fourth. All pressure. I think Daystar have to stabilize around those set pieces.
Look, 20 points in one half.
Yeah, it can also be 20 in the other half.
It can be 20 the next, but I think the issue is exiting out of this place.
Yeah.
I think they're playing themselves into trouble here, Daystar. A couple of the players just making, not trying the right decision. Moses Kiragori sometimes carrying the ball into contact. He's not the biggest.
Not the biggest, yeah.
And then he carries into Muhati. So he ends up being isolated there. And that was just a simple smash and grab there by KCB. Got the ball back off him. And then Olukusi just picks up on pounces on the loose ball. And it's an easy try. It's actually easy points here for them because they didn't have to work too hard for this.
Yeah, they just go for the turnover, apply pressure on defense, and once you spill the ball, the territory advantage comes into play for them. They have missed all the conversions, but it's a healthy 20-0 break as we go into this halftime. Second half of this final match of George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens 2025, the 35th edition. And in it, KCB running off with the first half 20-0 against Daystar Falcons. Oscar Osir, what's your take on how Daystar can come back into this one?
I think so, because what it means here, that Daystar have kicked off and KCB have made an error in their own 22 here. So maybe KCB are definitely better defenders, but maybe Daystar here can just put them under pressure and see if they can get something out of this. They're playing in the right area.
Yeah, they have a lot of work. They have to apply defensive pressure here on KCB so that they don't exit. They have to have their tackles counting, and it's Speedster against Speedster here. Floyd cuts back in, identifies the weaker runnings, shrugs off one, created space for his Bob Muhati here, who has to offload. If this has to make sense, benefit, he does so to Elvis Olukusi. Too many of Daystar Falcons players here on this channel, 4 of them. A quick ball here will leave them exposed on the outside channel. Floyd fumbles that pass, and they have to restart here. Daystar Falcons just hanging on. KCB doing well to get themselves out of the red zone, but they will be hustled out of this one if they are not careful. They cool things down. Bob Muhati going in. A lot of players hanging offside there.
But there's an earlier high tackle. The referee called a high tackle.
Yeah, as we say so, Moses Keragori goes down injured, just close to the restart area, so the referee has to stop that game for a moment. Look at that. You know, yes, they have to get themselves back into this one, but they don't do themselves any favor standing offside.
No, they're not, and they're getting really attracted to the ball, the collision area, so it's making life very easy for KCB as well. Kabeberi doesn't look too happy with that knock. So it looks like an obvious replacement having to come here.
Keragori being ushered out by Medics. They play no further part in this match. And KCB restarting with a penalty. Samuel Asati goes to the right.
No sweeper for Daystar.
Yeah, no sweeper. No sweeper, although Arnold Agonda just fashioning himself to stay deeper here as ball comes back towards his channel. Olukusi at the heart of that defense, goes in strongly against Clinton Amukwachi.
The penalty. I think Amukwachi is hurt. They keep him in there deliberately.
KCB just managing this game, though they're in their own area. But this break, this stop in play, affording them a lot of breathing.
Look at that. They kick for touch after they get a penalty just outside the 22. I mean, that gives you an idea of their mindset here. They're leading 20 points to 0. They're under real pressure here from Daystar. As you see this tackle here by Amukwachi on Lukusi, and then
Stephen Osumba just puts him in there, trapped between the ball and the scrum off.
They eat into the clock here by playing the set piece, KCB.
Yeah, successful line out for them there, and they look to reset even as they are hustled at the rack there. Stephen coming in on a short line, leaving that space open for him to get into it. But Patrick Odongo reels him in, and there's a knock on, a hint of a knock on there from Stephen. Referee allows play to continue, but Stephen Zola just gets reeled in by Patrick Odongo coming steaming in from the right wing there when he thought he saw the try line.
Look, I mean, that was a good defensive play by Odongo. Again, Daystar players caught ball watching the rack. They are all concentrated in the same area. It's a really good cross-cover tackle here by Odongo. It's one of the reasons why Kenya does not concede many tries in the first half, because of people like Odongo and Asati, who don't only just appear in attack but also in defense. Good work there by the Kenya international. But I don't think that is how they want to use him, Daystar. I think they would want to see him racing down the other wing towards the other try line.
Yeah, really good play here from KCB. Second half, 3 minutes remaining. We are scoreless in the second half. All the points scored in the first half by KCB. And now just going through the motions, managing the clock here.
Now there's the kick for touch in the second half when they are under pressure.
When they need, yeah.
Could have exited like this. Maybe the couple of times they got 1 or 2 penalties in the first half.
Yeah, the score wouldn't have been this way. And they need the time on the board, which is not in their favor.
As they say, maybe you have the benefit of hindsight.
Finally, with some ball to work with, Sindoli off that base, swings to Agonda, Agonda to Eddie, Eddie with a long pass to the speed man. Now it's 2, but they shepherd him. It's Wabwire against Patrick Odongo, Wabwire against Patrick. Patrick goes all the way to show who is the king of pace around these areas.
Just to give you an idea how good this young man is, he did about a 30-meter sprint across the field on the other end to defend for his team. And then somehow, after playing in Monaco a couple of weeks ago,
finds the legs.
He's here to find the legs and sprint about 40 meters down
against a fellow winger.
Again, a speedster on his neck. But I mean, this is a really, really good winger here.
Yeah, serious pace.
Patrick Odongo, very good defender, and again here on the attack. I mean, watch this. Just a stop and go. There's a bit of contact here. He has to get away from and be evasive. Oh, he left a bit there on the 0 to 5 takeoff. The takeoff speed was just fantastic.
Too fast. Finally, they start getting themselves onto the scoreboard here. Only a minute remaining on the clock as changes are made here by KCB. Brian Wahinya comes in for Emmanuel Opondo, Jenkins Kipruto for Samuel Asati, and immediately takes them back into their 22. Eddie Wambugu with ball in hand. The kick has to be as good as the chase, and KCB really tracked this one well, pinning Daystar just outside of their 22. And they also kick into the back end, which is well marshaled by Jenkins Kipruto. Fresh legs here, will try and get out of it. Floyd just maybe perhaps short of breath. Oh my, loss of concentration there, but it goes back. Again throws it back into the pitch, and Sindoli picks it up.
I think he stepped into touch. After those 2 wonderful runs, I think Odongo deserves a break, so he's gone onto the bench.
Yeah, loss of concentration, or perhaps the sun. Whatever the case, Michael Wekesa there just flings that ball into play, but steps out. KCB now at the final end of this game, as the hooter goes, any stop in play here, they will be crowned 4-pit champions of the Kabeberi Sevens. Won it all the way from 2022 when we resumed after the COVID break, but Daystar wanting some more, a double digit on the scoreboard here, keeping ball in hand. Clinton Amukwachi shrugs off 2 defenders but goes to deck. KCB lining up on these shorter side numbers to burn here. Will Daystar make it? Yes, they do, putting something onto the scoreboard into double digits there. Going over, Tony Ogoma coming in and scoring. 2010, a respectable figure.
I think it could have been better if you ask me, because in the first half I think they made a couple of tactical errors as a team. They didn't concede anything in the second half, so I think they made adjustments. Coach Mosiro there very quickly, I think, did a good job to address whatever those defense frailties were existing. But you must give some credit here to Patrick Odongo also for bringing them back into the game and keeping them also in the game with that defensive tackle. And then about 45 seconds later, he races 40 meters down the edge of the field. Squad try for Daystar. But ultimately, KCB wins.
They are very consistent, most consistent team in this circuit by far, winning their 3rd trophy in 5 finals. The other 2 that they lost, they did lose them to Strathmore Leos. And now with that win, they put some 9 points between themselves on the leaderboard, the circuit leaderboard between themselves and Strathmore Leos. So 9 points is a healthy lead. All that they need to do is get themselves into the semi-finals, you think, in Dallas Sevens, and they lift the overall circuit, because the winner gets 22 points and number 4 gets 15 points. That is 7 points. So you will think with 9 points, KCB's work in Dallas 7 is just to get to the semi-finals. and they win it.
Yes, and that depends on the pulling. I saw the pulling earlier. I just didn't take note of that pulling, how it was like. Because this is one of those things. About 3 tournaments ago, we spoke to Charles Kabeberi, and they did say that in the olden days, sometimes somebody would stumble upon another team in the same route, so to try and perhaps give them some problems not to go beyond.
So then that has to be the same. That has to be the quarterfinals.
Yes.
KCB has to exit at the quarterfinals to lose, and Strathmore have to go all the way and win.
Correct. So it's still possible.
Yeah.
But you may think that would be a very, very big ask for anybody to stop KCB at this point.
Yeah.
The KCB train has left the station and it's gained momentum. Whoever will stop it will make for a good story for this 2025 National 7 Circuit, because this looks like a KCB championship to lose.
Yes, even watch the highlights of that finals there. KCB walking away with this 20, it wasn't sufficient. And KCB make it 4 trophies in a row for Kabeberi Sevens. And we now move on to the awarding ceremony for the George Mwangi Kabeberi. Wrap up this year's 7th circuit, sponsored by SportPesa. It's been a good run, it's been a good weekend, it's been fantastic. And we thank you all for joining us live on NTV and also on SportPesa YouTube page. And we look forward to seeing you in Kisumu next weekend. See you then.
tournaments on offer on the SportPesa National 7th Circuit 2025. And on hand to award Mwamba FC, Beatrice Wangoi from SportPesa, Kizam PC, Tusker Sports Brand Manager, Kenya Rugby Vice Chair Moses Ndale, and Stephanie Rose's dad. His father is here, ladies and gentlemen, to receive and award. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Mwamba Ladies. The ladies and gentlemen, winning the overall trophy and the Stephanie Rose Otieno Memorial Trophy. Tafadhali, I'd like for you guys to move to the center of the picture so that we can all get a good view of the camera angle. I'd like to ask SportPesa to be ready to award ladies and gentlemen, come and receive the trophy from Stephanie's father, Bwana Moses Ndale, the vice chair, and the captain of the Mwamba RFC Mwamba Ladies. And I'd like Naomi Kidogo too. There's something here to celebrate before you do the final. And courtesy of our overall links for winning the Stephanie Rose Otieno Memorial Trophy. Thank you so much, SportPesa, and congratulations to the Mwamba side. Thank you to our dignitaries. You can get off the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mwamba Ladies! Congratulations, Mwamba Santeni, Kenya Rugby Union Chairperson Harriet Okach, and Kizam PC from Tusker to award the winning side of the men's category, KCB. Harriet Okach, wherever you are, Chair. Joining in would be Biggie from SportPesa. And of course, the Kenya Rugby Chairperson, Harriet Okach. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the winning side of the 2025 Kabeberi Sevens, KCB. They are league leaders. They've defended their title, the Kabeberi title they won last year. And to make it sweeter, this is their fourth Kabeberi title in a row, making it a four-peat for KCB. They'll be going into Dallas Sevens as the league leaders, looking to crown it all at the lakeside city of Kisumu. Mkatha Mutungi will be joining in the party from KCB. Remember, KCB were our financial partners. And of course, from communication and marketing, Mkatha Mutungi. The captain, Bob Muhati, receives the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Muhati has received the trophy. It's now time for SportPesa to get ready to award. Biggie is on hand to award. Ladies and gentlemen, they walk away with 100,000 shillings, courtesy of SportPesa. Thank you so much, Biggie. All right, time now to lift the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, KCB. All right, KCB to pair dance. There they go, ladies and gentlemen, KCB. There is the dance, ladies and gentlemen, the winning dance. Led by the captain, joining in, Faith Basien, Katha Mutungi, and Mugo, the chairperson, KCB. Thank you so much, KCB. Congratulations. Gentlemen, we hope to catch you at the lakeside city of Kisumu next weekend for the Dollar Sevens 2025. Coming up next, good stuff, KCB. Thank you so much for lighting up the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens 2025. I'd like to ask the following to kindly make their way to the award ceremony. Saldido Leon to Giamini Brand Ambassador, the Kenya Rugby Union Honorary Treasurer Joshua Aroni Daktari, and a representative from Lasante. They'll be awarding the winner of the Division 2 category, Joshua Aroni Daktari, wherever you are. On stage to award Saldido Leon, Daktari Joshua Aroni, and from Lasante, our paramedics. Asanteni sana for the beautiful job done over the last 2 days. Lasante partnering with Mwamba for this year's games. Ladies and gentlemen, your Division 2 winners from right up the road, Nondis. They're saying they're back. And of course, this win earns them an opportunity to play at the Division 1 category at the 2025 Dollar Sevens. If you haven't bought your tickets, grab your tickets on ticohub.com for the next 2 days, next weekend. Kisumu City bringing to you Dollar Sevens. And for that effort, ladies and gentlemen, the captain to come to the front to receive the trophy from our honorary treasurer, Kenya Rugby, Dr. Joshua Roni Saldido, and our representative from Lasante. Ladies and gentlemen, Nonde is saving 50,000 shillings, and honoring that award is Saldido Leon from Sport. And Mbwani, ladies and gentlemen, can move. Congratulations to Nondes. Kenya Rugby chairperson Harriet Okach and Faith Basie, head of risk at KCB, to kindly get ready to award the next lot of winners. Julia Souko, Harriet Okach, and Faith Basie. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be awarding the SportPesa overall winners for the women. Put your hands together for Mwamba Ladies. The ladies getting the overall nod for winning the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit tournaments. These ladies they've been the shining light at Mwamba, the Mwamba ladies. Stacy, the most convenient place. You can see there the former chair, George Mbai, Collins Injera, former Kenya Sevens, and of course, plied his trade with Mwamba RFC, and now turning out to celebrate the ladies who've done it and won it for the club. Ladies and gentlemen, your overall winners, the Mwamba Ladies. Well done. Congratulations to the Mwamba Ladies. Award party. Faith Basie, Stephanie Ross's dad, and Harriet Okach, plus one from the SportPesa fraternity, Julia Souko, Santeni's Sana. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Celeste Jane. Celeste Jane, Harriet Okach, congratulations, Mwamba Santeni. Now the following: Celeste Jane, Harriet Okach, and Faith Basie get on to the stage to award the SportPesa runners-up for the women. Ladies and gentlemen, the Northern Suburbs. They came in second.
Water. Nitie next. Nitie water. Anza kuita.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, lining up for that photo opportunity. Our dignitaries, Faith Basie, she supports this team, ladies and gentlemen, through the Imani Foundation and making sure that the suburbs are well-oiled, courtesy of Faith Basie. They came in second, and this is an opportunity for the ladies. A day in the sun for the northern suburbs. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, the northern suburbs. Congratulations, Asanteni Sana, and all the best as you proceed with the rest of your rugby calendar in the 2025 season. Time now for Moses Ndale, KRU Vice Chair, to get onto the stage to award the SportPesa overall top try scorer for the women. Ladies and gentlemen, with 25 tries over the last legs, from Mwamba Ladies, Edith Naliaka. Edith Nariaka receiving the top try scorer award for the overall performance. 25 tries in the bag, and she goes home with the top try scorer. Kenya Harlequin ladies, wherever you are, make your way to the award ceremony. Congratulations, Nariaka. Asante sana. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen, being hoisted by her teammates. Congratulations, Edith. All right. Like to ask once again, the Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chairman, Moses Ndale, make your way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award will be going to the SportPesa overall top points scorer for the women. From Mwamba Ladies, Edith Nariaka. She bagged a total of 125 points on her way to receiving the overall top point scorer. Kenya Harlequin ladies, kama mko tafadhali, we need a representative from the Queen's fraternity to take the trophy on offer. Edith Nariaka, congratulations once again. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. The team, super proud of her achievements. She's done well for the Mwamba ladies. Congratulations, Edith. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask somebody from the Shirika Elite Hospital to be on stage. The Kenya Rugby Vice Chair, Moses Ndale, and from SportPesa, Laban Matoke. Ladies and gentlemen, Ushirika Elite Hospital, a partner of this year's Games, represented Moses Ndale Tafadhali. Join the lady on stage to award your runners-up for the women. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Impala Ladies. waiting to receive the individual medal awards from Vice Chairperson Bwana Moses Ndale. Ladies and gentlemen, a representative from Ushirika Elite Hospital awarding the Impala ladies. Thank you so much, Ushirika Elite, for supporting Mwamba in this year's games. The trophy will be awarded and a check indicating 25,000 shillings. All this courtesy of SportPesa. Laban Matoke, ladies and gentlemen, will be awarding that cash in that brown envelope to the Impala ladies. Hard work being rewarded, 25,000 shillings in the pocket. Once again, your runners-up, Impala ladies. Congratulations, Impala. The exit is on the other side. Thank you. All right, I'd like to ask the top try scorer of the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens men's category from the Strathmore Leos. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Mola. And to award Victor Mola, ladies and gentlemen, Polycarp Igade, Collins Injera, and George Mbai. Victor Mola, wherever you are, Victor Mola. Strathmore Leos, Victor Mola. Ayabas Mola Airways makes his entry. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the top try scorer of this, with the individual medal award, and of course, bagging 10 tries in the run-up to winning the trophy. Polycarp Igade, Collins Injera, and George Mbai. Ladies and gentlemen, your top try scorer, Victor Mola. Befitting to have the Legend Collins Award, one of the fastest try-scoring machines we have on the local 7 series, from one star to the other. Thank you so much, Collins and company. Time now to award. I'd like to ask Masindege from SportPesa, Mwamba RFC's chairperson, Waita, and Kenya Rugby Union's director, Leslie Njenga Mwangale, to make their way onto the stage to award the runners-up of the men's category from Athi River, Daystar Falcons. Came in second, their first final of the season. They should be proud of their efforts, working so hard over the last couple of days, and coming in second amongst a field of 16. Not a bad return, ladies and gentlemen, of the Falcons. The awarding party, ladies and gentlemen, led by Masindege, Waiter, and Leslie. The trophy will be awarded to the captain. The captain, tafadhali, make your way to the front. Gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your runners-up, receiving the trophy, the captain, Clinton Amkwachi. Put your hands together for the Daystar Falcons. And they receive something to show for the hard work of the last 2 days. 50,000 shillings received, courtesy of SportPesa. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Daystar Falcons. Thank you so much to award party led by Mercy from SportPesa, Leslie, and of course, Waiter. All right, thank you so much, Daystar Falcons. I'd like to ask the following to kindly make their way onto the award ceremony from SportPesa. Henry Kibe from KCB, Nkatha Mutungi, Head of Integrated Marketing KCB Group, to award the third place team at the 2025 George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kabras Sugar RFC. Kabras, Peter hivi msalimie wageni wetu. You go to the other side, you receive your trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, making their podium finish and going home with a third place trophy. And of course, 25,000 shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the third place team. Winning bronze, Kabras Sugar. They walk away with 25,000 shillings courtesy of SportPesa. Thank you so much, Henry Kibe. And KCB's Nkatha Mutungi, Head of Integrated Marketing, KCB Group. Thank you so much, Nkatha and Henry Kibe. And thank you so much, Kabras Sugar. And all the best as you head back to Kakamega. All right, coming up next, I'd like to ask Wayodi, the family of the late Wayodi, former Mwamba RFC's player, to kindly make their way onto the podium. And joining in will be the Kenya Rugby Union CEO, Thomas Odundo. Wayodi, ladies and gentlemen, passed on, taking on a team playing for Mwamba, ladies and gentlemen, and he's now a living legend. Celebrated in his absence. The family is here. Thank you so much, the Wayodi family, for gracing this wonderful event. And they'll be awarding the runners-up of the Division 2 category, Zetech Oaks. The Zetech Oaks narrowly missing promotion to Dallas Sevens Division 1 category, losing 21-24 in that final against Nondis, going home with a bronze medal around their necks. They will receive the trophy from Wayodi's family and the CEO, Kenya Rugby, Thomas Odundo. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Zetech Oaks. Anderson Oduor, the captain, receives the trophy from the Wayodi family, represented here in spirit, Wayodi, and long live the name. Thank you so much, Zetech. Congratulations. And our award ceremony leaders, CEO Kenya Rugby Thomas and the Wayodi family, thank you for that award. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zetech Oaks. Thank you. Gentlemen, we hope to see you in Kisumu in a couple of days. Time now to award the player of the final, the women. I'd like to ask a representative from Tusker. Tusker, naomba mnipe mtu mmoja. Tusker. Kiza, get on stage. And supporting Kiza, ladies and gentlemen, will be Saldido from SportPesa. Saldido. Ladies and gentlemen, your player of the final for the women's category, winning it for Mwamba ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, Edith Nariaka. She has bagged her third medal, overall player of the season, top try scorer, and our player of the final. Ladies and gentlemen, special talent from Mwamba FC will be receiving 10,000 shillings, the Tujia Mini Bronze Award, and that is befitting for Edith to go home with 10,000 shillings. Thank you so much, Kiza and Saldido from SportPesa. Kiza is from Tusker Sports, and she's in charge of sports at Tusker. Asante sana Kiza Mpizi. Thank you so much, Edith. Toke ile side. Saldido. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Edith. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the player of the final for the men, the family of Wayodi, the Wayodi family. Number two for that is send us somebody to come through. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, your player of the final for the men from KCB, Bob Muhati. Bob made some storming runs for KCB over the last couple of days. He was immense, he was big, He was the Bob that we've known over the last couple of seasons. Ladies and gentlemen, your player of the final from KCB, Bob Muhati. Thank you so much, Bob. Congratulations. The next award will be heading and we'll be having from Express Kitchen. Vincent from Express Kitchen, tafadhali, make your way to the podium. Express Kitchen were partner of Mwamba RFC. Ladies and gentlemen, to award the top try scorer of the women's category with 10 tries from Mwamba RFC, Naomi. A shining star at Mwamba RFC. She's also part of the Kenya Lionesses. Really, really good player, ladies and gentlemen. Naomi Amguni took charge and took Mwamba forward when Mwamba needed. All right, the next award, I'd like to ask a representative from Liberty Insurance. Liberty Insurance, our partner of the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. Asante sana, Liberty Insurance, for coming through and supporting the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, he will be awarding the top try scorer of the Division 2 category from the Z-Tech Oaks, Anderson Odward. Has had a good 7th season, was the top point scorer from Embu, and now is the top try scorer of the Division 2 category with 9 tries and being awarded by Liberty Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, Liberty Insurance, part and parcel of this year's games. Your top try scorer, Anderson Oduor. Thank you so much. And now to award, I'd like to ask Tungane Woodley, representative from Tungane Woodley. Ladies and gentlemen, the most valuable player of this year's game from Mwamba, ladies, Christabel Wafula. Christabel Wafula will be receiving her individual medal award, courtesy of Tungane Woodley, one of our evacuation hospitals. Thank you so much, Tungane Woodley, for supporting this year's games. You've done a fantastic job, and thank you so much for the support. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the most valuable player. All right, the next award, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask from Thyssen to get ready to award ladies and gentlemen, Charles Kuka from Thyssen Sports will be awarding the most valuable player of the men's category. From the winning side, KCB. Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent Onyala. Thyssen Sports, ladies and gentlemen, kitting Mwamba and
being part and parcel of Mwamba FC. Charles Kuka standing on hand to award Vincent Onyala, who is also a brand ambassador at Thyssen Sports, befitting. Ladies and gentlemen, your MVP, Vincent Onyala. Thank you so much, Kuka Charles, Vincent Onyala, the MVP. Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the most valuable player award, Division 2 category. I'd like to ask a representative from the CIC Insurance, Sol Amembe, and Saldido from Tujiamini to get ready to award the most valuable player, Division 2 category. From the ZTech Oaks, Brian Ondego. Brian Ondego, ladies and gentlemen, the most valuable player. He walks away with 10,000 shillings, brought to you courtesy of SportPesa, the Tujiamini Bronze Award, an award going to the most valuable player, Division 2 category, Brian Ondego. Thank you so much, Brian Ondego. Congratulations. I'd like to ask Anthony Karanja from Mwamba. Anthony Karanja from Mwamba, Oranjo. He will be awarding the top point scorer of the women category. Ladies and gentlemen, from Mwamba ladies, Naomi Amuguni. She scored a total of 50 points over the last 2 days to earn herself the top point scorer's tag, and she'll be walking away with that award, awarded by Anthony Karanja from Mwamba RFC. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next award will be given by George Mbai, Mwamba Rugby President. All right, Anthony Karanja will replace George in that award. The top point scorer, Men Division 1's category, from the Strathmore, Victor Mola. 10 tries equals 50 points, and that is an award given by Anthony Karanja of Mwamba FC to the top point scorer of the Division 1 category, Victor Odhiambo Mola. Congratulations, Victor. Thank you so much for lighting up this year's games. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to one more award. I'd like to ask Leslie Njenga Mongale, Kenya Rugby Union Director in charge of competitions and fixtures, to kindly make his way forward to award the top point scorer for the Division 2 category. From the ZTech Oaks, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to receive the top point scorer, Anderson Odwor. Meanwhile, Leslie Njenga Mongale, wherever you are, I'd like to ask the DOR, Paul Odera, to kindly make his way forward to award the top point scorer Division 2 category. Coming in from the ZTech Oaks, with 45 points. Ladies and gentlemen, Anderson Odward. I'd like to ask Paul Odera to kindly remain Director of Rugby, KRU. Ladies and gentlemen, your bronze medalists and Willis Ojwang, Willis, tafadhali naomba ufike to award the bronze medalists of the overall SportPesa National 7th Circuit Women's Competition from Ngong Road, the hosts of the Christie Sevens. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenya Harlequins Queens. Namjue sherehe inaendelea. Immediately after we are done with the awards, the after party kicks off. You'll be partying right here at the venue. Wherever you are, enjoy the next couple of hours, courtesy of Mwamba RC, and of course all our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Odera, Willis Ojwang, awarding Kenya Harlequins Queens, who came in third on the overall standings of this year's National Sevens Circuit. Congratulations, Kenya Harlequins. Thank you so much, Paul Odera and Willis Ojwang. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a driving license for one Frida Ndunge. Tafadhali, wherever you are, pick your driving license. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the tail end of the 2025 SportPesa National 7th Circuit George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. We will be heading to the lakeside city of Kisumu next weekend. So grab your tickets early on ticohub.com and be part of the finale of the SportPesa National 7th Circuit. We'd like to give thanks to all our corporate sponsors, everybody who supported Mwamba RFC to piece together this event. Asanteni Sana. We've come to the tail end of the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. We will be heading to the after party, but first things first, we'll be doing interviews and I'll be calling the few individuals who will be on hand for the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure. This is the George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens, and I've been your host. My name is Walter Rangi. Over to you, DJ. Fanyia kazi. The after party comes your way. Asanteni sana from Mwamba RFC, and all the best as we head to Kisumu.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the 2025 Kabeberi Sevens. And when you're in Kabeberi, you know KCB, of course, have lifted the main cup title 4 times in a row. The Bankers have managed to do it once again, this time beating Daystar Falcons 2010 in the main cup finale that was held here at the RFUEA grounds in Nairobi. Remember, this marks the penultimate outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit, with the last outing heading to the lakeside city of Kisumu next weekend. So my name is Ochieng Steven, and joining me right now is the Director of Rugby at the Kenya Rugby Union, Mr. Paul Odera, who's just come to share some little snippets of wisdom with me. Polo?
Yes.
Welcome, karibu on set.
Asante sana.
How are you feeling today?
Well, it's been a long weekend,
yeah.
But I'm also very pleased with standards of rugby we've seen, and also some of the teams that people hadn't really rated, showing that they have actually improved.
Yeah, first things first, KCB once again winning it for the 4th year in a row, beating Daystar Falcons 2010.
Yes.
What did you make of that match?
Very composed performance from KCB. I really don't think they were stretched these 2 days. I guess maybe against Queens on day one, when Queens scored those 2 tries and they were ahead. But a very settled and composed performance. They had a very simple game plan, which was, I think, to use the size that they had in the forwards to suck defenders in, and Daystar were not able to respond quickly enough. So I think fully deserved to KCB. Perhaps Daystar gave them a bit too much respect, because when they started playing and moving the ball, which I think was the right game plan, they did cause problems, and in fact scored twice there, but I think it was too little too late by that time.
Yeah, KCB went into the game as favourites, of course, definitely, and they lived up to the billing. I think in the first half, I think it was a half-field affair, because Daystar gave them too much respect, as you've said. But the story is Daystar Falcons making it to their first ever main cup final. And aside from Daystar Falcons, we saw teams like Mombasa making it to the main cup quarterfinals. I mean, just the levels of rugby. I think Kabeberi showed out of all the legs.
It did, and you know, Daystar, I think you've also got to give credit to what Patrick Odongo brings to that team.
Yeah.
They've been playing well without him, but he's now the added extra edge that they had with his pace, his experience, and once he came in, then you could see that Daystar were a different team. But I think there are some useful players in that Daystar outfit, not just Patrick Odongo. So I think credit to what the coaching staff they are doing at Daystar. Mombasa perennially have just participated in one tournament, which is the tournament that they host.
Yeah.
But I think the hierarchy at Mombasa Rugby with Chairman Lai and Derek Wamalwa have made a decision that they are going to try and expose them to all the tournaments, and they've rewarded them with a quarter-final place. Who would have thought that Mombasa Rugby would be able to get into the main cup quarterfinals? But they did, and playing really well. So some very useful players there. So when they get into Dala, what I do think is this will serve as a very good foundation for their 15-a-side season, because the experience that these players have got and the progress they've made, if they can carry that momentum into the 15-a-side season, well, they may be knocking on the door of getting promoted to the Kenya Cup.
Just in extension to that, last week at Embu, we also saw Mean Machine and host Embu getting to play in the Division 1, and both teams managed to stay in
naturally to sevens. And I know people who love 15s will always say perhaps Kenya's focus is just on sevens, but I think it's our athleticism. The space suits our ability, our love to run, and we've got athletes. You know, you look at some of the big guys; they can all run, and there's a natural feel to their own right, and through merit, then it just shows you that we have a depth of talent across the country.
Yeah. So Polo, Kabeberi Sevens is done. The 5th penalty. They are in the driver's seat right now. Today's win and Strathmore Leos finishing 4th means they now open like a 9-point advantage heading into the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National 7 Circuit. What have you made of the 5 outings from a KRU perspective and from the Director of Rugby perspective?
From a KRU's perspective, of course, KRU's mandate is to run tournaments in the country. So from that perspective, we're very pleased with what we have seen. The community clubs who host all the 6 legs have done their bit. They've also been able to showcase the best from their clubs. Sort of from Kerry's perspective, it is fantastic. And to see rugby being played in Division 1 and Division 2. I think in Division 2 we've been oversubscribed. I think we had 70 applicants to play in Division 2 in the Kabeberi Sevens, and we could only take 20. So we're pleased that the game is growing. We're pleased to see a leg in Central Kenya. Going into Central Eastern, Embu, and to see the number of clubs as well who came to play is great. From a director of rugby's perspective, this is the feeder into Shujaa and the Lionesses. So to see, first we're even getting an under-20 selection process going. I think as a pathway into the national team, I've been so pleased to see young players coming through, and to also see our internationals put under pressure, because if they've not been able to perform and play well, then of course people will ask questions and ask, surely if so-and-so has played well in this whole tournament, why are they not being given a chance in the national team? So I've been happy to see that our Shujaa players have also felt the pressure, and they felt the need to raise their game and their performance.
Yeah, just to draw you a bit away from the men's game, Mwamba RFC, winning each and every of the 4 outings in the 2025 SportPesa Sevens and winning unbeaten.
Yes.
Man, what a run
they're a good team, and they've got a clutch of international players there, from Nariaka to Naomi to the rest of them, and Faith Livoi. It just shows you, and the fact that the Challenger champions this year, and those girls were brilliant in the Challenger series. I think it was there without saying, but let's give Impala credit. They pushed them all the way. Kept closing that gap. So I think the women's game just needs a lot more support in terms of developing a wider base. And also the coaching staff of the women's game also need to be supported to improve the skill levels. But our women's game is in the right place.
Just as we wrap up, Polo, all this is will culminate with the Safari Sevens happening on October from 10th to 12th. What should we expect there? We know our national team will be in action. Our second side will also be in action. The ladies' teams will also be in action there.
Well, you can expect to see the best of both our men and women's teams. There's some strong teams once the lists are declared and confirmed who are coming for the Safari Sevens. But what you should expect is to see both our men's and women's teams show their best to the Kenyan fans, because Kenyan fans don't get to see them playing often. They're usually playing when they're abroad. And then, of course, we've got the Africa Women's Sevens that's coming a month later. So I think the Kenyan fans should expect to see the best of both the men's and women's teams in Shujaa and Lionesses.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Kenya Rugby Union Director of Rugby, Mr. Paul Odera, man who's done it all. Coached the Kenya Under-20, coached the Kenya 15s team, been here, played in the Safari Sevens, played in the National Sevens circuit, just sharing some wisdom with us. And what a day it has been. KCB, once again, winning the Kabeberi Sevens title for the 4th year in a row. This time, dismantling the Daystar Falcons 2010 in the main cup finale. My name is Ochieng Stephen, and remember, the last outing of the 2025 SportPesa National Sevens circuit heads into the lakeside city of Kisumu. From the RFUA grounds here in Nairobi, Kenya, it's goodbye and good night. See you soon.